I'm fucking pissed. I mean, there isn't a fucking scale on this goddamn planet that can measure how fucking pissed I am right the fuck now. Hey, so yeah. I can't get any of these cowardly fucks to debate me. Unless someone can give me a good fucking reason to keep doing this, I'm fucking giving it up. I got better things to do with my time. Nobody ever cites my work. My Angles to Polaris video. Nobody ever cites that. It's not the best one in the world, but you know, it's fucking something, you know, with a physical model. And it gets a lot of compliments. So I know it's not complete shit. Nobody ever plays my videos on their live streams. Or even little bits of it. When was the last time anybody shared any of my videos? You know, my most popular video is the Angles to Polaris video. And it has less than 1,000 fucking views and it's 2 years old. And I've got a shit community. I've got a shit community fucking not doing anything to fucking keep me doing it. Like I said, unless someone can give me a good fucking reason why I should keep streaming, you know, I'm done. So, thanks for the fish. I'm so pissed off right now. I've got a shit community. Made me look like a fucking asshole. Motherfucker! Fucking asshole! Motherfucker! I'm so pissed off right now.
Your world is full of illusions, contradiction between fact and fiction.
Fucking talking shit!
You never back your claims.
Like a little cowardly bitch. Fucking talking shit!
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
Motherfucker!
Unstoppable force on a movable feet.
You don't know how fucking pissed I am!
Straight lines converge in the distance.
Fucking
Why
asshole!
do I get so much resistance? I know
Fucking talking
you
shit!
never prove me wrong.
Right the fuck now! God damn it! Motherfucker!
Now we get our physics deniers, pathologic compulsive lies. I know you never prove me wrong.
You don't know how fucking pissed I am!
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez.
It's where knowledge and ignorance meet.
Fucking asshole! Motherfucker!
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
Fucking talking shit!
We all know you're insane.
God damn it! I can't get one of these pussies after fucking talking shit to this motherfucker. I fucking still like him, but he fucking pissed me off. Motherfucker! God damn, he owes me a fucking apology.
Talk about your 2D surface. We all know you ain't got no purpose in life. We think that you live on board.
I get fucking emasculated.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez.
It's where knowledge and ignorance meet.
Fucking talking shit! Motherfucker!
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
Fucking talking shit!
We all know you're insane. We all know you're insane.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez. And I'm pretty fucking pissed off. That's all I've got to say about it. Motherfucker!
I still like it.
Made me look like a fucking asshole!
Oh, wait a minute. Get
Let me get it on this. There we go. And we are live. Welcome, everyone. It is Free For All Fridays. Slightly different Free For All Friday. And this will probably be the last one of these Free For All Fridays that we're going to be doing. So, you want to come in and have your say? I guess this is the end of it. Here's your chance. What we are going to be doing today, though, is something that I think we're going to be doing a lot more of. Because
this is going to be a banger, everyone. hold your hats, okay? This is, I don't know how many people know about this, but this is brilliant.
Yeah. We could have done this for multiple other times before in the past. Countless numbers of times. Through countless number of things. We've watched all number of things occur within this arena. And we've been learning. We've been watching. Patiently watching.
I do have to say, get your nunchucks out.
Right, now whether we should lay the scene for a bit, what's going on. As we've been here, me personally, I came into this arena because somebody brought me in. I'm thankful for it. I've met a lot of great people and I've learned quite a lot in the time that I've been here. But the main thing that we've been doing, particularly, along with the geometry and the logic and all of that sort of stuff, but the person in the background, Emma, me and Emma have sort of had we've been watching, we're people watchers. We watch things and we talk about these things. Now, Emma has never bothered in the shape of the arse argument because it's not even worth it. Right? It means nothing. It's pointless. But watching people and watching the way people develop and the emboldened attitudes that occur within this, because people have left things and people have helped people in various different ways. Me personally, I've been on the butt end of all of this sort of stuff, but that's the way it is. That's the modern society. That's the way modern society goes. Now, I'm still here. I've learned. I've gained good friends, good people, and I'm still learning. What we're going to go over tonight is the other side of this, right? This is what happens when you're on the other side of the, not argument, but, well, let's say. There has been things going on in the past. There are certain people that have been completely ignored within this arena that we're in, even though everybody knows who they are. But they get allowed to just have a free pass. There are people that make up arguments. There are people that knock down arguments. There are people that control trolls. And the trolls do the work for these people. These people don't really do much work themselves. And they rely on trolls. Maybe they command the trolls. Maybe it is their troll armies that put out the narrative through all of this. Now, I'm expecting a fair few people coming as soon as we start doing this. So, mods, be aware. And also people in the YouTube, be aware that destructive forces will not want this sort of stuff to be heard by people. I mean, they've done their good enough job to lower the viewer numbers, so not many people will see this sort of thing. But like with the philosophy, we've learned there are people that are in the know, and then there are people, let's call them sheep. Well, here we're going to help to take people from the sheep, give them a bit of that philosophy that we've learned within this arena. It's a few little tricks.
Pardon my question. You are expecting aggressive troll reaction?
Yes. Yes, definitely. Because what we're doing here is we're going to be going over something that I don't think should be talked about, something that people don't understand, right? They don't see it, and it's been kept hidden. It's like one of those unspoken narratives. Everybody knows within this that there are arguments about the shape of the earth, and there are people that make money out of it. Well, let's go over. Let me just get this sorted. Right now, this is a video. Wait a minute, let me get you Discord guys in here first. And then you guys on. So this is somebody else's video we're going over. These. Let me fix this. Right. There we go. Okay, now these are some of the comments. I'm going to read out some of the comments before we go over this, just to give you an idea of what you think's going on through the comments. First comment here says, Ranty, I must compliment your ability to grow and progress. I always admire people who have this ability, and I admire Craig's love and concern. Both of you will pull us through.
Love and concern. So
Oh,
this is
yeah.
going to be really good. This is going to be an uplifting video.
Pull us through what?
Oh, well, you have to wait and see. We'll
This
go on.
is this is what we're going to find out. But the comments so far, I mean, it sounds good.
Yeah, uplifting.
This one, Timmy says, I grew up watching my pop beat up and or threaten our neighbours. Took me a long time to break through the thought that was normal. Be sure your kids have it all clear in their heads. You're a big man owning up to it. In all honesty, sounds like a long time coming for that guy. Another one.
Those guys, they get what they deserve. Those guys.
There's 300 odd comments on this, so I have to get through a few of these. You are well deserving of the outpouring support you got from this stream, FTFE. You've stirred up a hornet's nest of crazy, and I hope the system you live under can assist you with a satisfactory solution. I was so excited to see Ranty again. You've both been through a rough year now, and I hope this is the start of a huge upturn for the both of you. Big thanks to that wonderful wife you have. She too has played a big part in this not becoming a jail sentence for you. At least twice during this ordeal. It's not easy to divide fighting adults, but she did, and I have my respect and admiration for her actions as a person who acted. Craig, you were protecting your loved ones. You were in the right. Stay safe, buddy.
Craig the Martyr.
Yeah. Uriel Gray says, I'm so glad everyone has come together to help out. Love you and your family. Hugs, Craig, and so glad you are on the other side of this mostly. Can't wait till it's 100% over and done. I'm so glad the weight has been removed. Honestly, your patience and restraint is impressive. Emma's too. If some junkie threatened our child, I can't imagine how bad it would end up.
Can we put a clarifier in here?
Not you.
Anytime Fight the Flat Earth mentions me or anyone in the comments mentions Emma, it's not me.
Yeah, it's not that Emma.
Not me. Isaiah Pierce says, Sir,
I think your response to this person was extremely appropriate, and I commended you for not doing more damage to trash. Honestly, I think that moving would be acquiescent to the behaviour. What might be more within your wheelhouse is to secure the home that you're in better, so that in any instance within your walls, things will remain safe. I believe that with your knowledge and acumen, you can accomplish that which you're within your price range, as opposed to having to move and potentially still facing the same issues or worse in a new location without the same accommodations. Repo Sandman says, geez, I was really worried for Ranty there for a minute. His phone fell over and he went silent. Especially after saying it said he had health issues from his diet. I was concerned he'd passed out or had a seizure or something. Glad to see he was okay. This is going to be good, isn't it? Look at it. Ooh. Tyson Dog says, I can't wait for Ranty's documentary comes out. I'll not only watch it, but I will share it every which way I can. 1, because it supports FTFE and gets his story out. 2, because I'm so impressed that what Ranty has done recently. Nothing but respect. And I want to support him too. Help him reach what he has been working so hard for.
Okay, these comments are like,
They go on and on. I'll get you another one.
wow.
I've seen neighbour disputes ruin lives. When I was a kid, our neighbour ended up in our glass kitchen roof with a claw hammer.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. I've learnt a long time ago that you can't reason with junkies and alkies. Stay strong, Craig. I was in a similar situation, and having a neighbour from hell was one of the most stressful things ever. I'm also in chronic pain and disabled, but luckily didn't get into a physical confrontation because of my wife. Luckily, we could move and were very fortunate to find a house in a great area for a very reasonable price. I feel for Craig and hope that his pain is alleviated with the amputation. Respect from somewhere near Winchester in the UK, not near CC. Doxing. Sounds like Simon should be the one behind bars. But hey, we all know the British justice system is totally foobar. Is everybody getting a picture of what something that's going on here? Like, did anybody in the chat know anything about any of this? Does this sound familiar? Does anyone know about it?
I didn't understand that.
Oh.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think many people will have seen this unless they watch his channel, I guess.
Wow. This one is a big long one. This is the first time I've ever made a comment on a YouTube video. I wanted to say I feel your pain when you try to do right by people, and it comes back to bite you in the ass. I've helped out family and friends and strangers in the past. So that's, that first time. Truth Seeker says, FTFE, hope you are doing well, man. Sorry you had to go through all of this. This is all justified, and it's a shame a good person gets F'd over. You were doing good for him, and he took advantage of you. Again, sorry all this happened, but I'm glad to see you're all right and continue doing good work on your channel. Let's fight the Flat Earth channels, right?
I think you're gonna have to put it on because people are
hundreds of comments. You can check it out for yourself. This video,
all very supportive comments.
This video is titled "Why I Was Arrested." Interview with auditing the absurd, who is Ranty Flat Earth. Ranty Flat Earth. So you get to see Ranty. Ranty's back. Okay. Just a quick intro. Getting into this. It's not like Buster music or anything, is it? Popcorn ready, that's right. Gotcha. You get it going.
Yeah, I would definitely have popcorn.
Yeah. Oh, here we
Hey,
go.
I'm FTFE, and welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what, you know, I did and ended up in jail to somebody.
Ended up in jail.
For-
That's
for
an
stu-
opening. That's an
For
opening.
stupidity.
Yeah, for stupidity, yeah. Yeah, he's admitted to stupidity. Ending up in jail. Ooh,
Today is
ooh,
going to be a
ooh.
little bit of a different stream, as I am
For us as
joined
well.
by the wonderful, amazing, ranty, not flat Earth, auditing the observed, auditing the the words, auditing the absurd.
Absurd. Yeah, look at that. Ranty's back. Look at him. What's happened? Is he turned into a pinhead?
When did Ranty get
After
hair?
diet.
Yeah. I don't know. What's he done to the top of his head? Look at that.
That's what I mean. When did he get the hair? I didn't know he had any. I
That's
just
great,
assumed-
isn't it?
Fair
Maybe
play.
transplantation.
Yeah, he's got some money, hasn't he? Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp gave him some money. Some new hair. Look at that. Mike, it's got 6 days ago. This video here that we're going over was streamed 6 days ago. But as you'll hear, it's about something that happened in August last year. So this has been going on for a long time. But this arena definitely doesn't want to talk about this. This is the guy, right, that brought me in by calling me a child abuser. Nobody wanted to talk about that then. The people have allowed this man to get to this position. And it's a fascinating story. Here we go.
Ranty's going to be interviewing me about my recent interactions with the law and the reason why I was arrested. I've mentioned a few times on streams that I was arrested and I'd been going through a court case, and now, as of Wednesday, the court case is over, and my lawyer has given me the all clear to talk about everything. So the wonderful Ranty has come to ask me a bunch of questions, and there will be lots of follow-ups on Ranty's channel, a new channel, The Auditing Absurd, over the next coming weeks and months. So look forward to that. But Ranty, thank you very much, buddy, for coming along. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. It's been a while, Craig. It really has.
Yes. I know you took a little bit of time off your channel because you've had some health issues which you posted about in your community tab, and I hope you're doing better from that.
Yeah, it's a strange thing actually. So during my time as a flirt, obviously I put a little bit of weight on, should I say. I got up to about 17 stone 4. And I saw a picture of myself and I thought, no way, that's stopping. And I went on this mad diet where it was essentially 1 meal a day, which was about 700 calories or something like that. And I did that for basically 6 months, and I lost, well, I'm actually 11 stone 7 now.
Oof.
So I've lost almost 6 stone. But at the same time that I was doing this diet, I didn't realize the side effects that it would have, which would be depression, memory loss, lethargy, all the other things that go wrong with your brain, because essentially I wasn't giving myself enough nutrients to feed my brain as well, because I was starving myself. And I'm only just coming back to myself now. Like, I haven't posted any videos or anything for like 3 months on my channel, maybe more now.
3 months.
And that was all.
So everybody, right? Ranty's back. He's been a little bit ill.
Brain issues,
He's
yes.
getting better. Yeah. He's not been eating well. He's not been feeling well. Not well enough to make videos. But he's back. That's the thing. Fight the Flat Earth wanted Ranty to do this interview. It's a big hit, right? It's a big thing. Big thing.
As a side effect of this, because I couldn't remember my lines. I couldn't write scripts. It was
Ranty couldn't remember his lines and he couldn't write scripts. I sometimes have that problem. Sticking to my scripts. What do you mean? What? That's not
When
part
do
of the
we
script.
when do we get time to sit and write a script?
Don't be telling people that. I think we could have filled them that we do all of this scripted. We write it all out every day.
So is he basically saying that all of his stuff was scripted?
He was scripted. Ranty was scripted.
Cool.
Everything Ranty did was scripted, and that's why he can't talk to people or anything. There's a lot of stuff that is scripted.
Wait a second. If he cannot write his own scripts, he can just ask some friend to write script for him.
I don't think it works like that. I don't think you have friends on the other side.
Oh,
to be
that's a
honest,
pity.
say on the other side. I'm not too sure. I mean, do these two seem like friends? Would you imagine that Fight the Flat Earth and Ranty are friends? Or is this just business, like always?
No, I can see two trolls here.
Yeah, I think they've both learned off each other and they both need each other. This guy here is struggling because obviously a flat Earth, at least the flat Earth that he imagines, doesn't exist. He's struggling to find people to ridicule. And this guy, Ranty, over here, he's struggling to find some use for his old flirfism, as he calls it. Back in the time when he needs to be able to use that. And it's a perfect marriage, really. They've been friends all along, Ranty and Fight the Flat Earth. When Fight the Flat Earth did his long live streams, Ranty was the first man that did it. The first guest. Every time. Ranty. He's your man. They've worked closely together, scripting stuff. Battles and dramas.
Yep, depression ruined you. I fully understand.
Depression ruins you.
And it was brought on by myself with this crazy diet that I did, I have to say. So, but I am actually feeling a little bit better now. As you can see, I'm using my phone to stream because I'm moving house, and I don't have all my setup here at the minute. So I'm using my phone currently, but should be back up and running hopefully within, well, with this next video that I'll be doing, which will be about this particular thing that we're going to be talking about today, because you told me about this way back when it first happened. I remember talking to you on Twitter about it, and we had a conversation about it, and we kept in touch about this, and I've known about it since August of last year. This is
so if Ranty and Fight the Flat Earth have known about this since August last year. Ranty's got a video planned to help Fight the Flat Earth and talk about this. What is this? What's going on?
How long this has been going on. And there isn't just one event. There's multiple events.
Multiple.
And there's even something that's happened today. But we'll get into this, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. You do look fantastic. I know losing weight is a hard thing to do. I've been fighting the tight shirt myself, you know. And hopefully you pick back up and get that channel going, because what you're doing on there is amazing.
Yes, Jeff. Of course this is scripted. You'll get the gist of what's going on here, right? So very soon. And you'll get to see Ranty's role in this.
What has Ranty done that Fight the Flat Earth thinks is awesome on his channel?
I don't know. I don't know.
What is his channel? That Auditing the Absurd?
I guess
What
so.
is that channel? Was that all the Johnny Depp stuff?
I think so.
Okay, so that to Fight the Flat Earth was awesome. Okay.
Yeah, building
But
him up. Here we go.
yeah, it's been an interesting time with my.
I'll go back over that, right? Just Kevin like this body language. Watch what Fight the Flat Earth's doing when he says this.
That channel going, because what you're doing on there is amazing. But
What's
yeah,
your hand?
it's been an interesting time
Chinny.
with my neighbour,
Chinny.
and that's what this is all about. It's an ongoing neighbour dispute between me and the guy who lives directly above me.
A neighbour dispute.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
what I'm going to do is
now-
I'm going to pass it over to Ranty, and Ranty is just going to interview me now about what's happened, about why I was arrested, what's been happening, you know, the conclusion with the court and everything, including what's happened today. So over to you, buddy.
Here we go.
Right. Well, before we get into this, I just want to say,
Before we get into this, don't want to make it light-hearted or anything, but yeah, we're going to have a little chuckle about it. This is scripted, by the way. Yeah, you're right, Jeff. Definitely scripted.
thank you for inviting me on.
No
It's a
worries.
pleasure to be here. I have no idea how many people are watching right now, but if anyone came over from this stream from my community post, hello, how are you all doing? And yeah, this is going to be a rather enjoyable stream, and I do feel that, of course, there's going to be a lot of talk about this in the community, and I think breaching it this way, bringing it out to the public, the way that you're doing, is the best way to do it. Get in front of it, tell your side of the story, explain what happened, and yeah, I mean, if you want to hold your hands up to something, sure.
Right, so it's worth noting, right, that he's getting out in front of it because there is going to be a lot of talk about this in the community. Now, we know there won't be. That's why we're going over it, because nobody gives a shit about this. This sort of stuff will be swept under the carpet purposely. It's not big, it's not clever, and nobody wants to know about it, really. People should know about this sort of stuff. Gadget, you wait.
And yeah, we know I know the outcome, but people can speculate. I'm sure there'll be people speculating as to what actually has been the conclusion of this. Right, so let's get into this. So last August, now this has all started over a bike, if I recall.
Yeah.
Now then, can you tell me the lead up to it? What happened with your bike?
I mean, it's
listen to
more than
this.
just the bike. It's been, you know, years of living next to this guy and him always coming to us to borrow stuff. From the day that we moved in, like 6 years ago, he's been constantly at my door asking for money, for food, for baking soda.
This guy is a neighbour. And what you have to take it, this is Fight the Flat Earth's opinion, right? So just remember that when you're talking about this. This is Fight the Flat Earth talking about his neighbour. Now, if you know much about Fight the Flat Earth and the way Fight the Flat Earth is, I would imagine Fight the Flat Earth has opinions of people, very strong opinions about people, and he makes these opinions up all on his own. So take all of this with a pinch of salt. What Fight the Flat Earth saying. Don't automatically be assuming this. We don't know anything about this person. Fight the Flat Earth giving an overall view of his neighbour. Now, if you know anything about the relationship of Fight the Flat Earth has, imagine me being that neighbour. For instance, that's the way I look at it. That neighbour could be me, because I have neighbours, and Fight the Flat Earth could be possibly one of my neighbours. He could be one of your neighbours. Somebody like Fight the Flat Earth could be one of your neighbours also. Just people.
passing out at the door because he's high on drugs or something, or coming along with items that are clearly stolen from somewhere and trying to sell them to me, asking for baccy even though I don't smoke, and just constantly an issue, right? But I've always given him the things that he's asked for because I don't want to see someone go without. If it's even though it's my last tenner, and he needs money, he says he needs money for gas, I'll give it to him because I want to be a good neighbor, and I've helped him so many times. And
so Fight the Flat Earth, although this person keeps coming to him for help, he has been helping this person, right? It's not a bad person. Fight the Flat Earth has been helping him. Good neighbour, right?
We've looked after his dog. We've given him food and taken him for lifts to appointments and picking up money and stuff. And, there's never anything paid back. The money that we lend him, it'll always be paid back next Thursday. Next Thursday never comes. The tools we give him, we never see them again. It's just like having a really hard to deal with third child. I've already got two, but it was like I'd adopted another one.
So him having an upstairs neighbour is like him adopting another child. That's how close he is to this man.
Well, I don't understand. Okay, if my neighbour is continually borrowing things off me and not returning them, there comes a point where you stop lending them things.
Yeah.
Just logically. It doesn't matter how well you know them, how kind you're trying to be. At some point, that there comes, you just say no. You know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, like Jeff says, he's a saint, isn't he? I mean, like, listening to him talking about him.
At least great man of charity.
Yeah. He's Fight the Flat Earth. He's a man of the community. Right? It won't just be him helping this guy out. I mean, everybody will have done it. Helped this guy out.
Magnanimous or a great soul.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean...
Virtuous man.
Who doesn't adopt an extra child to take care of? Giving him the last tenner. It's good. He's a good man.
And that's just kind of what it's like.
Yeah.
So, does this guy work? Does he have a job? Can you give me a bit of a background story?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that he's aware of. I mean, his job. What's his job got to do with it? Like, is he employment checking? Is Ranty just checking the employment? He's not really that
he's been on benefits, living in the flat above me for as long as I've known. I'm pretty sure he does some kind of cash in hand manual labor stuff that he's probably not supposed to, but that's just speculation on my part.
Just speculation, right? He's pretty sure he does, and he's not meant to do it, but it's just speculation on Fight the Flat Earth's part, right? Emma, do you live on benefits? I do as well, It's not as if like living on benefits is bad for certain people.
Yes, my son's disabled, so yes, yeah.
Me too. I'm a carer for the missus, so benefits is all we have to survive on. Admittedly, I don't go to the next door neighbour to borrow any baking soda or anything like that. I managed to deal with that for myself, but yeah, there's nothing wrong with living on benefits in the UK anyway. Well, anywhere really. You just struggle and you get by. But we don't have a good-willed Samaritan Fight the Flat Earth.
He's definitely not employed full-time. He lives on his own up there, even though he's in a 3-bedroom flat and he's a council renter, which is kind of wrong in itself because that's taking stuff away from a family that might need it.
Oh. Housing officer as well, Fight the Flat Earth there. I mean, that's good of him, isn't it? To see somebody on benefits saying, well, I mean, not judgmental or anything, but when you are looking after a third child, you don't want that third child living in a council house, do you? Well,
Like
the flat.
But
good man.
you know, it's just like living next to someone that is a constant problem. His garden is like a jungle, and you have to go through his garden to get to my garden, and
you have to get through his garden to get to Fight the Flat Earth's garden. Right now, make note of that. Right, there's a path through the other guy's garden to get to Fight the Flat Earth's garden.
I'm not sure. Maybe I'm mistaken because flat. He said that
Upstairs.
he lives in flat.
Yeah.
So maybe there are some flats with gardens upstairs, but it is difficult for me to imagine what's up here.
From what I know, right, normally with flats in the UK, if you live on the downstairs flat, you might get the front garden, and anybody living in the upstairs flat might get the back garden, right? 2 different gardens, maybe side garden or whatever. But you'd have a specific plot of land that you would consider your garden. And he's saying that you have to go through this other guy's garden to get to his garden. Oh, who's that? Oh, Mike, go in and watch that.
His junky friends will be standing in my garden throwing stones up at my window, his window, to try and get his attention and stuff, and it's just been hell the whole time.
Okay.
It's just been hell with him giving money to him and doing all of that.
How old is he?
How old
in his
is he?
50s, I believe.
Okay.
So he's in his 50s. Age of Fight the Flat Earth? Anybody? Quick guess? Younger than 50, would you say?
Yes.
I would say that Fight the Flat Earth is like 40 for me, rather. But of course, you can be mistaken because this span of age is difficult to judge.
Yeah,
From
well,
30 to 50 or to 60 sometimes.
yeah, his third child's 50. So he's doing well. He's adopted 50-year-old.
Yeah.
And you say you're on terms with him, but would you say that it was a friendship, a one-way thing, where it's always coming to you, he's always relying on you, he doesn't get you've never wanted anything from him?
No. Like, he'd turn up at the door saying, "Oh, you got any odd jobs I can do?" You know, so I'll pay him 20 quid to, you know, edge the grass, or even it doesn't need doing, you know, and stuff like that.
Right, so it's one way where Fight the Flat Earth gets some. I mean, he did say earlier that he might be doing some jobs for cash on the side, and sounds like Fight the Flat Earth was the guy that was giving him the money for the jobs for cash. He's implemented himself in that he just talked about earlier somehow. But that other guy, you know, Fight the Flat Earth, he's a good man.
He's never really given me anything. He's always, you know, begging for money in some form.
Okay, fair enough. Is it? I mean, I don't know if you've spoken to your solicitor about this, but are you allowed to mention his name?
Yeah,
or
I have
just call him.
Yeah, let's just call him neighbor. I've mentioned his name on the Facebook post. So if anyone wants to go to my Facebook post and see it, but I won't say his name on this stream. I'll just explain everything that's happened.
Right, so if you can go to Fight the Flat Earth's Facebook page, you can see this guy's name. I wouldn't advise it. I mean, nobody needs to go to Facebook to look at Fight the Flat Earth stuff, but he's admitted putting this guy's name out there. So this guy must have done something wrong, right? Must have. Fight the Flat Earth to be able to put his name out there.
Okay. So
but then
going back to the
bike
incident.
Yeah.
The incident, yes. The thing that kicked it all off.
So Emma and I were in my back garden, and he comes over and asks if he can borrow Emma's bike because apparently his was stolen. I asked Emma, "Is that all right?" And she's like, "Yeah, okay, but you know, I need it back because I'm training for a triathlon." Emma is in the middle. She does a triathlon in June, so she's been hard in training for this triathlon, including using that bike. And he's like, "Oh, no worries. I'll have it back to you straight away. I just need to go and get my bike."
So he's had his bike stolen.
Hang on. Give me 1 second.
Go on.
Has anyone ever seen FTFE's wife?
Yeah.
She's doing triathlons.
Yeah.
Sure about that?
He's going to do a GoFundMe. She must be doing it.
Right.
He's got a bike.
Yeah, that means you're doing triathlons. I think maybe. Yeah, never mind. I'm gonna shut up.
Well, the guy had his bike stolen, so he needed to borrow a bike to go and get his bike.
Alone? That
Yeah.
would be a tricky.
Yeah, well, I'd say it leaves you with a logistical error of the fact that once you get there to pick your bike up, you've now got 2 bikes. Why not just go there and then get your bike and bring your bike back? I mean, I'm guessing Fight the Flat Earth didn't see that glaring obvious thing, but we'll let him explain it.
So off he pops.
Off he pops. So I'm guessing Fight the Flat Earth gave him the bike, his missus's triathlon bike. He said, "Here," because he knows this guy, right? You've been around him for 6 years. You know what he's like. So you just give him your missus's bike, because they were both in the back garden. Yeah, go on, take the bike. No problem.
And hours go by and he's not back. And it comes to about 11 o'clock and we can hear him upstairs and his bike's out the front, but no sign of Emma's bike. So I, hobbled up to his flat and knock on the door.
He hobbled up to his flat, all the way up the stairs, hobbled.
I was like, hey Simon, you got Emma's bike there so we can get it locked up for the night. And he starts telling me a story about how he found his bike and decided to cycle his bike back whilst carrying Emma's bike on his back. And he was struggling, which doesn't make sense. If you had 2 bikes to transport, you just wheel them along, But because he was struggling, a good Samaritan, a random stranger, stopped him and said, "Oh, mate, you know what? You don't need to struggle. Give me that bike that's on your back and I'll put it in my garden for safekeeping. And you can come back and get it when you're ready."
How good is this story? How good is Fight the Flat Earth's remembrance of this story? Way back in August. This is the start of it, don't forget. This is the start of this, what it is that we're talking about.
This story sounds very credible.
Oh, yes, definitely, right? Yeah. Okay.
And Simon agrees and apparently gives this person Emma's bike. And I was like, okay, that's a lovely story, but where's Emma's bike? It's now 11 o'clock. You've had it for several hours. Can we get Emma's bike back? And he's like, "Oh, I guarantee, I promise you, back by 8 o'clock in the morning." 8 o'clock in the morning, no sign of him, no sign of the bike. Come 11 o'clock in the morning, he chaps on the door. Emma answers, thinking that she's going to be getting her bike, and instead, he says, "Oh, Emma, I've got no money. I've only got £7 and I need £10 for the gas. Can I borrow £3? And Emma's like, "For fuck's sake." And at that point, I just had a massive tax surprise. And
Gas
I'd been
for
wiped
what?
out,
His
so we
bike?
didn't actually have any spare money, right?
I don't know. Did he say something about gas there? Let's go back.
Yeah. He wants
gonna get her
to,
bike,
he
and
needs the
instead-
£10 for the gas.
Oh, no.
Gas?
Gas for the flat. The gas on the meter.
Oh, for
on
his
the meter for heating.
utilities.
Heating.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is August, so it's not for heating. It's for cooking, let's say.
He says, "Oh, Emma, I've got no money. I've only got £7 and I need £10 for the gas. Can I borrow £3? And Emma's like, "For fuck's sake." And at that point, I just had a massive tax surprise and I'd been wiped out. So we didn't actually have any spare money, right? But Emma digs through her purse, finds the last change that we have available and gives him about 70p. Because at this point, she was thinking,
She gave her his last 70 pence. Because that'll sort it out. That'll definitely make it better. Maybe she'll get the bike back if she gives her. But that's how good these people are, right? Fight the Flat Earth and his missus, Emma. give this guy the last 70 pence that they've got. They've given the bike, lent him the bike. He's got his bike back.
Thinking
Again,
maybe
I have
need
to
beef it up.
clarify.
Not
Bev,
you.
I have to say again, I am not Fight the Flat Earth's wife.
It's a completely different country. Emma lives
Mhm.
miles away. Not the same Emma.
If anybody thought that this Emma is the same as his Emma, y'all crazy.
She's a good woman, though, right? Both of them, obviously, giving the last 70 pence from the bottom of their purse.
Oh yeah,
A bike
don't
path,
get
I
me
don't-
wrong. I'm sure his wife is a wonderful lady. I've seen her. I haven't seen her do her triathlon.
Yeah, he's got a nice telly, hasn't he? Yeah, that's a good one, that, catch it, yeah.
No. And he goes away. Still no sign on the bike. Emma's like, "Am I going to get my bike back?" And he's like, "Oh, the bike's safe as houses. I've left it at this number 20. It's safe as houses. I'll get it back for you today."
See, he's got it. It's going to be coming back. Don't worry about it. No problem.
Of course, the bike doesn't turn up. We don't see it. Just want to make sure I'm getting the timeline completely right.
Well, whilst you do that, can
Yes,
you just
timeline.
double check with the audience whether or not there's any feedback or any echoing or anything like that? Because if there is, I can lower my phone down here.
No,
Why
it
can't
seems
Ranty
good.
see
The
this
audio
chat?
seems perfect. It's both peaking at the right time.
Okay,
Yeah.
wonderful.
All right, so yeah, it comes back.
If you ask me, right, something, perhaps a little bit of code going on there for Ranty, talking about, whether the levels are peaking or whatever, but nobody's bothered anything. It's all in the chat. Ranty can read all of this chat if he wants to. He's on a stream. Why did he say that? Maybe levels of people in the ear. Who knows? Who knows?
So yeah, Emma's a bit upset. She's like, I've not got my bike. I've just given him money. Later in that day, Emma and I are sitting in the kitchen having a chat, and we got the back door open, and we hear him out the back. And I'm like, I'll just go check if he's got the bike. Maybe he's bringing the bike back. So I go around to the back garden, out of my back door, and then you go right, and it goes into his back garden. And I was looking for him, and he was up the top of his stairs in the entrance to his flat. I was like, hey Simon, any sign of the bike? And he says he hasn't gone yet because he thinks the guy's at work. Which I was like, what? You said the guy was a stranger. How would you know he's at work? But I'm like, oh, well, okay. Are we going to when we getting the bike back? And Emma hears this from the kitchen, and she's really pissed off, and she's like, Simon, I'm getting fucking annoyed. Give me. I feel like you've stolen my bike. Give me my bike back, or we're going to phone the police. And I'm the same. I'm like, look, you've taken the piss now. Get the bike back, and I go away. And then the next day, around 3 p.m., we were in the garden watering flowers and stuff, and he turned up on his bike.
Whoa.
Like,
So did you just skip a whole half a day after you asked him for the bike? Oh, and then it goes on to the next day. Like
3
that
p.m.
was
Yeah,
it?
we're at 3 p.m.
Yeah.
He's out there he's out in the garden again, Fight the Flat Earth. He's doing a lot of gardening in his garden. He's watering the plants. Oh, this is where it gets interesting.
Around 3 p.m., we were in the garden watering flowers and stuff, and he turned up on his bike, like, and stops outside the garden. Oh, hey guys, do you want any work done? You got any work that he's doing that you can pay me for? And we're like, no. Where's the bike?
Yeah.
And he says, you still hadn't gone to get it. He needs to, figure out what.
He's reading a script. Can you see? Fight the Flat Earth is reading a script right now. He's making sure he's getting it all right, in the right order. See him watching, looking at it.
Give me one sec. It may not be a script per se, but he's at least referencing notes.
Yeah, of course. Because he has to. He has to get his script right.
No, I got to make sure my timeline is right.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course he has.
Where it is so we can go and collect it.
He's getting his story right.
And I'm like, right, okay, go and get the bike. And then later on that day,
Okay,
we were...
so how many?
Yeah,
So
sorry.
how many days? How many days are we into now? Is this like day 2 or day?
This
3?
is day 3. So we gave him the
Day
bike on
3.
Thursday.
This is 3 days. We met him on Monday. A little drink on Tuesday. Off we go.
Now the Saturday, right?
Okay.
And that evening, my next door neighbor was actually getting married. And she was doing it all in the back garden. She's having a party in the back garden. So we'd been invited. Emma and I were getting a bit in the mood. You know, I've got a bottle of fucking beer in my hands in the front garden.
They were getting in the mood, and he's drinking beer. He's out in his garden again. Party time. Getting married.
Obviously had a few. And Simon's like, oh,
Except
great.
for a fight.
Yeah, he's had a few. Yeah. Bottle of beer in hand.
They don't call me Fight the Flat Earth for nothing.
So I just said his name, but oh, give me a lift to go and find the bike. And I'm like, you can clearly see I'm drinking, so no. And I leave it because I don't want any drama on the night of my neighbour's wedding, right? So I just leave it for that day. You know, we have the
Fight
party,
the
it's great,
Flat Earth.
drink a lot. Next day comes, I'm pretty wrecked, so early afternoon after, you know, we've fed the kids and everything, and they're all happy, Emma and I, we're going to go and have a little nap. She's got a bit of a migraine, I'm a bit hungover.
Bit of a nap.
And about 7 o'clock, there's a bang on the door, and it's Simon. And I'm like, oh, maybe the bike's there. So I get out of bed, put my dressing gown, hobble to the front door, answer the door, and he's like, oh, you know what, Craig? The best I can do is let Emma use my bike.
There you go. So there's an offer there from the guy saying that, you know, the best he could do is that he's obviously might be struggling to find the bike or whatever. He might, for whatever reason. And the guy's come to him and said, look, the best I can do, give you my bike.
And I was like, what do you mean that? No, we want Emma's bike. Where's Emma's bike? Oh, well, the thing is, right, I gave it to this guy, but I can't remember which house it is, and I've been going around knocking on the houses, and I can't find where it is. And I'm like, so let me get this clear. You've given my wife's bike to somebody that you don't know, and you don't know where he lives. And he's like, no. And I'm like, yeah, you fucking have. Right, and at this point, I'm obviously annoyed, right? My wife's been upset. You don't fucking upset my wife. I feel like at this point, my property's been stolen. So I say quite clearly to him, right, this is the last fucking chance. You go and get that fucking bike now, or I'm phoning the police. And I shut the door.
Right? Very forceful. Very forceful. See, I did just offer him his bike. And he's obviously struggling, you know.
And I walk away because I'm getting angry.
He's getting
right?
angry.
So I walk away from it. And then as I'm walking away from my front door, he opens my front door, comes into my house, looks at me and he says, phone the police and we'll see what fucking happens.
Right? This particular bit, we'll come into it a little bit later on. You've only got Fight the Flat Earth's word for this. But it did sound like, I mean, if we go back.
What if the guy genuinely is, I don't know, so has some kind of mental disorder, has an addiction that meant he genuinely didn't remember what house it was?
Yeah. That's it. It sounds like, the way I heard it, is that this guy is like, he can't remember where it is. He's looking for it. He's been out there looking for it for 3 days. And
but we're assuming Simon exists too.
Well, he definitely exists. Yeah? He definitely exists. Whether this particular thing happened or whatever, you're right, but there's a problem with a bike. That's basically it, right? And the fella said, look, in all honesty, right, Fight the Flat Earth probably wasn't a good idea for him giving the guy the bike. He's already told you that anything that he has given him has never come back again. Never gets returned. But I mean, that's what Fight the Flat Earth said. That's in his scripted story that he's been telling us about. I don't know whether it's true or not, but that's what he said. He gave the bike to the guy, and the guy's tried his best to get it back, and he's doing that. And then check this out. This is great.
He opens my front door, comes
Actually,
into my
Bev,
house.
pause it a sec.
Go on.
Look at that comment in the chat from Clive Wells in the in Fight the Flat Earth on the
Yeah.
video.
It says here, I don't know whether you people can see it there. It says, is Simon a flirt? Sounds like flirty behaviour. Borrowing Fight the Flat Earth's bike. It's a very flirty thing to do.
Yeah, just remember that in your minds for later on.
Yeah, keep an eye on all of this. This is Fight the Flat Earth's chat as Fight the Flat Earth and Ranty go over a scripted scenario thing.
Looks at me and he says, phone the police and we'll see what fucking happens.
Well, that sounded very forceful, that, doesn't it? You want to see? Do you want to hear that again? This is Fight the Flat Earth telling you what this guy walks into his house and
Opens
says,
my
"Look at
front
this."
door, comes into my house, looks at me and he says, phone the police and we'll see what fucking happens.
Right.
Okay, so right. First and foremost, there's nothing wrong with getting angry or shouting
that?
at somebody.
What was
There's
that?
nothing wrong with getting angry.
Laugh, smile. What was
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, it was a big, like a
Did
big
you guys
Joker
see that?
grin. Yeah.
That was weird.
Yeah.
I can't watch. Sorry, but
Well,
if
you're
you
missing
guys-
a lot
well,
because
yeah,
you're missing a ton,
I know.
Rob.
well, just to be fair, I am staring at brakes.
They're not as expressive as Craig's face, I can tell you. The breaks.
No, I just it's nice when you point those things out so that I can be aware of that. Thank
Right.
you.
I would note as well that this is Ranty's comment, right? You will hear in a bit. Fight the Flat Earth is prone to anger. He angers very quickly. And listen to what Ranty says.
Okay, so right. First and foremost, there's nothing wrong with getting angry or shouting at somebody, demanding your stuff back. If this is like day 4 or day 5.
So there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with getting angry, says Ranty. On days, right? Day 4 or 5, you can get angry, according to Ranty. That's nothing wrong with that, first and foremost. There is. You should never really need to get angry about any of this shit. Hey, I would say, rather than getting angry. Don't ever advise Fight the Flat Earth to get angry.
Yeah.
And he's making all these excuses up, and he's literally basically just told you that he doesn't know where your bike is, essentially, after you loaned it him, after
Yeah.
telling you where it had been for days. So I have no problem with you being angry at that point. You weren't physical.
Ranty's got no problem with him being angry. So that's good. It's a good job Ranty's doing this interview.
You didn't get any space. You weren't physical. You told him to go and get your bike, or you're going to phone the police. I think you did everything right at that point. I think he then crossed the line by walking into your door and pointing his finger at you.
Aye.
And basically telling you, well, threatening you. It was a threatening thing. It wasn't phone the police. It was phone the police, and then you'll see what happens. In other words, I take that as a veiled threat. I'm assuming that
absolutely
you
did,
took
yeah.
it the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's another comment here in the chat from Graham Price. Says, he deserved your anger, Craig. The beating too. Just a shame the police didn't agree.
At that point, right, as far as I'm concerned, someone's come into my house where my wife and 2 kids lived and threatened me.
Lock your door. If you leave in a place where people are going to walk through the front door, start pointing the fingers at you, lock your front doors, please.
I mean, he's frankly lucky we don't live in America,
Or
because
get a
we all know
dog.
what could happen in that.
He's lucky he doesn't live in America. He did. He just said that. Because you
Get
know
a
what Fight
dog.
the Flat Earth would do within... The other guy's got the dog. They look after his dog. They've already said that.
It might
He's
be a
in
good thing
America.
that.
What?
I was just gonna say it might be a good thing that Craig doesn't live in America. He might really be in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is only Fight the Flat Earth that says this. There's nobody else's word for it. It's not as if it's recorded.
But what I did was, I turned round and I picked him up by the throat, and I took him out my front door, and I slammed him into the railing on my ramp that I've got going out to my door.
There you go. Picked him up by his throat, took him outside, and slammed him onto the railing. There's no footage of this, obviously, because that would be amazing to watch that.
There's a distinct lack of hobble in that sentence. Every other time he's moved to the door, he's hobbled,
Yeah.
but not this time.
Picked him up by the throat. Hopped outside, right? Because you can't hobble while you're picking somebody up. You must hop over there, right? And slammed him down on the railings. I mean, that's what you deserve for...
Yeah, that adrenaline can sure stop you from limping around.
And I said to him, "You get the fucking bike. You go."
Yeah, the fucking bike, right? After a guy's just fucking walked into your house, pointed the finger at you, you've picked him up by the
Get my
throat,
bike.
thrown him down on the railings, and you say, "Get my fucking bike, mate."
So my wife can do her triathlon.
Go and
Yeah.
you go and get the fucking bike.
Go and get
And he
the
started
fucking
fighting
bike.
back, and we went down to the floor, and I was holding
He started fighting back. This is where it gets really good.
him on the floor, and I was like, "Get the fucking bike back. I'm going to let you up now, and you're going to go and get the fucking bike." Now, I've mentioned many times on this channel that I'm disabled, especially with my left knee, right? And he knows.
And his
But you're
arm and his
taking all the
shoulder
way
as well.
up by the throat. and
Early
throwing
days.
them around.
Yeah, early days it was his shoulder or his arm or something he didn't have work, and then later on it was the knee. It's developed into the knee, but early days it was his arms.
Ranty doesn't particularly look upset in any of this.
No, he's a wise man. He's advising.
Does look sage. Does
Yeah.
look sage-like, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
In that chair.
Judge like he could have it. That's what his hair is. Maybe he's growing it so he can have those big judge wigs sort of things. Part way there.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I just zoomed in on Ranty. Why does he have a 5 head? You know what a 5 head is?
Yeah, he's got hair there though. Now, do you not notice that?
Yeah. Yeah, but his forehead is like 5 or 6 heads. Hairline is so far back.
Well, I don't know.
Poor guy.
I don't know whether they could have paid for that. You think he could have got a bit of hair on his fringe? Well, fringes might have come extra.
Knows that my left knee is bad.
He
So
knows.
what he did
He knows that Fight the Flat Earth has a bad knee. This guy that's just been picked up by the throat.
at that point was he went and grabbed my leg,
God,
my bad leg, and shoved it back, which fucking hurt, and I fell over.
See this? You can imagine this. He's hopped outside, slammed him onto the railing. Get my fucking bike back. I want to see that bike. And then he's scuffled with him. He's on the floor. Look, dude, get my bike. I'm going to let you back up again. The guy grabs his leg. He goes, ah! Right? Fighting back.
And he got on top of me.
He's on top. Now the other guy's on top.
They are good storytellers, I'll
Yeah.
tell you that much.
It's like if you've ever been in here, watched the MMA with us, UFC. It's a top game, right? The guy's now on top of Fight the Flat Earth after doing the knee move.
I managed to flip it,
Flipped it,
in a
reversed,
headlock, and gave him a couple
put him in a headlock,
of punches
couple of punches
before Emma dragged
Dig him
me
in.
off.
Emma's come on, Fight the Flat Earth, get off him, leave him alone.
And told him to fucking beat it.
Go on, off you go.
And that was it for the day. You know, I was
Okay, so
Was it for the
so
day?
recap. Excuse me, I've got a right cough right now.
That's what I mean.
Recap.
But as a recap, then, he walked into your house. You turfed him out of your house, right?
Guy here, this is a thing here that says Corey Clark says, "Man, all that rage built up from flirts. That guy's lucky he's still amongst the living, because he's got a lot of rage build up. Fight the Flat Earth. All built into that one poor neighbour, all about a bike."
Yeah.
And he then came at you.
Yeah.
You defended yourself. You had a bit of a scuffle, a bit of a, argy-bargy. You gave him a couple of cracks. It seemed like you got the better of him. But ultimately, that culminated with you still telling him to go and get your damn bike.
Go get
right?
your bike.
Yeah. Exactly.
Bike,
Did you get-
go.
What
now.
happened next?
So, the next day,
He's laughing about it. It's right. It's all right. It's not that.
I'm in my front garden, watering the flowers.
He's in the front garden this time, watering the flowers. He was in the back garden last time, watering the flowers. So
Hang on, no,
there's
stop.
a lot of
stop.
gardening going on.
How did that scuffle end?
His missus pulled him off and said,
And that was it?
"Yeah, guy, get out of here quick. Yeah, go and get the bike."
And then now we're on the next day.
Now we're on the next day. He's outside watering his plants. Yeah.
Because we put a lot of effort that year into making our garden look fantastic.
Yeah.
And it was hot August. I was watering my flowers. And he comes out of his garden and walks in front of mine and starts going, "See you, who the fuck do you think you are fucking touching me? Calling me a thief. I've not fucking stolen Emma's bike. Who do you fucking think you are touching me? Don't you know who I am? Who my fucking family is?"
There you go. So there's obviously been a misunderstanding about Emma's bike. He's not stolen it. And he's saying, why are you doing that? Why are you coming after me, man?
You know, like this. So I stood up and I looked at him and I said, "You are a thief, and for every day that Emma's bike is not back, I'm going to kick your ass."
There you go. He said that. He's told the man, every day that Emma's bike isn't back here, I'm gonna kick your ass. Sounds like, it's not just an internet tough guy. He's a real tough guy now.
I shouldn't have said that.
Shouldn't have said it. Wonder why?
I was triggered. Right? But he'd already come into my house and threatened me, and he was now coming to me aggressively.
He's coming to him aggressively. He was on the street. He was watering his plants.
And that came out. And he was like, "Come on then, fucking do it now."
Coming at him aggressively. He's on the street. Right? Get ready for this.
Yeah, stupid me did. Hobbled out into the street.
He hobbled out into the street.
Oh, there we go. He hobbled.
Yeah, he did. He hobbled this time because he was watering the plants. I don't know whether he had the watering can with him or whether he had the hose pipe. Could have just sprayed the guy with the hose pipe and said, "Shut the fuck up." No. He went out.
Up to him. And he put his jukes up like this and starts dancing around like he's a boxer, right? So I stood there for about 3 seconds and watched him moving. And then I grabbed his shoulder and punched him in the face.
Right. First move. Your man here Fight the flat Earth. Punched him. Just punched him.
And then I picked him up and I
Picked him up.
slammed him on the ground. And
Slammed him on the ground.
I mean, I think the best way to describe this portion of the fight is, you know that scene from the first Avengers movie?
Get this in your mind, right? Fight the flat Earth, watering his plants, puts down the watering can or the hose pipe or whatever, hobbles out into the street, watches the guy putting his dukes up, and as Ace Trade says, who the fuck says that? Fight the Flat Earth says that.
Is that an American thing? Or because I've never heard anybody in the UK that I know say that.
Put your dukes up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an American thing.
Oh, right.
Oh, okay.
So he's been watching. Is that like an old 60s cowboy western sort of?
Yeah, that
thing?
would have been back in the. It would have been back in the day.
Yeah.
Put your dukes up.
Black and white sort of movie
Mhm.
sort of
Mhm.
things. Yeah. So I mean that's what probably just an influence of a movie he's been watching, right? Maybe, whatever. I'm going to have to go over this again.
Him up and I slammed him on the ground. And I mean, I think the best way to describe this portion of the fight is, you know that scene from the first Avengers movie where Hulk and Loki have their little thing, puny god.
Yeah.
It was kind of like that,
So it's kind of like the
Does everybody know what
Hulk
that is?
and Loki scene. You've seen
Anybody
that?
know? Yeah, anybody seen that? Because we can get grab a clip.
Avengers.
Yes. Yes, and Fight the Flat Earth
Marvel.
obviously is the Hulk in this scenario. Hobbled outside, and he's now in Hulk mode with this
Here, I'll
poor
throw-
guy.
I'll throw a link in the live chat. Just to get. I mean, you may want to play it, Bev. It's like a 30-second. 30
Oh,
second.
I don't know
just to
whether
get
we'll
the-
be allowed to, will we?
Well, it's somebody else's from YouTube. It's only 30 seconds.
How can we get it?
Just so you can get a
Here we go,
flavor.
Here we go. This
Give the
is-
audience a flavor.
This is what it looks like. Fight the Flat Earth's just come out from watering his garden, and there's a fella there. And here he comes out of his garden. Give me where's my bike? Loki. I want Emma's bike. Bring back Emma's bike. Ooh, hobbling. You have to imagine Hulk hobbling off there, right? So, that if you wanted to picture it, that's exactly what it was like in Fight the Flat Earth's mind.
Yes, I am physically disabled, right? But I'm 6 foot plus. I'm a big guy. I'm strong. And I'm trained by the military.
Military trained. He's a specimen. Yeah, he might be disabled and hobbling about, but everybody can tell that Fight the Flat Earth is a specimen of a man.
All right? I'm
Does
trained
get
by the
angry.
military in combat. And
In combat.
when the military train you in combat, they train you a very specific way. And the way they train you is to finish fights as soon as possible by whatever means necessary.
And ragdolling people round like the Hulk is obviously one of the best ways to finish fights quickly and effectively. I'm pretty sure they teach that. Do they teach that in the American military?
Nah, not in the Navy
No,
I was in.
no.
We weren't as I don't know. We
Well,
weren't
not as hands-on.
tough as Craig, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, you don't get taught that technique. Have you ever seen anybody being taught that?
No.
Hulk smash,
wasn't
ragdoll sort of technique.
This isn't. What I would say is, at least in my experience in the American military, is there's not a lot of need for hand-to-hand combat fighting at sea. There's not a lot of pirate
On
ships.
submarines, there is though, right? In case somebody comes
No,
on your
definitely
submarine,
not in
you need
submarines,
close
I'd say,
combat.
no, I'd say even less on a submarine, because the chances of a pirate ship like, Captain Jack Sparrow coming in and
being
getting
bored
into
in
your
your
submarine,
submarine.
probably pretty low on the yeah.
Well,
So I don't know. I mean,
maybe. Well, he's a team leader, right? I think he goes over that in a bit. He's a team leader, so he'd need to be able to subdue his subjects within the team, right? In case anybody did anything wrong.
again,
Probably.
UK military. I not in the American military. You get in trouble for those things, but yeah.
Well, we'll see.
And that's what kicked in for me at that point.
in.
I felt threatened.
Ultimate.
I felt like there's going to fight going on. Also, I know
Instincts took
that
over.
Yeah, it's kicked in. It's anger, like woof, instincts, black belt, right? You can't trust a man like that. He's been highly trained machine.
I'm not as in shape as I would, and I'm not going to be able to last in a prolonged fight. So I needed to end that fight there and then, and that's what I attempted to do. But once again, he grabbed my leg and pulled me to the floor, and it
grabbed his leg after he'd done all of this stuff to him. So
He didn't clarify if it was his good leg or bad leg, though.
Well, he knows he's got a bad leg, right? That's his only chance for this guy to do anything against the specimen that is Craig.
Good point.
Right, yeah.
Came into a bit of a scuffle, and he kept hitting my leg. So to stop him
Kept hitting his leg. Imagine.
doing that,
Wow.
I grabbed his head and rammed it into the floor several times.
Justified, right? The guy went after his leg, smack his head into the concrete. Normal response, right? For a trained military man. He's got to finish the fight quick.
And then managed to push myself up away from him, turned round and punched him in the head as hard as I could. Which kind of, stopped the ebb of the flow, because that obviously hurt him quite a bit. At that point, a couple of my neighbours came out and restrained me.
A couple of his neighbours came out and stopped fighting the flat earth.
Don't you think they'd have been terrified? They're also his neighbors, so is this guy. I don't know that I'd want to go out there and restrain Craig.
Well, he's a
After
specimen,
seeing what he
right?
did to
Yeah,
this guy.
like, oof.
And my wife grabbed Simon's foot and pulled him away from me to make sure that I couldn't hurt him anymore, because I was angry and I was hurting him. I should not have done that, all right?
Shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have done it. You notice the way that his missus came and grabbed this guy's foot, dragged him away by the foot. I bet that was sort of comforting.
After that happened, I felt physically sick that I'd hurt someone like that.
He felt sick. See? He felt sick.
But at that point of time, it felt like the thing that needed to happen, right? But at the end of the day, I assaulted him. I technically hit him first, even though he put his dukes up.
His dukes up. He said it again. Double down on the dukes.
Let me say, I've heard of duke it out,
Yeah, and the Dukes of Hazzard.
but I've never heard that as he's put it. Like, yeah.
Putting your dukes up.
Yeah, anybody seen the very old Wizard of Oz, like the 1939 Wizard of Oz? Cowardly Lion does that. He's, put 'em up, put 'em up.
Yeah.
Yeah, put them up. Put them up. He doesn't say
Right.
put your dukes up. He
It's
says
implied.
put 'em...
It's implied. Emma. Come on.
No, I disagree there, and we're getting off on a whole nother tangent. But I disagree.
No, it wasn't in the garden, Cat. He went out onto the street. He left water in his garden. Unless he didn't twitch his tap off. Big puddle. Overwatered the garden. You never know. Depends how long he was doing it for. Like he said, It was quick. He likes to finish fights quickly. Being as he said about the black belt, second damn black belt. Must be at Rick, that.
You know, I was very severe in my physical response, so much so that he was pretty bashed up. You know, he had a lot of cuts and bruises on his face.
We can get into his we'll get into his injuries later for sure. Was that the incident that most of his injuries?
Yeah.
You know, were happened. Right? Okay, because I know the extent of the injuries. You've told me those.
Richard Colton here says, please finish him off with a solid teabagging. Surely that would have been.
He wanted him to make him some tea. What's a teabagging?
Have you never heard
You
of a
don't know
teabagging?
what a teabagging is.
Well, I use
Oh.
a tea bag for my tea, but I don't know
Yeah.
what that
This-
would do.
this
Favorite Nathan Oakley expression.
It's very, very similar to the teabag, right? You know, like it's on a string, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's you're dangling your bag on your victim.
Over someone's face.
Yeah.
Yes, but substitute the tea bag for
Oh,
some
for-
other bags.
Yeah. For the
My
nutsack.
goodness.
It's a gaming term, right? You must have seen people doing that.
You know, I guess I don't float around in those circles
Oh, right. Okay.
too
Well,
much.
yeah, it's when you float your bag over somebody who's down.
I see. That seems humiliating.
Yes.
Okay.
Should have done that. And somebody else here says, second best Bob says, anyway, I can't stay here with a Sandy Hook denier. Good night, all. Who's that? Is he saying that like the flat earth or Auntie? Second best Bob can't hang around. That's terrible, that. He's missing all of this chat. There's a lot of people watched it. You can't go, sadly. Somebody's a denier.
The worst than what you just said. Let me put it like that.
The worst injuries than what you said.
And yeah, so I mean, if people want to speculate in the chat, by all means, you know, I mean, fire away. We will get to.
If you want to speculate in the chat how bad the injuries were that Fight the Flat Earth gave when he assaulted this man, then off you go in the chat. Ranty says, speculate away, guys.
That at some point, but basically, again, you had another scuffle. He came to your property, and yeah, you were still angry from the altercation before.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if that was me, we'd had this scuffle. If I'd had a scuffle with somebody, and I knew that I'd taken their bike, and we'd had a scuffle, and you were really angry, I wouldn't come and approach you unless it was to bring back the bike.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm coming to approach you at that moment in time, I'm actually coming to cause some kind of altercation, whether it's verbal or physical. And I know that by doing that, I'm going to get a rise out of you in some way. Now,
Yeah.
It's interesting that you mentioned that he said, you don't know who my family is. Well, what kind of family doesn't lend him £3?
What kind of family doesn't lend you £3? Who knows? Judgmental a bit, Ranty, but I mean, hey, let's ask Fight the Flat Earth about his family. You've just told everybody you've beat the shit out of this guy, smacked his head into the concrete, and had to be dragged off by other neighbours. Mate, also made the first punch, actually went up from his garden to the street, threw the first punch, and then severely assaulted the man.
Yeah. Why is he always coming to me for money?
You know, if it's my family, if I'm short, I go to my family first. So by saying to you, oh, you don't know who my family is, I've got a pretty good idea of who his family is.
This guy here says, respect to Fight the Flat Earth. I would have ripped him apart on day 2. And somebody else here says, Globe Peer Review says, fighting on the Flat Earth.
So,
Oh yeah, don't worry, we can get to his
that
family
to
because
me-
there's more. Now,
Right.
Did you hear that? He said we can get to his family. Now, I don't know whether that was a threat or whether they can actually get to this guy's family, or whether, you know, like we meant within the conversation. You just don't know. You don't know what Fight the Flat Earth talking about.
Got a pretty good
He laughed
idea of
after,
who his
though.
family
Listen.
is. So,
Oh yeah, don't worry, we can get to his
that
family
to
because
me-
there's more.
Don't worry, we can get to his family, says Fight the Flat Earth. He lives around the estate. I don't know.
Now,
Right. Okay.
It's funny.
So
It's
you
funny.
had this incident. You were dragged away.
yeah,
He was dragged away too. At what point then did the police get involved?
well, one of my other neighbors, who's a friend of Simon's, was shouting at me, "Oh, you're gonna fucking get, you know, the police called, blah blah blah," and she
Right, so one of the other neighbours, who's a friend of this guy,
She better look out.
he's on the, well, yeah.
handed the guy the phone,
neighbor that was
and
getting
he
married.
called the police.
Called the police.
And then the police later came out, well, very quickly came out and arrested me. And
See, I don't know whether you know much about how this sort of stuff works, but I mean, he said the police came out very quickly. So, who knows? For a scuffle in the street, maybe it might have been worse than what he's putting out here. Who knows?
and
Who
took
knows?
me to jail.
Took him to jail.
Interestingly, he's a known, the guy is a known violent offender.
Interestingly, right, Fight the Flat Earth has just been taken to jail, right? He's literally, the cops have just picked him up for this. And now he's telling you about this guy.
Who has been arrested many times for assault, including beating someone up in the street with nunchucks because he thought that he'd stolen his guitar, when it turned out that the guitar had actually been given as collateral for a drug debt and he'd just forgotten. But, you know, it's that...
Again, these are just stories. None of this can be verified by any of us. So, again, take it on whatever you want.
absolutely fine
the
for
Flat
him to
Earth
go around
side of the
assaulting
story.
people, but as soon as the disabled guy gives him what many people might call a justified kicking,
Justified kicking. Some people might call it. I wouldn't know. I'd say that Fight the Flat Earth has just assaulted this guy. But some people, Fight the Flat Earth, and probably people in Fight the Flat Earth's chat here, may call it a justified kicking, but I wouldn't. To give up both sides of the thing, obviously.
he's straight on the phone, phoning the police against me. I'm not a violent person, all right? I'm an angry person.
Angry.
I'm in chronic pain from my military injuries, and that has
Wait
given
a
me
second.
He's an angry man,
But he says he's not a violent person. But
he is angry.
yeah, but in his name is fight.
Fight the Flat Earth. Yeah,
It doesn't imply anger. That implies violence, doesn't it?
I would think so. It's definitely offensive, isn't it? It's not a
Yeah.
defensive
Well,
sort of
hang on. I
position.
need to remember when Donald Trump said you need to go to the Capitol and fight.
Yeah,
He meant to go to the Capitol and cause bodily harm.
I don't know. I don't know what this guy's got to do with
It's
Trump.
interesting.
Though. I mean, who are you comparing Trump to
No,
in this
the
scenario?
word fight. The
All
word.
right. Well, we were talking to somebody today. We were saying that, you know, could violence just be words? Could you be violent towards somebody through words? Or does it have to be physical? Because it sounds like Fight the Flat Earth had just described a very physical altercation. And he has, like Kevin says, he's got fight in his name. And he's known to be offensive verbally towards people. He's known to have a certain position about a certain group of people. Some may say it's a bigoted position that Fight the Flat Earth has with his anger towards a certain people. See, it seems like he releases his anger on a certain group of people anyway, because he has admitted to be very angry.
A disorder called dystemic disorder, and one of the main aspects of dystemic disorder is I struggle to control my temper, my anxiety, my stress levels.
Struggles to control his temper. He knows this within himself. He says he's not angry, but he does struggle to control his temper. He is angry. He's angry all the time, and he struggles to control his temper. Which is understandable, because I know Fight the Flat Earth and particularly what he does. So, yeah, that's completely understandable. The fact that he'd take that into reality and he'd be like that actually makes complete sense now. That person that Fight the Flat Earth is, as a character on the internet, it isn't a character. That's him in real life. So, the way you do that if you're a character that has these anger issues and struggling to control your temper, and you've actually caused physical assault on somebody because of that thing, what you do is you go on social media to justify it. Get a bit of help. Globe Peer Review says, are all jail bars in a prison parallel to one another or divergent?
Very much so. Very much like Bruce Banner, I am always angry, you know?
See, just like the Hulk, like he just described himself. He does like the Avengers a lot. He's into cartoons and that sort of superhero stuff. He's always angry. Much like Bruce Banner, all of this is scripted. Because Bruce Banner's not real. The thing is, Fight the Flat Earth is a real person. He does go on the internet and he does have these violent temper outbursts because of his anger issues. And it does affect him in real life. Whereas David Banner is a character in a movie, not real.
And it got the better of me, and I feel ashamed in myself that I let that anger take over me in the way it did. And I know my kids would have seen this happening, and that didn't.
He feels ashamed, right? And the way you'll be able to tell that is how little he laughs, right? If you'd be able to tell how serious he is.
Make me feel good. I had to explain to my children that fighting still isn't the right thing to do. You don't do this, even though they just seen me do it, and it made me feel incredibly bad.
His kids have seen him do it, unless he's just lying. But I mean, he did just say that his kids watched this. Him ragdolling somebody like the Hulk, smashing their face in the concrete. His kids saw this. Him getting angry, losing his temper. Such a good role model.
But I did assault the guy. Fair Nick. I was rightfully arrested. So
it's rightfully arrested. He admits assault and he was rightfully arrested.
I was taken to jail. I was taken to the cells, booked in. I was there for about 3 hours. And then released under my own cognizance for bail.
Corey Clark says, words of advice from the YouTube chat, says, careful, Craig. They could use this in court against you. Always wise words there. Ranty's here.
Well, we have somebody in our YouTube chat who might be pro what Craig is saying here.
Oh, Tornigan. I think he's been
Yeah.
doing a few. Yeah, he's not keen on us going over the philosophy. Says it's going to deaden the channel.
Well, he says, just so I can get it out there, he says, I think he means Craig,
Yeah.
just gets frustrated by idiots who refuse to engage in debate and who would rather block him than try to provide evidence for their beliefs. I asked if he would beat those people up too. He hasn't responded yet, but I imagine, yeah.
I
it's
would
kind of his thing.
imagine that this guy has been told by Fight the Flat Earth that he's blocked. He isn't blocked from here. He came here and then he left straight away because he can't face talking to us. So, and you know who Fight the Flat Earth has a Discord channel? Did you know Fight the Flat Earth has a Discord?
No.
Oh, I'm blocked. I'm blocked.
Are you
from
now?
it. I'm blocked from that one, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Fight the Flat Earth blocked me. He likes to tell people it's the other way around, but it's not really, you know. I'd say, like, he's not honest, but, you know, I don't want to, you know, this is his story. Him and Ranty are doing this. I don't want to get involved in that.
Okay. So can we ask the audience so far, everyone in the chat?
The audience.
Let's
ask the audience.
Craig's obviously feels very guilty about what went on the second event, not the first event. The first event was the day before. The second event, when he's in his garden, this guy approaches him. After the altercation day before, he still hasn't returned the bike.
No.
In that same circumstance, would you have got into an altercation with this guy the same as Craig has? Press 1 if you believe that you would have done. Press 1. Press 2 if you wouldn't.
Yeah, because
it would be interesting to see. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the general consensus is on this. Because to be fair, I know you're saying that you feel guilty.
Right, there's a load of ones here, right? And Craig is obviously, we have to go over this scenario. What about everybody here, right? Let's have opinions. Would anybody have done what Craig would? Would you be typing 1 in the chat? Or no? I wouldn't either. I wouldn't have been in this situation, this scenario that Fight the Flat Earth has placed himself in the first place. So that's how far removed I would be from it. Anyone else? Would anybody else be doing what Fight the Flat Earth did? Remembering that you live on a council estate in Scotland, and this guy seems to have a family around there and neighbours that support him, that are friends within the community, obviously, living upstairs. Do we have any takers that, you know... Yeah, we've got 2s. We don't really have anybody that are that really interested in this, but there's a lot of 1s on this chat here.
Guilty for this, or you feel ashamed for it, or all that kind of stuff, or you feel guilty for it. I personally, I wouldn't, because the way he came up to you, to me, he was asking for it again. You know, he was asking for round 2.
Yeah, he was.
And you gave him round 2.
He baited me into a fight, but I
baited him.
I'm a father.
There's that old saying, you know, asking for it.
Yeah.
That is a very, very, throughout history.
You know, I heard a lot of tall tales about fights before.
Yeah.
And I've been in a couple myself, and I heard stories, but this is the biggest tale I've ever heard. Liken it to a Marvel fight, like with Loki and the Hulk. Like, are you kidding me or what?
Can you not see Fight the Flat Earth as the Hulk? You can see him getting angry like Banner, can't you? I mean, losing his temper over a bike. It's his missus's bike. I mean, come on.
I would bet anything with anyone, if we had film of that it didn't go down that way. I guarantee you.
Well, who wouldn't defend your missus's bike from the next door neighbor after you gave the bike to him?
Yeah,
you gave your missus's bike to this fella.
Yeah, Rob was saying triathlon bike, I think.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
can't
obviously,
really hear it.
his
Yeah. We
missus
have to
is
make sure we
triathlon
get
bike.
that out there.
And
Look at all
and
the-
we're
look-
supposed. I was gonna say we're supposed to believe that the Navy taught him to neck grab and body slam.
Yeah, and smash
you
the
ever
face
seen that
in the
move?
concrete. Yeah, I was asking Kevin earlier whether that was taught in the American Navy.
We got a couple of Navy boys
Yeah.
here.
Well,
Or,
all the
or black belt karate, right? He's a
That's
black
what I was
belt,
gonna
second degree black belt in karate. It
Right.
may be taught in that, smashing the face
Could
in
be.
the concrete.
could be. Look at Jill. I just wanted to know. Look at whoever Jeff Graham is there. He's got lots of ones.
Yeah, he's
Lots of 'em.
definitely.
Look at all that. Whew.
That is like a fishing tail. I caught a fish that big. That's what this is.
Somebody, Aaron Flower seems to say, never give him the bike. Well, that would have been the thing that I'd have gone with, all right? But, I mean, hey, hindsight and all that sort of stuff. I mean, who knows? I would never lend the bike. Somebody says it was logical. It was logical what he did.
Was it?
Yeah, apparently. Maybe a different type of logic.
Could be.
Yeah.
We might be getting to that in the Western philosophy courses coming up.
Where we're going to be going.
I'm a husband. I've got responsibilities. I shouldn't put myself in that situation and rise to somebody who is trying to bait me into a fight. I shouldn't have done that. You know.
Shouldn't have.
And whether or not it was, you know, people think it was justified or not, I still didn't like that I'd hurt somebody. Even though I don't like the guy and he's caused a lot of problems, you know, replaying that in my head, I was physically sick. I hated it, you know?
Yeah. I mean,
he was physically sick. Physically sick.
Look at that comment, Bev.
Which one?
By the moderator in the chat.
Oh. Punch the flat earth.
Like punch a Nazi kind of thing.
Yeah. Somebody says you would feel worse if you let your kids see such a scumbag bully you. Yeah, you don't want to be letting your kids see anybody bullying you, so you're better off assaulting them. Always works best, I think. Somebody said he was asking for it. Isn't justification. Craig is right to feel guilty.
I mean, I know the extent of the injuries. You've already told me about this, and we'll get to that at some point, and we'll ask whether or not it was reasonable force. That's debatable, in my opinion, whether it's debatable. And I think that's more of the. If it was just a boxing match, you had a little box in the center of the street,
hobbling, obviously.
When you sort of like you settled your score.
Did Ranty not hear what Craig said? Didn't seem like Craig was describing a boxing match.
Well, no, Ranty's saying it would have been a bit more fairer had it have been a boxing.
That's what he's saying. All right. Thank you.
Okay. But like you've already explained, you have maybe 1 minute or 2 minutes of fighting in you due to your injuries, due to your health, due to your
1 or 2 minutes. Is that on the benefits form, Emma? How much of a fight do you have in you?
I don't remember that being part of the form.
And he's saying it like 1 or 2 minutes is like...
Yeah, 1 or 2 minutes of fighting. I mean, I don't know if anybody's ever done any MMA fighting or anything. 1 or 2 minutes is it's quite exhausting.
It's a lifetime for somebody that hasn't done it, yeah. I assure you.
So, I mean, when they say disabled, I mean, if he's got 1 or 2 minutes of MMA fighting in him in his black belt training, and he is a specimen, like he says, he's 6 foot something. Fully military trained. 2nd degree black belt. 2nd Dan.
Not working out so much because you can't do that anymore. You spend most of your time in a chair recording videos and stuff, so you're not exactly in the peak of fitness. So, like you've already explained, you've got 1 or 2 minutes in you. You have to finish the fight. Ideally, I'm sure you'd have loved to have boxed him for 10 minutes, and you know that would.
Ideally,
10 minutes.
yeah.
10 minutes.
Ideally, you would have. You must admit, right? If somebody's robbed your missus's bike, the ideal scenario is a 10-minute boxing match, isn't it? Much better
Wow.
than a physical assault and smashing somebody's head into the concrete.
Yeah, you can tell how many fights they've been in their
Now-
lives.
What do you think Ranty's doing right now? Like, what is the purpose of Ranty saying that bullshit? Is he trying to lessen what Fight the Flat Earth has just told us?
Well, obviously.
Make light of it.
He's making it light, yeah.
Yeah.
Like his buddy.
Yeah, he's justifying it, sort of, in the, you know, in the scheme of things. Now, I don't know whether you know Ranty, or whether you knew what Ranty did in the past, how Ranty came to be, and what exactly he did, but did Ranty smooth over battles between one group of people and another group of people? Did he try and, let's see, spread it on a bit? Did he play the game? Is Ranty doing anything different than what you know Ranty to do? And is it just now that you're seeing Ranty on a different side? Ranty's doing the same thing, I think. This is what Ranty did. It's all scripted. He hasn't had a chance to write it all down, but he's making a documentary.
Would have been an ideal situation, considering the injuries that he sustained. But like you say, sometimes you get that Hulk, the redness, the red, you know, it just comes over you, you know.
Yeah.
And but personally, I don't think he should have come to your gate. I don't think he should have come and confronted you at that moment in time. He should have brought the bike back. That's what he should have done, and he should have apologized for walking in your house, and he should have brought your bike back.
This one here, George M says, "You're a good guy, Craig. You protected your family and yourself by getting angry and going out there, losing your temper and committing assault." I mean, that's how you defend your family, isn't it? Protect your family.
Look, when somebody comes into your house, that's one thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it indeed happened like that. I can
The first
understand
time.
that.
The first time.
You ain't coming into my house, like that. That's for sure. Okay, we get that. But how about the second time?
Yeah, the second time, the guy's out on the street and he's feeling a bit aggrieved, right? Because Fight the Flat Earth was telling him that if he doesn't bring his missus's bike back, he's going to beat the shit out of him again.
Well, he did say every day, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sure the guy was maybe scared. I don't know. I wasn't there.
Mhm.
To me, this is like comedy. Like this is like Saturday Night Live. What I'm listening to here. Seriously.
Yeah, it sounds like a scripted scenario, right? It sounds unreal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is ranty and Fight the Flat Earth, right? What do you expect? Well, I mean, public
that was one of the
videos.
worst things for this whole
Worst
thing,
thing.
is that not once was there an apology of any kind. Not once was there a...
Not once was there an apology. From who?
I'm really sorry that I've come back with my bike and not Emma's. I'm going to sort it out. You know, there was nothing. There
was, because can you remember the guy came back and said, the best I can do is give you my bike? Can you guys remember him saying that? Can you remember Fight the Flat Earth saying that?
Yep.
And why has he said there's been no apology? He offered them his bike. He's forgotten about that, but let's forget about that. Not once, he says.
There was just
hello.
What was clearly lies and excuses. You know, I don't know for sure, right? But my speculation is that that bike was collateral for a drug debt. Or his bike was, and he swapped it with Emma's bike. You know, again, that is complete speculation.
That's complete speculation, right? At the minute. Let's see what happens to
my
the bike.
part, but considering what has happened with him in the past, that's what I think happened, you know? And the bike didn't get brought back until the police had to go and find it.
Oh, hang on. I thought it
So the bike's
thought
back.
it was given for a drug deal.
Yeah, he's just said he thought it was given for a drug deal, but now again,
So the
we've just
police
heard the
went
bike's
round
back.
and did a drug raid. Cool.
Yeah. But they've got the bike back, right? The bike was brought back. So now, Fight the Flat Earth has just been helping this guy out. And he's now also got his missus's bike back. Maybe the police found where this guy had left it. Perhaps he couldn't find it, and the police managed to find it. Got the bike back, so don't worry about that.
So as far as I'm concerned, the bike was stolen because the police were the ones that got it back.
There you go. So the police brought it back. So as far as he was concerned, the bike was stolen, and the assault that just happened because the bike that was stolen, that they've now got back anyway, right? But anyway, the fight. He's angry all the time. It doesn't take much. He's got the bike back, right? Doesn't matter.
Well, before we go on there, what did
Yeah.
when you were taken to jail, when you were interviewed, what did they charge you with? What was the offence?
This one here says, UK Lemon says, no, but can't really blame Craig. Guy sounds like a complete POS, so deserved it either way. Fight the Flat Earth now has the bike back and a massive feud with his neighbour. Nothing, apparently. And an assault.
So I was charged with the first thing when he came to my door. I still got charged for assault for that. Then the second charge was threatening and abusive behaviour for telling him that I would kick his ass every day. And the third charge again was for assault for the second fight. So
Right, so he's 3 charges there, right? That one where he came to the front door, he said, where he came to the front door, not came through the front door, just came to the front. Do you want to hear it again, just to make sure? You don't want to hear me.
What was the offence?
So I was charged with the first thing when he came to my door. I still got charged for assault for that.
To the door, right?
Then the second charge was threatening and abusive behaviour for telling him that I would kick his ass every day. And the third charge again was for assault for the second
Actual
fight.
assault.
So I got charged with 2 lots of assault and 1 count of threatening and abusive behaviour.
3 counts.
Didn't he
Do
say
you
that
know
he
what-
went in his house?
At first he did, yeah, but they just changed them for when he actually got charged for the assault, where he just said to the front door. So, I mean, if by any chance he's got a camera, right, that gets recording all of that sort of stuff, then you'd have it, wouldn't you? You'd have that recorded footage, wouldn't you? Of him actually coming in the house. That would be there if you had a camera.
The terms are that you can actually get for assault?
The maximum punishment for the crimes that I committed could have been up to 7 years in prison in Scotland.
7 years.
Right. Okay. So assault is pretty serious here. You
Yeah.
you can get some serious jail time for that.
7 years.
So after you were released, what happened next?
Obviously, I'm under bail conditions at this point, right? You're released under your own cognizance, but bail conditions. And one of those bail conditions is, you don't talk to them. You don't look at them. You don't offend. You do nothing to antagonize the situation, which I worked hard at doing, right?
Worked hard.
And for...
It must be really hard for somebody who's angry all the time to have somebody he knows he's assaulted. I mean, what's the problem now? The bike is back. Fight the Flat Earth has assaulted this man. Where's the problem?
a while it was fine, right?
It was fine.
We were just waiting for the court case to come up. My solicitors, dealing with it, and we're just waiting for it to come along. But I start to notice on my Ring camera that when he goes past my house, he would spit on the floor. And I'm just like, whatever, he's disgusting, I'm not going to rise to it. But it keeps happening.
Yeah.
And then one day there is a skip put in our street. They do it every year after New Year, help you declutter. And I had a couple of things in the garden, and I'd hobbled over with them and chucked them in the skip, right? And on the way back, he walks out of his garden in front of me, walking back towards my garden, and I'm behind him. And as he gets to my footpath leading up to my ramp, he spits on the floor.
He's got a bit of a problem, this guy, obviously. The phlegm problem. Maybe he's got a bit of a cold, maybe. You see footballers doing it all the time. But you never know. If somebody's really angry all the time, losing the temper, they may lose their temper for all sorts of things.
And then he walks a bit more forward, goes by my driveway, and does it again and spits on my car. And then he turns around and looks at me and he goes, "Do you get the fucking message yet, I?" Boom.
Get a message about what? I don't like. Who knows? I mean, I don't know whether this is recorded or anything. Whether this actually happened.
Yeah, I know.
That is the craziest thing. And what did you do? What was your reaction to that?
I was completely shocked, and I was like, "You do realise that this has just been recorded on my Ring camera, right?"
Oh, in his Ring camera. Do you know what cameras are? No.
And he walked off, muttering some incoherent, junky ramblings of some kind. But I was like, "What? Did that just happen?" So, as far as I'm concerned, that was a threat, right? And so I phoned the. I'm like, "Yeah, that's not."
Did he say I phoned?
I don't know, but it
you hear
seems like there's a lot of, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
I think usually the laws and the the police and the policies of the place that you live dictate who's concerned with what. So it's interesting that Craig seems to employ his own ethics and thinking around these things.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned.
What a vile human being, it says here. What a turd. Total scumbag loser. Scottish Phoenix says, "Craig, can I use him for target practice?" Ooh.
Happen. So, as far as I'm concerned, that was a threat. All right?
That was a threat as far as he was concerned.
And so I phoned the. I'm like.
So I phoned the. He did.
Yeah, that's not. What message am I supposed to get? You've just said, "Do I get the fucking message?" I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I do get the message. And then I did something stupid. But it's all right because nothing came of it. So I noticed that his bike was.
He phoned the.
In the street outside his.
Never got
his
that
garden.
part, did we?
Yeah, no.
And because he said, "Did I get the message yet?" He's obviously trying to send me a message. I decided that I would send my own message. And I took his bike and I wheeled it over to the skip and I just popped it in the skip.
Hobbled. He hobbled it as he wheeled it over and he picked it up. You're getting a bit of mobility, right? It's not as much as... I mean, people were thinking Fight the Flat Earth was in a wheelchair. People have been saying to me, "Isn't he in a wheelchair?"
Yeah, I get your message. Do you get mine? Kind of thing. Which was dumb. I was under bail conditions, but luckily he's stupid enough that he didn't phone the police. So
he's stupid enough that he didn't phone the police, but Fight the Flat Earth said he'd phone. Well, we don't know what Fight the Flat Earth said he phoned. But, has he just admitted that under bail conditions, he broke bail conditions and then said that the other fella was stupid enough that he didn't phone the police on Fight the Flat Earth about breaking his bail conditions. Maybe this other guy was intimidated by Fight the Flat Earth and felt that he couldn't do that because Fight the Flat Earth might do something with his bike. Who knows? But he's just admitted breaking bail conditions.
So nothing really came of that, except
Nothing came of it.
I sent him the message that I felt was appropriate. All his little neighbor friends saw it happen. I'm like, oh, look at you bullying him. You're bullying him.
All of the guy's neighbour friends, that's his neighbours on a council estate in Scotland. Oh, Gadget saying, Bev, when Jake the asshole wanted to fight Craig, Craig said that he used a wheelchair. Well, he must have got there. Not much wheelchair stuff here. I mean, that would have been even better if he could have got in his wheelchair and went outside to the thing and ragdolled him around.
Yeah, okay, I don't think you know what bully means.
Whoa, do you want to hear that, right? So he's just thrown the bike in the skip for the guy that he's beat up. Him. He's assaulted this man, and now he's grabbed hold of this man's bike and thrown it in the skip. Listen to what he says.
All neighbor friends saw it happen. I'm like, oh, look at you bullying him. You're bullying him. Yeah, okay, I don't think you know what bully means.
Yeah, I don't think you know what bully means.
Was
He's
that
just
a
talking
threat
about
to his neighbors?
breaking his fucking bail conditions. And they're accusing him of bullying. And he's like, yeah, I don't think you know what bullying is. Like, what's going on? Does anybody think this sounds normal? Right? Who's allowing this to happen? Ranty. Look at Ranty's face. We're getting to a really strange position in society here. This has been allowed to go on. Fight the Flat Earth has been bullying people on the internet for years. Now we're talking about real life. And you're going to have to listen to
Your
this
friends
again.
saw it happen. I'm like, oh, look at you bullying him. You're bullying him. Yeah, okay, I don't think you know what bully means.
He even adjusts his glasses when he says that. That dude's serious when he says that. Kevin should know that.
Absolutely.
The way he says it and the way he adjusts his glasses after saying it. This guy's internet persona is real.
And then
So you've mentioned Ring. You've mentioned you've got a Ring doorbell. So for those that don't know, when somebody walks past, it's motion censored. It starts recording, right?
yeah.
How many of these altercations do you have on video?
I've got the original one of him walking into the house was deleted, but I've got
the original one of him walking into the house
was
is
deleted.
deleted. Like it just
Who can
got deleted.
delete
Yeah,
that?
you delete. You of course you would. You delete the one where the fella walks into your house, wouldn't you?
The one that would justify
all of
an
this
assault.
shit. Yeah, all of it.
At least the first assault, right?
Yeah.
It would just, at least in America anyway, and I think in Canada, because SE said the same thing. I find it hard to believe it wouldn't be the same in the UK. If someone
Any
walks
country.
into your house, right, that's a justification for some kind of altercation. That, of course, I would delete that video.
Yeah, that of all of the videos, that one would be the one that you delete, right? Surely. Yep.
Makes perfect
So
sense.
that one's gone. Forget about that one.
Yeah,
right? We
yeah.
just have to take Fight the Flat Earth's word that he picked the guy up by the neck after entering his house and chucked him outside on the railings, right? Because there's no video of that, any of that.
ones of him shouting at me in the street, and I've got maybe 8 different videos of him spitting. I've got the video of him spitting and threatening me. I've got and then what happened this morning, which we will get to.
Well, it's the ragdoll one. That's the one that everybody wants to see, isn't it? The Avengers movie one. That's the one that we all want to see. Don't think he's got that one either.
Soon as well. Whilst all this is going on, his sister decides to pay me a visit and comes slamming on the door. Emma answers the door, and this woman's like, "Where's your fucking man? Get your fucking man." Emma looks at me and she's like, "Stay in the kitchen. Don't you dare move." And you know what? When my wife tells me to do,
Emma, his missus says, "You stay there." Because he's dead protective of his family, right?
something, I fucking do it. So I stay in the kitchen. She's like, just go away, all right? And the woman starts saying about how if she thinks Simon's crazy, she better wait until they see how crazy she is. And she's gonna fucking bang out my wife, you know,
Wow.
and then she's gonna beat the shit out of me. This is all.
This is
Look at
in
the
Scotland.
chat.
This is in Scotland. Yeah.
Look at the chat. Rosalie
Harassment.
Bent. Look
Yeah.
at that. Look at that. Rosalie Bent.
Oh, I think the Flirfs will watch this and think twice about threatening fight the flat earth. Fight is obviously the right word. Yeah, I mean, like, oof,
Yeah.
fight the flat earth. He's known for it. It's real life. It's not just a character. The fight the flat earth that everybody knows, that's real to somebody who lives on his estate. It's a real person like that for reals. Angry. What a
on
character.
Ring camera. Emma is standing there looking at the Ring camera and looking back at her like, this is being recorded. Are you thick? Oh, you're going sideways. So then, as she walks off, she sees my son through his bedroom window and starts threatening him.
Threatening. Wow. Of course. What reason would Craig have to lie about any of this?
My 14-year-old son. So we reported this to the police, and that's being dealt with.
The 14-year-old son that watched him commit assault on this guy.
You right there, Ranty?
Ranty.
Where's he gone?
Uh-oh.
Ranty?
It's council estate gadget. It's the same everywhere, right? You just get on with your neighbours.
I'm not sure what's happened there.
You can imagine living next door to fight the flat earth. Who wouldn't want to do that? I mean, imagine all of the knowledge
Shane-
you gain. He's like a good...
Well, Ranty figures that out. Maybe come back in a
adopted
sec.
another
I'm going to
child.
read some super chats because you guys have been sending me a bunch of super chats whilst we're talking about this.
See this one here, this Philip. Ashton Richards said, did Ranty just die? Woodwork says he's off to batter the creep. Philip, it's given $10 US. Australian. Says, Christ, I know how you feel with junkies. Where I am, Australia, I've had a few run-ins with junkies. It's not a good feeling. Hope everything goes well with you. This guy's just borrowed his missus's bike, which he's got back again. Everybody has their problems, right? Everyone.
Did Ranty just die? Something happened to Ranty there. Okay, so I can't believe you guys are sending super chats for this. I don't feel like I should be getting paid for this, but thank you very much.
Doesn't feel like he should be getting paid for this. That'll come in a bit handy and a bit later. Right?
Megan
He
Satanis,
shouldn't be
$2
getting
says for FTFE's commissary. I may need something. Another $5 from Megan Satanis says, funding bust FTFE's escape tunnel. You have to bust me out of jail.
It's funny, isn't it? You'd have to fight the flat earth out. Give him some money so you can bust him out of jail. It's funny, like, once you've committed assault. It's worth laughing about.
And Megan Satanis for $10 says, buying FTFE a thieves toolkit +5 so we can rescue him. Oh, yeah, +5 tools would be good. Wonder where Ranty's gone. Pat in the chat for $10 says, Craig's channel, Viva Law and Order, in the fight against stupidity in the shape of the earth, is represented by two unequal groups, those with brains and those without. These are their stories. Dun dun. String News.
Yeah, fight against stupidity. Assault. Assault against stupidity. Assault the stupid. Or assault the neighbour, that's what it should be called. Fight the flat earth should now be called assault the neighbour.
One for $10 says, for the old prison wallet FTFE, yeah, I'm gonna need to buy some ramen noodles and stuff to start trading inside. Dave Kircher, $10, says, crime doesn't pay, but super chats do. So thank you very much for that, Dave.
He literally just said that. Literally just said, crime doesn't pay, but super chats do.
How's that?
Wow. Nice. What a character to have. See, this is why I think a lot of people don't want to talk about this, because it doesn't look good from any angle. From whatever perspective you want to look at this, these guys are doing a video about an assault that this man has committed on his neighbour.
Darren DeBaron for $4.99 says, welcome back to the channel that sets stupidity on an interesting ride that rotates 15 degrees per hour, but you can't see it because it's beyond your eyes range. For $2, £2 for €2, thank you very much. Just the Messenger 199 says, hey Ranty, good to see ya. You gotta love Ranty, but he's disappeared right now, so it's just infinite FTFEs. Yeah, he got mad and he's come up here. Megan Satanis, $3 with a fist bump. Thank you very much. Fist bump back. You know what? If I'm going to fist bump you, I will do it properly.
What's this?
Fist bump.
Do you see that?
Fist bump. Thank you very much. Fist bump back. You know what? If I'm going to fist bump you, I will do it properly.
Fist bump. Do you know what that is? I don't know, you Americans. Do you know what that is that he's got there?
Yeah, we'd call it a brass knuckle kind of thing.
Yeah, knuckle duster.
Mm-hmm.
Wally's in the chat saying, maybe you should watch the whole video, Bev. Yeah, we're 41 minutes in. We can't watch all of it before we've got through this part here, Wally.
Wally,
of all people,
did you just get here?
Yeah.
Of all people, Wally should know. Of all people, time is a thing, right? Time is a thing. we can't watch the whole video without watching the whole video. Thanks, Wally.
Yeah,
that was brilliant.
Well, maybe that's what we will be doing. Who knows? Wally,
don't drink so early in the morning, Wally.
Thanks for coming, Wally. But yeah, Fight the Flat Earth there has a knuckle duster. It sounds plastic and cheap, right? But at least he's still got a knuckle duster. Anybody else here got knuckle dusters? Is there any people who are constantly angry and lose their temper very easily, struggle to hold their temper, that have a knuckle duster? Anyone? Put one in the chat if you are constantly angry, very easy tempered, and own a knuckle duster. No? No. Fight the Flat Earth does all of those things. And he's just committed assault on this guy, telling us a story about it.
Fist bump. Sparky Stee for $5 says, £5 says, Craig, can we lock him up and Whitsit in a room and teach him a lesson? I do not endorse violence. Megan Satanis.
I do not endorse violence.
Yeah. But like Gadget said, when Jake the asshole offered him a fight, he said he was in a wheelchair. So he definitely doesn't endorse violence, except when it's your neighbour and you're committing assault.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a member for 20 months, says Craig is one
Exceptions have
bad.
to be made, you know.
Well, yeah, obviously there are exceptions for
Yes,
neighbours.
Mofo, I'm a naughty boy. I shouldn't have done what I did. Jess Tiger, $5.
Every time he says that, he laughs. It's like, what sort of impressions that man give you? Can you imagine this? The fella, I mean, you don't know the outcome of all of this sort of stuff, right? But his neighbour, this is public. They know who this man is. They've got to know, right? This guy is on the internet. They know what he does. Do not get to the end yet before commenting, right? We have to watch it in full before we can comment on it. Says Wally. Come on, Wally, get real.
Says fight the flat earth. Fight. Yes, indeed. Megan Satanis for $5 says, FTFE, welcome to Fight Club. Our first rule is we do not talk about Fight Club. It sounds like a stupid way to run a club, not talking about it, to be fair. Matt Hooks, member for 10 months, thank you very much, says, since when did the Navy teach boat people to fight? Runs and hides. Trust me, we're taught to fight. Someone comes on the ship, we got to know how to defend that ship.
See? It's submarine slash. They need to know how to defend it. Pirates and all of that sort of stuff, you know. It needs to be taught in the Navy nowadays. In the British Navy, anyway. Well, the Scottish Navy, perhaps. I'm not too sure.
Philip Hardward, $10 Australian, says, Christ, I know how you feel with junkies. Where I am in Australia, we had a few run-ins with junkies. It's not a good feeling. Hope everything goes well for you. Thank you very much.
Right.
Dave
Hope
Kircher
it goes
just
well
gifted
for
10
him.
memberships. So if you've just become a member and you didn't do it, say thank you to Dave. Dave's not here, man. And 3-1 for $5 says, bang out my wife. Means something completely different in the US. Yeah, I know. Let's see what's going on with Ranty. He went sideways and then disappeared.
It says, beat them up with a smile on your face. Do not be violent.
Well, Ranchi doesn't seem to be online anymore, so I think he may be having internet issues because of the fact that he's moving home. So we may have to continue without him. That's fine.
Oh, it's fine. He's not. He's coming back. Don't worry about it. He'll be back.
So, I had to go to court for this, obviously. And my solicitor suggested a plea deal. That I plead not guilty to the first one where he came into my home.
That they don't have the footage for.
But I do plead guilty to the threatening behaviour and the second assault because, you know...
Plead guilty.
It's very hard to defend against what I did in that situation. I was very aggressive, very forceful, maybe too much so, went too far, and I accept that. So,
He's pleading guilty, right? Remember this. He's pleading guilty to these things.
You know, it was suggested that I should speak to a social worker about my issues in general and what's going on.
Social worker.
So I had an interview with a social worker, and obviously the reports for everything, all the evidence, the report from the social worker.
About his anger, obviously, how easily tempered he is, about what he does and the fact that he's a fighter on the internet and he's very angry constantly, and, you know, his issues that he has.
I have a question.
Go on.
I have a question for you.
I don't know whether that's what he was doing. I was just saying that, you know, that's what I would have presumed the social worker would have had a word with him about. He would have been honest with the social worker, I think.
Well, I'm just wondering whether or not a solicitor in the UK, if he or she would have had the Ring video that was deleted, whether or not the solicitor would suggest that that person plead guilty. Because remember, the story is that the person walked into his house and threatened, which everything else led afterward. So it seems to me interesting. He's saying, "Well, I pled guilty." Okay, noble of you, I suppose, but I think most likely your solicitor told you you probably want to plead guilty here. But if he had had the video that was deleted again, his Ring camera, I'm supposing that only he deleted it, unless did the cat step on the remote or
I don't.
one
Yeah,
of the
I don't
kids
think
get a
it
hold of
works like that. I'm not too
No?
sure. No, I'm well pretty sure that would be one of the things that, you know, knowing Fight the Flat Earth, right? You put that on the on his channel, wouldn't he? I mean, wouldn't that be good stuff for him when how he had to deal with an intruder to his house? I mean, he could have looked really good at that, as opposed to assault, actually pleading guilty to an actual assault. He could have showed people how to deal with an intruder. Completely different story, but I mean, if they're unlucky enough that it's been deleted,
right?
It maybe just not be there. No, maybe the thing might not have switched on or something. Who knows? Might have been a ghost. It might have been a phantom within the camera, obviously, because the thing sounds like it definitely happened.
It goes to the judge, and then the judge makes a decision. So come the court case, final day, which was Wednesday just gone, I go to court, and you know, they've accepted my plea deal. So I've accepted that I'm guilty for the charge of threatening behavior, and I've accepted that I'm guilty for the charge, the second charge of assault. So the proctor fiscal and my solicitor do their little back and forth, and my solicitor explains pretty much what I've explained to you guys here today.
Somebody says here in the chat, Snipey McSendit says, didn't they threaten your wife and child though?
I think they're saying the same thing I'm saying, right? If they threatened you and walked into your house and you had a video of it, again, don't know why it's deleted. Why would you plead guilty?
Yeah. Well, they accepted his plea deal. His plea deal. Yeah. I mean, he just said, "Yeah."
I can't even get through to Ranty right now.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. So, and then the judge speaks to me, and the judge. Oh no! Right. So before that, in the courtroom, as my solicitor is reading out everything that I've just explained to you and the assault and everything, some guy at the back of the courtroom shouts, "Good on you, mate! I'd have done the same thing."
In a court, listen.
As my solicitor is reading out everything that I've just explained to you and the assault and everything, some guy at the back of the courtroom shouts, "Good on you, mate! I'd have done the same thing," and gets hoofed out by the bailiffs, which was quite funny.
It's quite funny. But that's what, you know, these characters that we've been talking about within this arena that come with their troll armies. That's the sort of thing that the troll armies do. Give encouragement. We call it farmer's boy in. So he's basically said he's got a farmer's boy there at the back of the court to do his farmer's boy stuff. And he thinks it's funny. It's quite funny, he said. Well, here it again.
Explain to you and the assault and everything. Some guy at the back of the courtroom shouts, "Good on you, mate! I'd have done the same thing," and gets hoofed out by the bailiffs, which was quite funny.
It's quite funny.
And then the judge speaks to me, makes it very clear that what
it's only an assault case. It's quite funny. A bit of light humour.
I did was wrong. You know, the violence is not acceptable. But his words were it's clear that the other guy is a habitual offender because he's well known to the police. That took the good nature of a good Samaritan too far, and it was the straw that broke the camel's back.
What was? Can anybody tell us? What was the straw that broke the camel's back of the good-natured Samaritan? Anyone? Can you remember what it was? That's right. It was the bike that he's got back. The bike that doesn't seem to have been stolen. Well, it's been returned. Doesn't matter who it was, but they're nobody's out of pocket or anything. The only problem is this guy got beat up. So I don't know what sort of a spin's been put on it, but I mean, there are certain people who can put a spin on these sort of things.
That was how the judge described the situation. The judge gave me credit for the fact that I was in the military. The judge gave me credit for the fact that I don't have a criminal record.
Didn't have a criminal record. He's just pled guilty to assault and threatening behaviour. So he does now have a criminal record.
And the judge gave me credit for the fact that I, in general, even though I'm always angry, control my temper.
Wow. So the judge said, I give you credit for knowing that you're always angry, but you've done well for controlling your temper, apart from beating the guy up and assaulting him this time.
His battery died. He's going to be back in 2 minutes.
Ranty's back. Thanks for coming, Blue. You come to see about your hero. Support, fight the flat earth.
Plastic says you're going to court with that mohawk. Yes, I went to court with the mohawk. Of course I did. It's part of me.
It's a mohawk, that, in case you were wondering. In court with a mohawk. What a rebel.
So the judge says that, you know, what would be suggested is a fine of £1,000, but due to all the good credit, the judge took the charge down to £400 of court costs and a £20 victim surcharge. So
£400 court costs and a £20 victim charge. So the guy gets 20 quid for being beat up by Fight the Flat Earth.
He got £20. That's what he gets out of all this. He gets £20 after what happened and what I did to him.
Or 20.
Lord Loomis Poo for $2 says, read the PDF.
What was that
Fucking
smile?
mate.
Holy crap. What was that?
Yeah, I think
Sure, there's
that's
nothing. We shouldn't read too much into this. I mean, Wally and Blue are both saying we really shouldn't. We're putting a little spin on it. We
yeah,
shouldn't.
we're the
reading
ones
too
that
much
are putting
of
the
this.
spin on it.
Yeah,
Well, we
yeah.
have to give both sides, right? It's only fair that there's some neutrality involved in this, because, I mean, Fight the Flat Earth is saying things. I mean, Fight the Flat Earth does say things, like just the same as Wally in the chat and Blue Marble Science in the chat. They do say things, but obviously their other side needs to be said. I mean, that's obvious. It's only fair within a commentary, right, to go over these things.
What PDF? Did you send me a PDF?
Somebody sent him a PDF. F him,
Oh,
mate.
here we go. Ranty's back. Stephen Alley, $2 says, what we have here is a clear case of FAFO, the judge. You're right, dude.
That's fuck about, find out. Fight the Flat Earth's got the assault charge. Guilty.
I am.
Charged with it.
Yeah, my battery died. It's so weird. I've got a new phone, and for some reason, it had 40% on it, and we've only been going for like 40 minutes or so. I even had it on charge at the same time, and it just died on me. So obviously the battery life on this isn't very good. So I'm hand holding it at the minute, charged into the main.
As long as you're alive,
So
that's
we'll
all
see
good.
how
The
long
chat
we
were
can
worried
last
that
this
you were
time.
dead or something. So
No, I'm all good. I'm all good.
I was just explaining to the chat that what came of it and what the charges were. So as you told me, you asked me, that there were 3 charges, 2 of assault and 1 of threatening behaviour. My solicitor.
There's chats here. We have to go this. £20. UK Lemon says £20 bargain. Didn't deserve 20p. This one here. I would have suspended the fine. George M. £20 to beat someone up. Bargain. That's Fight the Flat Earth's chat. You can read all of this yourself.
Suggested a plea deal, and I pled guilty to the second 2 charges, but not guilty to one of him coming into the house, which was accepted because I don't think anyone can deny that what I did when he came into the house was justified.
But there's no footage of that. It doesn't exist. It's been deleted. So you could say it was justified, but what was it?
Yeah, and remember that word, deleted.
Yeah, deleted.
Craig used that word. He said deleted, not lost, not it was scrambled up, not the camera didn't turn on, there was a malfunction. Deleted.
Yeah, deleted. Yep.
So we went to court, and I had to have a report from a social worker about my mental state and everything. And with all that, the judge at the end.
A report from the social worker about his mental state. Very angry. Very prone.
Decided that my charge would be £400 of court costs and £20 victim surcharge payable to him. So that is my punishment. It's over with in the courts. My punishment is that I have to pay £30 a month, I think, for a total of £420.
That's it. That's his punishment. Total punishment. Just a bit of money. Tim Tully's give him $20. Started to get a new bike. A new bike.
Yeah.
Which is a good result.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, what you were looking up to 7 years, right? So to go
absolutely.
from that, and I do believe that the judge actually had something nice to say about you as well. He did say he thanked you for your service, right?
Yeah. He said he gives me credit for the fact that I was in the military. I'm willing to serve my country, and he made quite a big thing about that. And my solicitor did say this is a judge that's known to like military people. So I was quids in there really.
Quid's in there, right? It's handy that he's been in the military then, because it seems like it's saved him, it's helped him out there. His military time. For assault. I mean, just because you've been in the military, don't sort of think you can get away with it. You might not be as lucky as Fight the Flat Earth here, committing assault.
Awesome. Now then.
Awesome, says Ranty. Awesome. Yep.
Should we talk about the injuries now, or should we talk about his what's happened today? Which would you prefer to do?
His injuries.
I honestly don't know if I want to mention the extent of the injuries on the stream, in case YouTube get angry with me. But I will briefly go over them.
Doesn't want YouTube to get angry with him. Speaking about the injuries he caused when he assaulted this man, his neighbour.
His face was messed up. There was there was cuts, there was bruises, there was, you know, broken bits on his face. So much so that later that evening he had to phone an ambulance to come out because my severe beating that I gave him had made him feel dizzy and stuff.
Had to call an ambulance out later on that evening for the broken bits on his face. Can't be talked about on YouTube to the full extent because he thinks that will get YouTube banned. That bad. 420 quid.
Yeah, I don't want to go through the full extent of the injuries because I don't know if YouTube will like that very much because they were pretty bad. And it's understandable with what I did to him, you know.
It's understandable for what he did to him. And Sarah Jones has done a thing here. Hold to 20 quid to him. 400 plus total. What about the fucking bike? He's got it back. He's already said about that. I hope he's going to let these people know that he did actually get the bike.
And again,
Well, here's the thing.
I don't like it.
we, you know, I mean, I'm going to do like a mini documentary on this.
Yeah.
I'm going to put a lot of effort into it so that it's told in the right way, where obviously you're given an interview just like this.
Ranty's going to do a documentary. Ranty's back, everyone. Doing a documentary about Fight the Flat Earth, about this particular case that Fight the Flat Earth assaulted his next door neighbour over a bike that he got back.
He will stare into documents for 200 hours. I think.
Well, he's been doing that already. He's been dreaming about this documentary ever since he heard about it in August last year. Ranty. I bet he's got it all planned and scripted and everything already.
And on my stream, I don't mind if you want to talk about it on my stream. That would be great. Because obviously, if it's a documentary type thing, I think people would like to hear just how badly it fucked him up. I'm pretty aware of it. So
again, they're smiling again there. They're laughing about it. How badly it was. The fact that he can't actually say how bad it was because YouTube might censor it. But Ranty will do it on his one when he does the documentary, right? It's funny. Smiling, both of them. Having a good time.
let's just say that I believe that the punishment that you got, the £400 fine, was very lenient considering the damage that you inflicted on him. But obviously, you know, people can speculate in the meantime as to about you know, how bad his injuries were. We'll find out when the documentary comes out on my channel, I guess. Then we'll keep it to that.
Yes.
An exclusive for the injuries caused when Fight the Flat Earth assaulted his next door neighbour over a bike that he's got back. That wasn't actually stolen or robbed or whatever. He's actually got it all back again. Globe Explained gives him €50 for your first instalment, by the way. Where can I contact you the best? Tried email and Discord, but no answer. Quick €50. Boom. Get in there.
And here's the thing, right? I found out recently that his daughter's going to be moving in with him, right? And
found out recently, what? Does that really matter? The fact that he assaulted? I don't know. When I say
that made me have a good hard think. And number one, I don't want to live in a neighborhood with hostility, right? Number two, if his daughter's moving in with him, she's completely innocent in all this, and I don't want her living in this hostile environment. So,
hostile environment. Anyone know what the hostile environment is? Coming from the guy that's been committed.
beating the crap out of him.
Yeah, yeah.
That
Yeah,
would
he
be the
doesn't.
hostile environment.
He doesn't want her to come and live anywhere near a violent offender. I mean, I think it's commendable for him to be concerned about children around a violent a guy that just assaults people, assaults his neighbours. Yeah,
I was this close to being the bigger man and going to him and saying, look, let's make it a truce, okay? What?
That's how close he was to being after he's assaulted him. Right? He was that close to being the bigger man after an assault.
What's happened has happened, right? For the sake of whatever, let's move on. I don't want to do that, but I felt like, right, if someone's, if maybe he's trying to get his life together, his daughter's moving in, whatever, I've got kids, I don't want there to, maybe I should go and do that. But then he kept spitting in front of my garden. He kept doing it. And he did that thing where he threatened me that I talked about earlier. And he keeps doing that, right? And then it gets to today.
Oh, yeah. Well, you see, this is the thing, you see, because I know what happened today. Actually, no, before we get to that, let's ask the audience again.
Let's ask the audience.
Do you think, forget that
keep the audience involved. Ranty's good at doing that, isn't he? Keeping the audience involved, keeping it going, right? He's a showman. Ranty's done all of this sort of stuff. He knows what he's doing.
An incident today, right? Before we get to that incident, right? Let's just pretend that this is all done and dusted. It's been to court. It was a couple of days ago. It's all sorted out now. Should Craig go around and just call a truce with the guy so that they can, live as a neighborhood with the family, etc., like that? If you believe that's the case, that Craig should make the first move, be the bigger man.
Craig should be the bigger man, really. I mean, he is the one that's been convicted of assault. So, I mean, the other guy could come up to Craig and call a truce about getting assaulted, couldn't he? Would it? Whose would it be? Who should be the bigger man? The person that's been assaulted, or the guy that did the assaulting? Who should be the one to make the first move in these scenarios when it's a neighbour?
Press 1. If you don't, and you just think sod him, screw him,
put it in the chat.
We'll keep this animosity going. Press 2, and we'll see where that ends up.
I'll put up a poll for that quickly. So the first poll, 71.
Look at all of the 2s. Keep this animosity going. Fight the flat earth. Yeah, that's what you should do. Maybe, assault him a few more times. I mean, what's he done? I mean, this is his chat. 2s. Report him. Get him out of there.
1% of people said that they would do what I did. So I'll put up a poll as well. Should FTFE be
There's
the bigger
a few
man?
ones in there. Mainly 2s, though.
And this is before we know that there was an incident today. So put that out of your mind for now. If it had all been just done and dusted, he's got his fine. Everybody's sorted it all out now. Should he just move on, try and just work it out with this guy? Because obviously you've got to live there, right? And you've got your kids to worry about. You've got your wife to worry about. Is it better to sort of draw a line under this and move on? Or should you keep this?
After you've assaulted somebody and been charged and, done for it, should you just sort of draw a line underneath it and say, no more assaults, right? Or should you just carry it on? What's Ranty asking here? What sort of a world are we living in? They're making light of this on a YouTube stream.
This going,
Keep it going.
I'd be interested to see what that poll is now, and then be interested to see in 10 minutes' time, if we run another poll, what their opinion is of it then.
Yeah.
That would be interesting.
So before we get on to what happened today, have you got any more questions for me about what's happened?
Yeah, I mean, I know that you've kept this out of the community, right? So I know that there's probably only a handful of people that have known about this, and that's quite surprising considering that the Flurfs normally.
Oh no, has he gone again?
Considering the Flurfs, not what you reckon he meant to say then?
Is he trying to blame some of this on the Flurfs? I mean,
I don't know.
it's-
Like how well he's done to keep it quiet, to not let anybody know. I've always put it to the fact that nobody give a shit about Red's rhetoric scamming £100,000 off people, or the fact that Sean Huffroad got a load of money from anybody. All of the stuff that carried on over in that past. Nobody bothered about that. And I don't think anybody would bother about this, personally. I mean, I know Blue Marble's in the chat saying how wrong Craig was to actually assault people, and, you know, how it's not the sort of thing that, as Ranty says, this community would sort of endorse as
no,
a
that's
good
not
thing.
what Blue. No.
Is that not what Blue's saying?
No,
No.
that's not what Blue's saying at all.
There seems to be a mistake in like how people are listening to the video, because I nowhere ever does the guy steal a bike. He gets lent a bike
And doesn't bring it back.
and then it gets misplaced for whatever reason.
Yeah, nobody knows that, but we do know that he does have the bike in his possession now. That very bike he has in his possession. He said that. He's got it back.
Mm-hmm.
Blue, you wouldn't get violent this way, would you?
Apparently, that seems to be everybody's go-to.
Sounds fair. But Blue Marbles thinks that the assault that Fight the Flat Earth has been, I don't know, committed? I don't know. What's it called?
It's convicted.
Convicted of, yes. A violent assault and threatening behaviour. I mean, he's not known to threaten. Yeah, he is actually, doesn't he? He threatens people on the internet all the time, this man.
Indeed.
That has now been convicted of threatening behaviour. I wonder whether they were aware of any of the stuff he did on the internet. Blue. But Blue says it sounds fair to him.
Mm-hmm. I would like to point. I'd like to point out as well, in the UK and Scotland, there are also many, 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 many other things to do before violence is ever necessary in this circumstance. I'm not saying we all. A lot of us have neighbours that do annoying things or behave in ways we don't approve of, but there are ways within the law of dealing with that.
Yeah, especially in council houses, right?
Or you could be like me and be that annoying neighbor with the loud dog that's always barking.
It could be. Could be. Have you ever been violently assaulted or threatened?
No, I got
From
good
any of
neighbors
your
and a cop
neighbours?
lives across the street, so I'm good.
Well, Blue Marble seems to think it's fair that your neighbours could assault you. It's fair. But like if you lend a bike to somebody, then would you consider that stealing? Rob? Anyone? If you lend somebody a bike or money or anything really, it doesn't really matter. Would you then say that person has stole something from you?
Only if they didn't return it when they said they would return it.
Is it still stealing?
Technically, no.
Similar to stealing.
No.
Similar to stealing. Is that
It-
is
well,
that
they-
an offence somewhere within the court system or anything? I mean, don't forget, Fight the Flat Earth has the bike back. We don't
The
know
whole
the
story sounds
circumstances
wild.
of it. Yeah, it just sounds a little bit, but the actual facts of the situation are, the bike was given to this man by Fight the Flat Earth, and Fight the Flat Earth now has the bike back in his possession and has been convicted of assault and threatening behaviour. And he has said something about this other guy's family on a live broadcast on YouTube. We'll get to them, he said.
Oh, no, Ranty.
I'm still here.
Oh, there you are. Sorry.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Yeah, so it just goes to show that the Flurfs can't research, right? Because you're actually giving them ammunition now.
Flurfs can't research. What's Ranty talking about? Who needs to research anything? Like, what's the idea
What do
of
Flurfs
this?
have to do with this anyway?
Don't know. Oh, it sounds like they're fucking obsessed with stuff.
Because obviously this is going to be a talking point.
Yeah.
And
this will
people
be
are
in
going
the
to
press.
make their own opinion.
Dunfermline Press, they basically report on all kind of crimes like this, assaults like this. So soon this will be in the newspaper in my local area.
It's a crime. He admits it's a crime that has occurred within this. It's this one says here, Twitch says, make the crackheads known. What crackheads? The ones that have been assaulted by Fight the Flat Earth. Is that what we should be doing? We should be making the people that Fight the Flat Earth assaults known to everybody. Then everyone can say, you were the one that got assaulted by Fight the Flat Earth, aren't you?
Surely that's not what's being discussed here.
That's what's... I mean,
Surely
who's the victim here?
That cannot be something that they're entertaining. No, really?
This is, Wally says, the whole point of this is for Fight the Flat Earth to show why he was wrong.
I would disagree.
Well,
for me, this is conspiratory theory. This whole interview is to show people in modern times that you can just commit a crime, and if you are in military or you are just in safe position, you can just commit a crime without punishment, because this 20 pounds, it's just ridiculous punishment. So generally, he is proud of not proud, but he is saying, he's giving message that you can commit a crime, serious crime, and if you are in good social, let's say, position, you can do that without punishment.
Yeah,
New times
we've
incoming.
got a guy saying that this is global drama. Well, I don't know what this has got to do with Flat Earth and Globe at all.
No, nothing at all.
This is modern day society. This guy is admitted that he's assaulted somebody. A crime has been committed.
Hang on, though. Every comment, well, not every comment, a lot of the comments and a lot of the statements by Ranty and stuff seem to be jabbing at flat earthers.
Yeah, because he's called Fight the Flat Earth, and he has been committed of assault. There's the commonality, right? He's living his character now in reality. Except this guy that he's actually assaulted, we don't know what the cosmology. I don't know why it'd be important. The cosmology of anybody, right? Whatever they think of anything, it doesn't matter. The point is that a crime's been committed, and what these two people are doing is putting it on the internet. And well, you judge what for what purpose are these putting it out?
And on the website, and the flat earthers will find out about it. So I figured it was best to get ahead of it.
And I
Everyone will find out about it. Like, why is he bothered about the flat earthers? What does it matter? What the cosmology or what point anybody thinks of this? This is like an everyday matter. This man has assaulted somebody in his local area. Why are you bothered about what flat earthers are going to think? I wouldn't be bothered about it. Unless it's his internet character, right? They want to get a bit of justification for his internet character. Sell a bit more t-shirts or whatever. It's got something to go with now.
I think that's the best thing to do is to put the side out of that, to hold your hands up for what you believe that you did wrong, to own that, and to essentially, well, you've been given a fine now, £400. It's quite a lot of money, you're a big YouTuber, but you're not the biggest, and money's hard to come by.
Yeah.
It really is. And £400 out of your pocket for essentially somebody who's, this all started because somebody stole your bike, right?
Yeah.
Hang on.
No. Right, he
Crime
gave
doesn't pay,
him
but
a bike.
super chats do.
Yeah, he said that earlier, but he's just said somebody stole your bike. No. He gave his missus's bike to the guy that asked if he could borrow the bike, which they have now back again. So Ranty's just made that up. I'll put it back again so you can listen to it. Ranty's putting a spin on it. Listen to what spin Ranty puts on, because this isn't true.
Money's hard to come by.
Yeah.
It really is. And £400 out of your pocket for essentially somebody who's, this all started because somebody stole your bike, right?
No, Ranty. Nobody stole anybody's bike.
Okay, there's word extortion for that.
Mm-hmm.
This is not stealing, extortion. Or obtaining by deception.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, he agrees.
And to me, that seems unfair. On the other side of the coin, knowing his injuries, you're lucky you didn't get a jail term. But it is what...
He's laughing. He literally just said, knowing his injuries, you're lucky you didn't get a jail term.
Which they've said several times they were going to talk about. Well, Ranty said he was going to ask him about it. I haven't heard it yet.
He
about
said
what
it.
his
No,
injury-
Fight the Flat Earth said he can't talk about them because YouTube won't like it.
YouTube won't like
it's
it.
that
Well, that
bad.
must be
Yeah, the
pretty bad to them.
injuries were that bad that YouTube would probably do it. So he's saving that for the documentary for Ranty's channel when he goes over it there. But yeah, I mean, they are glorifying this now at the minute. They're laughing and
There's
joking.
no doubt about it.
Yeah.
What it is. I mean, it's a lesson learned, right?
Yeah.
But what's the poll say? What's the poll say
Should
currently?
FTFE be the bigger man in makeup?
There's one here that says should have paid 800 and clapped him again in Fight the Flat Earth chat.
38% say yes, and 63% say no.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Right.
This one here. You should have buried him in the backyard. Another one. He will probably see truce as vulnerability and use it to his advantage. This is the advice coming from Fight the Flat Earth from his chat. So if you want to know the type of people that Fight the Flat Earth has in his chat, These are the sort of comments. Yeah, anybody can see this in Fight the Flat Earth's comments. So just be aware that people that may be around this arena.
Let's get on to today then. Let's and this was caught on Ring as well, you know.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
Right.
and I recorded it on my phone as well, especially the really good bits. So
Especially the really good bits, he says. The other bits got deleted. However they got deleted. Whether the camera did it itself, whether Fight the Flat Earth did it, whether the cat did it, who knows? It has been deleted, but not this new one with the good stuff.
this morning, as every morning, we get up with the kids, getting ready for school. And Emma usually takes them to school, come back, and then we'd do housework or whatever, or go for a swim and work on the channel. As Emma goes out, she then comes back in and she says, "He's just spat on the floor again when I was out there," right? And I look at the Ring camera, and it's right as my wife goes out.
Wally says in our chat, Bev, don't read all the dumb comments, please. And now you're going to the those people thing that you hate. So, Wally, you want me to stop reading dumb comments? In which chat? I guess in our chat, right? I can do that, right?
I think that Wally is worried because his fellow globe earthers look dumb. So don't read it.
They look bloodthirsty, not dumb.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, if I had to say, they look bloodthirsty.
Yeah,
But
somebody
don't read
says,
that. Don't point that out, Bev.
Pro tip,
Don't point it out.
don't lend your kids' bike, kids, to a drug addict. I mean, who's a drug addict? Like, what?
Where are the mods? Where are the mods in his chat? I mean, we have some pretty decent mods here. I don't know that we would allow this kind of
Mods
kind of
make
talk.
those same comments.
I know, Rob. That's what I'm saying. Where are the mods, right? Because this doesn't look good for Craig. That Wally and Blue are in here lamenting the fact that we're going through this. Obviously, it doesn't look good for him. Doesn't look good for him. Doesn't look good for Ranty. Where are his mods?
Yeah, I think we were going over this because literally no one else will.
Absolutely.
Nobody cares about this. This is the sort of behavior that's going to get more and more. The snowflakes in this place are just going to get more and more emboldened within their attitudes and stuff. They're going to try and put spin on things.
Wally wants you to ignore Fight the Flat Earth's chat, Bev.
Well, I have learned to do that whilst in debate. But not for this particular thing. This is what we want to be pointing out to people. This is exactly what happens. These are the comments that keep popping up. Well done, Wally. Anything you think we need to know, just point out again. Keep posting it in the chat.
He walks past in front of her.
Spitting.
And I'm like, my kids have got to walk out there to go to the car. Right? So I pop my head out the door, and he's standing there with someone else who I didn't recognise. I was like, oi! Quit fucking spitting in front of my garden. That's disgusting. Because it is. Right? And I'm like, it's just stop it. And him and his friend, who it turns out is his sister's partner, start screaming like chimpanzees in mating season, calling me a bully, shouting about how I've assaulted him.
He's been convicted of it at this point. So yeah, saying that he has assaulted him is a thing. Yeah, obviously.
And
not a false statement.
The guy, the main guy, threatened me with death several times. Said, "You're fucking dead. You're fucking dead." Whilst his friend, his sister's partner, was trying to get up my ramp to get to me. Emma stood on the ramp and wouldn't let him past.
So this one here says, spitting is a crime. Assault, really? So, I mean, spitting's is like an assault. Like Fight the Flat Earthers assault. So it's 1 for 1 now, right? The guy's had a spit outside. But the guy might have a problem in his throat. I mean, who knows?
I do have to agree, though. Spitting is disgusting. It's not a very nice thing. But again, there are other ways of dealing with it. When you have someone that you don't want to interact with, there are many routes for you to report that kind of behavior, especially when you live in council estates, especially.
Spitting is a crime. Yeah, he got the bike back. This 666 Megan upside down cross Santana's upside down star 666 says, who cares what flat earthers think about it? They are window licking crayon munchers. I don't know why that's, I mean, who cares?
And then Simon, sorry, I keep saying his fucking name. Oh well, it's out now. And then this guy also comes up the ramp and starts also pushing against Simon, against my wife. And the guy, his sister's partner, pulls Emma's hair. Whether it was an accident or whatever.
Whether it was an accident or whatever. He literally said that. Listen to it again.
Okay, can we just go into, sorry, before that, right? You've already had altercations with this person.
Mm-hmm.
And your first response to them doing something that you can report to housing and whoever, your first response to them spitting on the floor outside in shared grounds is to shout at them and provoke a response from people that you've had altercations with.
But wasn't he in the car when this started, and now he's in the house, blocked by the ramp and his missus?
No, I think he started in the house, but
are you sure?
To be honest, I don't know. I can't keep
really that bothered. But yeah, there's an altercation on a ramp, which is obviously his ramp, right? He can't just hobble around everywhere. He needs a ramp, right? It must be for his wheelchair or something. That's the only reason you'd need a ramp, not for walking, right? For hobbling. You don't have hobbling ramps.
These two have just rammed into my wife, trying to push her up the ramp, and then one of them's pulled Emma's hair.
Whether it's an accident or not.
Emma's made it clear that I was not allowed to go out. Plus, my son was there with me, telling me, Dad, just stay calm, don't do anything.
So he's got his kid and his missus. They're protecting him, I think.
So the ring camera recorded. And
go on.
I was going to say that the guy shouldn't have been doing what they did outside. But if I'm with my children in an apartment, in a flat, and there's someone outside doing something I don't agree with, I'm not going to start shouting at them to provoke a response.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially if you've just been convicted for assault on this person.
And I got my phone out and I started recording as well.
Always wise.
And
one of the best things, if you ever feel threatened by somebody, get your phone out. Once you're standing behind your kid and your missus, right? One of the best things to do.
Him and his partner's, his sister's partner, were then out in the street screaming at me about how they're going to kill me.
Out in the street now they are.
and how when they find me without my camera, they're going to bounce me up and down the street. Yeah, it's a
One they find him without his camera.
lovely way to talk to a disabled veteran in his house in the morning, you know.
Oh, it's dead bad, isn't it? Don't you feel sorry for him? Disabled veteran that he is. Convicted of assault. That grabbed him by the throat. Ragdolled him around like the Avengers movie, Hulk thing.
So the thing is that they're fucking stupid. Because they...
Who else does Fight the Flat Earth consider stupid? Anyone? Have you ever heard Fight the Flat Earth calling anybody else stupid?
Well, to be
Pretty much everyone.
yeah, everyone, but also at the very beginning of the show, he actually called himself stupid.
Mm-hmm.
He said he did a very stupid thing.
Yeah, he broke his bail conditions. That was stupid for putting the guy's bike in. But the fellow, luckily enough, the fellow was even more stupid that he didn't call the police to let him know.
They just committed several crimes on cameras. So I, of course, had to phone the police, and I did. And now there is a warrant out for both of their arrests for threatening to kill me and for assaulting my wife.
Not a similar sort of assault that, grievous stuff that he did. But it's handy, the way it works out like this. Is tit for tat now, isn't it? Now we're all even. And he was going to be the bigger man earlier. But I'm guessing.
And it's an ongoing thing as well. I mean, this should have been all brushed under the carpet now. You went to court, you that should have been all done and dusted as far as the police should be concerned. This is an incident, it's been done. You've had to pay a fine, you've had to give him £20 in compensation. He should be happy with that. Again. He's got 20.
Do you hear that?
Yes, 20 pounds. Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Did you hear what Fight the Flat Earth said? Listen to the little comment from Fight the Flat Earth.
Done. You've had to pay a fine. You've had to give him £20 in compensation. He should be happy with that. Again. He's got
40 quid, do it again, he said. Do you want to hear it again?
Done.
Definitely says it.
You've had to pay a fine. You've had to give him £20 in compensation. He should be happy with that. Again. He's got 20 quid. He's got
the nerve.
20 quid and didn't even have to mow your lawn, right? So he's quid's in, right?
Bev,
but he's still not happy.
It looks like in our chat we've got some people who are very, very determined to stick up for assault and violence, no matter what.
Well, he's on their team, isn't he? He's one of their, all they're doing is sticking up for their men. One of the brothers, Fight the Flat Earth. I mean, they all defend the globe, right? And I guess they're all fighting against Flat Earth. And they've got to stick up for him. Got to stick up for your brothers. Well done, guys. I hope you get to do a collab or whatever with them.
And
it's not.
I guess my question is there's a warrant out for them, but these new people that are coming on the scene, it seems like they're wanting to carry on this more, which in my mind that
wanting to carry on what more? The assault that Fight the Flat Earth has been actually convicted of. The crime. They're wanting to carry it on. Carry what on?
kind of makes me unsettling for you. I mean, I feel like that you need to start asking yourself these sort of questions, like, do you want to live?
This here says he deserves death. Send that to the cops. Do I have to get a plane ticket, bro? I'm WFH. I can do it from here, from there. That's, I mean, he's got some good, I mean, look at that triangle with the eye in the middle of it. I mean,
Live in that same street anymore? Is there any way that you can
No,
do something
honestly, I
different
don't. I
with
don't
that?
want to live here anymore. I love this home. This is a great home for me. The rooms are great. The space is great. You know, I've got a wet floor shower room. You know, I've got the ramp coming up to the. This is it's designed for me because I'm disabled, and but right now I don't feel safe in my house, in my street. You know,
he doesn't feel safe. The guy convicted of assault is the one that doesn't feel safe. That makes sense, doesn't it? Why do you think that is?
if I go outside to the bins, am I gonna fucking get jumped by some junkies? I don't know. You know that, and that's what I feel like now. But you know, I'm not really in a position where I can just move either. You know.
Oh, terrible.
And it feels like this all started because you were the good Samaritan. You know, you were the guy helping him out.
Yeah.
He's the guy that took advantage. Sure, you wanted your bike back, but this is all escalated from him taking, and essentially stealing.
Yeah.
And
yeah, he got the bike back. He got the bike back.
now you're in a situation where you've got to worry about your wife being assaulted, who has been assaulted today.
Yeah.
Your children, yourself, whose life's been threatened. You know, this is pretty serious stuff, considering that this guy has already had a conviction for attacking people or a person with knuckle dusters, right?
Right, this guy is the one that Fight the Flat Earth has assaulted. What's Ranty doing here?
He's justifying this assault.
Yeah, it's putting a massive spin on it. It's, you know, Fight the Flat Earth is the one now that's feeling threatened.
Yes, he is victim.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Gadget.
Nunchucks.
And
Nunchucks.
other weapons as well.
Yeah.
So this isn't an idle threat to me. You know, this
No.
this to me is a serious situation. This is a situation that if I was in your shoes, I would be trying to move if possible, because
Ranty's advice to fight the Flat Earth is to move.
I don't think there's any reconciling
Can
with
you
them anymore.
pause it?
Go on, yeah.
I just want to like speak to Wally. What about all the other stuff, Bev? You are spinning it. What other stuff? And how is it being spun? Please. We're letting Fight the Flat Earth tell his story. And we're talking about it.
See, the problem is, Wally, I know Fight the Flat Earth and the names Fight the Flat Earth calls people. Do you assume that if I was the one that lived upstairs from Fight the Flat Earth, what would Fight the Flat Earth be saying about me? If, for instance, because I can put myself in the position of this other person. I don't know what Fight the Flat Earth is talking about, you know, but the sort of things Fight the Flat Earth is saying about this other guy, he said worse about that of me. So that's all I'm looking at this for. Blue Marble. Yeah, of course. You and Wally have a conversation about it. But I know Fight the Flat Earth has actually said that I'm, a convicted felon, right? Not an attempted or whatever. He's actually said that I'm a criminal. Because he thinks level being horizontal is this sort of... it allows you to call people these sort of names. It's very obvious. Like the Flat Earth admits it. Which we'll get to in a bit.
Hang on. Did I hear about the long list of things the neighbour took over the months prior, constantly asking for money? Yes, I heard that. And yes, I imagine everybody's had a neighbour like that. Okay? But most of us as adults get to a point where we say, okay, we can't be lending things that matter to people or things of great value or giving them there's other ways to help people who have issues. Handing over a very valuable bike to someone you know has a history of not giving things back. Okay?
If that's what you say, right? He's the one that said this. He's the one that's give the guy money. He's the one that said the guy isn't trustworthy. He's the one that's saying all of this. Nobody knows about this guy. Nobody's ever talked to this guy. If this guy's listening to this or wants to come and have a chat with us, Discord, on the level, come in. Let us know. We don't know anything other than what Fight the Flat Earth's been telling everyone. As do you, Wally. You don't know any more about this or anything. What we're faced with is, do we trust Fight the Flat Earth and what he's saying? Do we trust Ranty as being an honest person? Is that the sort of people that we're dealing with, that we're talking about here? These two YouTubers. Do we trust them, what they say?
And also watch carefully their faces when they're talking about things that supposedly like Fight the Flat Earth is scared. All of that. Just watch the face reactions as the video continues.
Yeah, he feels awfully threatened because he's the one that's just been convicted of a violent assault. He's a physical specimen. He's a black belt second dan in karate.
I know we did a poll, should you be the bigger man? But I don't feel that this is not going to get resolved by being the bigger man. I think that, my advice to you would be, if possible, try and relocate somewhere else. Not just for yourself, but for your family as well. Because this could, considering that they gave death threats to you today, this could escalate, and your whole family could be in some danger here.
I do agree with Ranty there.
Oh, he's in danger. Yeah, of course he is. He's living in a Scottish council estate where he's Fight the Flat Earth. He's a grass. He's the one that's committed assault, and now he's the one that's grassing for pulling hair. Have you never heard Fight the Flat Earth say you're dead? Pretty sure I've heard him say that. He gets very angry. It'll all be documented, though. All of this is definitely documented for what he's saying and what he's talking about.
How I feel, he keeps threatening me, saying that, my family and all this, and, I'm not... I can defend myself, and I will, but at the same time, who knows what junkie's going to turn up with a fucking pocket knife or something, you know?
Hmm.
So,
Yeah.
you know,
Or listen,
that's
they
where
could
I
throw
am right
anything
now.
in the garden.
Yeah.
They could throw anything in the garden, you know,
Yeah.
needles. You know, your children play out there. And, you know, you've already had them come up your drive today, come into your garden, assault your wife. You know, at this point, I believe that you need better. Can you ask your audience again? Can you do another poll?
Yeah, well,
Can
I
you do
did.
another?
See this here. Is that Judy? Is that Judy from, what's he called? I don't want to get it wrong. Research Flat Moon. Is that the Judy that's always there like a super mod?
I think so.
It says, I would have beaten him with one of my legs. From Judy Bassett.
Okay, can we I don't know if Kev's still here, but at some point need to
Yes.
talk about the way that groups of people and how their thinking changes when they're in groups and following, you know, the narrative. And
Hack mentality.
Yeah, it feeds.
yes,
It only feeds off of they feed off of one another, which is what's happening in his chat. That's why, with all due respect to Wally and Blue, and to be completely honest, yes, all of us could put ourselves in someone like Craig's shoes, who thinks that they've done right by someone to try to help them, and they think they've been slighted, and you've gone a little too far, et cetera, that led to all this. Absolutely. But there's a couple of things that you guys might be missing. One is the reaction of both Craig and Ranty during this entire video. And the second is the reaction of Craig's chat. Now, if I were Craig and I were doing this video to say, look, guys, I did something I shouldn't have done. It was the wrong thing to do. I really want to get it out there to explain to everybody I'm not proud of what I've done, yada, yada. Great. You don't leave it open to your chat, because Emma's point is valid. It's only going to feed. You can see it. You can read it for yourselves. There's been 10,000 views on this video. This is the kind of stuff we're talking about. The level of escalation, because people cannot have conversations. I'm not saying that Craig could have had a conversation with this guy. What Bev is saying is that this is a broader perspective in our world today, but nobody wants to seem to talk about it.
this is
Okay.
how the witches got burnt.
Indeed.
But who's the witch?
Right?
The guy that's been assaulted.
Or the guy that's threatened his family now after all this has taken place.
The witch is anyone the group decides is not part of the group and has gone against the group, or the main accepted narrative, opinion, knowledge, whatever. If you're the odd one out standing against the group, you're the
God help
witch.
you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't matter how right you are and how wrong the group is. The group, I mean, what do you do against a group?
But where
One
is the
person.
group in this? Right, where is the group? Because I know Wally and Blue and they're imagining Fight the Flat Earth is on their group, right? He's one of them. And all of these people in the chat, they're on Fight the Flat Earth group.
Yep.
But this is real. Fight the Flat Earth has really assaulted somebody in his housing estate.
Yep.
Right? Where is the group for Fight the Flat Earth? It's only on the internet. Nobody knows what's going on in the actual place where he lives, the reals. So yeah, the group where Fight the Flat Earth lives, he might not be part of the big group. Or he could just be some guy. And then there could
But-
just be
yeah.
another guy, and he's just assaulted this guy. Been
Yeah,
committed,
you're right.
convicted for it.
Yeah, you are right.
And you're only getting one side of the story.
Yeah.
Don't forget. No one's heard that I know of has heard from this other guy. We're only getting Craig's side.
Well, I wonder if, I mean, supposedly a documentary is going to be made. So,
don't think so.
Normally a documentary would include a response at least from the person the documentary is about.
Look at Blue.
I know, yeah. Nobody's coming into your house, Blue. You're making up a scenario that doesn't and won't ever happen. Like
Yes.
the Flat Earth had it deleted, right? So what are you talking about?
Blue says our laws are different, but if you break into my house and threaten me or my family, may God have mercy on you because I will have none. Yeah, a lot of people that are lucky enough to live in the United States, or maybe unlucky, depending on your view, can say that and actually put that into use. But you know as well as I do, Blue, you do that, and depending on which state you happen to live in the United States, you could end up in jail. You know that.
So in exactly the same circumstances, and we don't know what they are because, as Bev said, there's no video. We just have, Fight the Flat Earth word that this guy entered his house. Maybe, we don't know what happened. He came into his house. But would your first instinct just be to shoot them, Blue? I mean, if that is what would happen, I feel really bad for anybody ever going near your house. What about if the mailman, I would say postman, but the mailman knocked on your door, but you'd left it ajar and he thought, I know what, I'll just push the door open and chuck the parcel on the floor. Oh no, Blue's there with his gun, ready to shoot them.
Wally says, Bev, you're identifying groups again. You're being divisive. Really?
Which groups?
Really?
The groups of people who live where Fight the Flat Earth actually lives. Like I did say, that, Fight the Flat Earth is just one guy. His upstairs neighbour is just another guy. I don't know anything about that situation, what's going on there. But I do know Fight the Flat Earth is going on YouTube and talking to his crowd of people. That group. Wally.
The group that includes Caucasian Sensation, who gives $5 and says this man got the ass kicking all entitled snowflakes need. Who's that group? Who's
all
that group?
entitled snowflakes,
Wally?
the ones that get assaulted.
Well, it's anyone you label an entitled snowflake, therefore is now deserving. That's what it is. They just want to be able to put you under a label, and if it's a bad label, you're in trouble.
Interesting, that comment, Emma.
Yeah. Hopefully you clean up his behaviour, but probably he's an addict in the worst way. Probably. Here's some money. The guy that you've just been convicted for assaulting and threatening behaviour, right? From a guy who's admittedly angry all of the time, that has a problem controlling his temper. Actually, on the internet, everybody can justify that. It's not like, well, that's a surprise. I'd never have thought Fight the Flat Earth would have done something like that. Well, maybe not you thought the assault, but yeah, definitely angry all of the time and aggressively threatening behaviour, right? That's a given with this guy. Read what you got it wrong, what Blue said, Emma.
Well, that's okay. That's okay because guess what, Blue? You've got several things wrong that Fight the Flat Earth has said in the video himself. or not said. So, tit for tat.
Here we go. We're gonna have to get through this. We've got a fair bit to go.
The poll.
So what I did was I ended that last poll, which was 65% no and 34% yes. Should I be the better man? And then I've asked again, after hearing what he's done since then, should FDFE be the bigger man? And now basically everyone's saying no.
Right. Maybe do another poll then and ask, should you move? Or
Another
should you stay there? Is it beneficial for you to stay where you are because you've got all the commodities and amenities that you have in your house with your wet shower and everything like that, everything that you need being disabled? But is that based upon your current circumstances, which is having your life threatened, your wife's been assaulted, you've got to worry about your children? At what point is having the comforts of your wet room and, you know, things like that more important than that? So, you know, my poll would be, should you move or should you stay? You know, what guarantee are the police going to give you that they can look after you in this situation?
Because Fight the Flat Earth is a convicted assault guy, right? So that he needs being protected by the police. I'm pretty sure it's high on the thing in Scotland that just straight after somebody's been convicted of threatening behaviour and an assault, I'm no doubt he does feel aggrieved, right? He's every right to, hasn't he? Fight the Flat Earth, living in Scotland, council estate, being convicted.
Because I don't feel that they can.
No.
No, I don't think the police can.
I will ask them as well. Yeah, so basically 90% of people there now think, no, I shouldn't be the bigger man. Should I move? Let's see what people think.
Should he move?
I mean,
do you think, Blue? Should he?
I would like to move. You know, if I had the money, I would gladly go somewhere else. But as it stands, I'm a council renter myself. You know, this place was given to me by the council because of my needs, and moving home isn't quite as simple as that. You know, if I was some super Mr. Beast YouTuber that makes £20 million a video, then easy, I'll go live in a hotel for a bit or something, you know. But
go live in a hotel.
Although my YouTube channel provides for me and my family, and we've got a relatively comfortable life from it, we don't really have enough money to just go and move house.
I understand. So it feels like you're trapped in a lot of ways, then.
Yeah, it does feel a bit like that. I honestly can't believe the amount of support I'm getting in super chats, guys. I didn't think that this would be a super chat stream.
Of course he didn't.
But the support you guys show me with what I go through,
you didn't turn them
make
off
me cry
though,
again. So
no, we didn't.
Can you not?
I can't see the super shots because I'm on my phone, so I have no idea what's happening right now. But
mention it again.
Yeah,
come on, Ron.
I'm assuming that you've got some generous people out there too. Like you were generous to this guy originally. You know, you looked after him, and I guess that your audience is looking after you, right? So, what's the poll currently at? What are we doing on the poll?
Should I move? Is 52 to yes and 48 to no. So it's pretty split down the middle.
Split down the middle, yeah. You know, you gotta weigh it all up, haven't you? Yeah. You know what's best.
What I am currently doing, and I don't care if he knows this. In fact, I hope he watches this stream and understands this.
So he's hoping this guy watches this stream that he's doing right after finding out about the conviction and finding out how much he's got to pay for this guy.
That I am reporting everything to the council, to the housing officer that lives around here. I'm telling him everything. I'm telling him the fact that I'm pretty sure he works for cash in hand while still getting benefits, which is legal. I
would just have to point this out. I don't know if anybody lives in what sort of areas, right? Fight the Flat Earth is hoping that this fella and everybody else on the estate that he lives in is watching this video. Or if the guy that watches this video from this estate, he's at least going to be able to go round and tell all of the other neighbours from this estate that Fight the Flat Earth's living in, that Fight the Flat Earth is reporting everything to both the police and the council. I don't know what sort of that is called in all sorts of other areas, but I know what we call that round here. And I'm not surprised he wants to move, because that wouldn't go down very well, I wouldn't imagine, considering he's saying what he's saying. This one here, Tony Purple, for $50. Here's a little to help you with your court and judgment costs. Love you, buddy.
I don't think I even told you guys that there was one time, right, where Emma took him to a food bank because he was so poor and couldn't have any food, right, or whatever. And he went into this food bank and he came out with shitloads of stuff. He got in the car, sat next to Emma and was like, I told him lies that my kids were coming over so I could get more food. This is the kind of person he is.
So he's just admitted there that his wife aided him in stealing from a food bank. Transport aid.
You know?
He sounds like scum, mate. He sounds
scum
like
is
scum.
the right word. Absolutely. And I've called him that to his face several times now. And I will keep calling that to his face.
He said he'd call me that to my face too. Fight the Flat Earth.
So, you know, that's where we are right now. That's the whole story. That's what I live with my neighbor. Somehow people in the street defend him.
People on the street defend him. So that's people in his neighborhood defend the other guy, obviously, because this guy's assaulted him. They say, this guy here, Paul Camis, says, I'll pay his compensation.
And call me a bully because I guess he lies to them about what happens, you know? But obviously they're too dumb to realize that I've got video footage of them.
Too dumb. That's his neighbours, right? Not the guy that he's assaulted, but the other people on the estate that he says that this other guy lies to about. He can judge truth and lies. Fight the Flat Earth can. He's the guy that does all of this.
The majority of the stuff that has happened, you know?
And it's literally today as well. I mean, this last incident, it seems to me like it's escalated because it was originally with yourself, but if it's bringing your wife into this, who had her hair pulled, did they step onto your property as well?
They were in the garden, but in Scotland there's no trespassing laws. No one's garden belongs to them.
Right. Still, you know, I'd class my garden as my garden. You know, I mean, if anyone steps on my garden, it's mine.
I'm the same, but there's no legal recourse for someone stepping into your garden in Scotland, unfortunately. Oh my God, I cannot actually believe the support I'm getting. It is
can't believe it.
It's a little bit emotional, Randy. Like there's a few 50 quid super chats there and stuff. Like I'm a little blown away. Basically my fine's been paid for with
Hey, listen, if your fine's been paid, that's amazing. Hey, listen, I hope this guy is watching, because do you know what he needs to realize is that you're one of the bigger YouTubers in Scotland, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you command a fairly decent audience. But not only that, you have a community of people behind you too that will, you know, I'm sure, want to do their own little spin on this and talk about it. And Simon, is his name. I don't know his surname yet, but I will put his full name out on my channel.
So he said Fight the Flat Earth has a community that wants to put their own spin on this, right? It's getting juicy now, right? The first part of this has occurred. Now we're into, well, putting the real spin on it, right?
And Ranty's going to put his full name out there.
Uh-huh. Yep. Yeah, this is
Seems,
the guy.
Seems good, right?
Yeah, this is the guy that has been assaulted by Fight the Flat Earth.
So yeah, just be aware, if Fight the Flat Earth ever assaults you, you will get your full name put out.
Yeah, and the community will, well, do
By
whatever
Ranty,
it
though,
does.
Emma.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the
No,
community.
Fight the Flat Earth has put this guy's name out on Facebook, on
Yeah.
his account on Facebook. Yeah.
And the community has shown their appreciation by paying all of his
fines for the assault that he's been convicted of. So he's just got a conviction now, right? No monetary value or anything. No court costs, nothing else for him to pay. All that is now Fight the Flat Earth has a criminal charge. It's a bit like street cred, right? He's Fight the Flat Earth that has actually assaulted people. So he should now be called Assault the Neighbour rather than Fight the Flat Earth. Be a bit more direct.
Believe you me. I'll have his full name out.
What?
General location. How he got screwed up by a disabled
full
guy.
name and general location.
How he got screwed up by a disabled veteran. He's been
Wow.
assaulted. Look at Fight the Flat Earth. Look at his face. This is
Isn't
because
that
more money's coming through.
Isn't that like incitement to violence or something? Like
It's
posting someone's
victim shaming,
details.
as far as I'm aware.
Please, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You guys hear me? Isn't
Yeah.
that straight up doxing? Getting the guy's name and putting it on your channel?
Victim shaming,
What
yeah.
the fuck?
I would say so. I mean, there's a lot of people that do that sort of thing, right? They call you mentioning people's names that they had on Facebook or Twitter. They call that doxing. But Ranty's gonna get the fella that's actually been assaulted. And look at Fight the Flat Earth.
And it's all going to come out in a proper documentary. Ex-military disabled military man takes on Thug and destroys him, and has his audience pay his fine for him.
Come on, Ranty. Are you freaking serious?
They
man?
are serious, yeah.
My
Yes,
God,
yes.
man.
Yep.
This is where we are, right? This is how emboldened these people have got. Fight the Flat Earth brought me into this community, right? By what? Calling me all sorts of things. He went on a crusade to rid me from the internet. Fight the Flat Earth. Nobody bothered about it. Nobody gave a shit. Nobody cared. And that was 4 years ago. Look where we are now. Fight the Flat Earth's actually beating people up and getting paid for it. He's making money out of this.
And somebody wants to make a freaking documentary out of it.
Yeah.
Like, this is freaking La La Land, man. For real.
No, this is reality now. This is
This is where we're
modern
at.
day. Wow, it keeps getting better.
Even better, you know,
I'm
which
not kidding,
is
they paid
just
my fine.
fantastic that they've paid your fine. They've paid your fine. Listen, you fight.
I'm like literally 30 quid off from the entire thing being paid. I don't know what to do.
Super chat here. Stay strong, my friend. You'll get through this.
Well, put it this way: you fought. Listen, you joined the Navy to fight. Then, when you left the Navy, you decided to fight the Flat Earth, and then you didn't expect to be fighting on your doorstep or in the street, but you are. You know what?
Yeah.
And people are behind you over that. People.
People are behind you. You started off fighting the flat earth, and now you're fighting people on your doorstep, assaulting them, being convicted of it, and people are still behind you. Fight the flat earth.
And Wally is calling you tribalist
Me.
in our chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Got to put a spin on it, right? Ranty's putting a spin on it. Fight the Flat Earth's putting a spin on it. Wally's putting a spin on it. Hey, same thing. Everyone can see that, surely.
Supported you when you were fighting the Flat Earth, and people are supporting you now when, you know, they realise that you've had a...
People were supporting him when he was calling me all sorts of names. Loads of people were. People have supported Fight the Flat Earth all of the time. It's been an underlying thing with all of these trolls and everything. It's a general sort of ethos of the whole thing, of the whole arena that we're in. But this is coming to a head now. Look at it. This is crazy.
A tough time of it. This has been going on for frigging 7 months, right? This has been hanging over your head. You've been worried about going to jail for 7 months, and I know you have because we've talked.
Yeah,
about
I've been,
and it's always been in the back of my head. You know?
It's been one of the things that has affected me mentally a lot recently. I've talked about my mental health with the pain I'm going through, with the fact that my dad's going through dealing with blood cancer.
Look at Megan.
That I'm a little bit scared
Look at
about a bit
Megan
of skin cancer. You know.
that? Might have to scroll back just a little. I think we missed
That
it.
one. Oh, there's another one.
Yeah.
That one there, that love you fight the flat earth, and not just because you know how to put flirfs in their place.
You know how to put flirfs in their place.
Yeah. This one here that says, come on, chat. Let's get FTFE proper crying. Laughing face.
And this whole court thing with the possibility of me maybe having a jail sentence or whatever, you know, it's been terrifying. Yet the chances were that I wasn't ever going to be sent to jail because, you know, I'm not a habitual offender or anything, but, you know, you just don't know what happened if you get a bad judge on the day or whatever. Something could have happened, and I was scared, and that was freaking me out. And for months, I've been struggling to focus and stuff because of this.
Hugh Jar says, they'll be in jail soon, but you deserve a better life. This will hopefully be a small step in that direction. $20.
Yes. And I now, even though there's still issues with the neighbor, I feel like I've had a weight lifted off my shoulder with the court case over. You know, that's done now. I can.
This one here, limit break. I'm legit so mad that you're getting charged over defending yourself. Because that's what it is. He constantly was throwing veiled and real. Wait with why did the neighbours restrain you? He deserved it, says limit break. That's for assault. And according to Fight the Flat Earth, he's a military trained, over 6 foot specimen that's got a 2nd degree black belt. He's a lethal weapon, according to himself. He shouldn't do that sort of stuff, but hey, he's got anger issues and all of that sort of stuff, so give him some money.
And talk about this. I can explain to people why I've been so stressed, and that in itself is very cathartic.
It's just a shame that it's carried on today. That's the one concern I have, is that through everything that you've been through, all the worry that you've had, that you finally thought that this was all over. You know, you thought that this was all done, this was all dusted. You've been to court, you've been found guilty, and you've been given a fine, and yet,
mate, they more than paid my fine. Oh my god! This is why the Flat Earth community has fucking nothing on the globe community.
This is why the flat Earth. He literally just said that.
Tribalism,
This
Wally? A
is
little tribalism
why.
there, maybe?
Yeah. Never mind. Don't worry about that. Don't forget about it. It's Fight the Flat Earth. He's emotional.
Yeah.
He's just had his court fine paid more than once, right?
Look
He's
at the
made money on
support the
it.
globe community throw
Look
at
at
you.
the support.
Like,
Look, he's only assaulted some guy with threatening behaviour and all of that and been convicted of it. He's only a criminal. Look at the support they get. It's amazing.
Guys, if you want to thank Ranty for this as well, please make sure you're subscribed to his channel and
thank
stuff,
Ranty,
and
yeah,
watch the
come
stuff
on.
that's going to be coming out.
Spread the YouTube love.
I'm going to have to give Ranty a cut of these super chats because that's.
It's going to have to give Ranty
There
a
you
cut
go.
of the super chats.
Sure.
Wow, he's done a good job. I mean, look at him. Ranty won't take it. It's
No.
Ranty's just doing it for the, for the love of YouTubing. He's just happy to be back.
No, you
You
don't
guys
have
are
to do that, mate.
fucking making me cry
I'd be
at this
happy.
point.
I'd be happy with another 50 subscribers. That would do me.
50
I think I'm on
subs.
what am I on? 32,500 now. So it'd be nice to get up a little bit more. I know I haven't put much content out recently.
32. He's gone 32,500 and he'd be happy with another 50. Could have gone with 500, couldn't he? Should have said. Another 500.
But I did discuss that about, mental health myself with losing all this weight. A side effect of starving myself for months. But hopefully I'll be back on the up and up. And if you want to see all of some of these instances, let's say, and a proper documentary made about this, I will do it on my channel. I did promise Craig that I'd do this way back in August. When we first talked about this, you wanted me to break this, right?
Yeah.
So
you wanted me way back in August. You wanted me to break this, Ranty, and Fight the Flat Earth. It's been
Anyone think
time
that
coming.
sounds? Anybody think that sounds a bit scripted? A bit planned, perhaps? Way back in August, you wanted me to break this.
Yeah, right. As he was going through all of this, fighting with his next door neighbour about the bike and all of that.
What was happening back in August? Was that that wasn't like right after the Ranty became semi-famous with the Johnny Depp stuff, was it?
Oh, I don't know.
Interesting timing there.
Yeah, it's a happy summer last year, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Nice, look at it.
Let's do it. Let's make him famous, right?
Do you hear that? You want to go back again?
Let's make him famous.
Let's make an assault victim famous.
Yep. Where have you heard Ranty say that before? Have you ever heard Ranty say that? Making somebody famous?
Does sound familiar.
when we first talked about this, you wanted me to break this, right?
Yeah.
So
let's do it. Let's make him famous, right?
Let's make him famous. For what? Being assaulted by Fight the Flat Earth? Really? Do you think that's the sort of thing that your neighbours want to hear? Let's make him famous. He only lives upstairs from Fight the Flat Earth, doesn't he?
Well, that's the plan. Let's make him famous.
Yeah.
You've got how many subscribers are you?
That's the plan. Ranty and Fight the Flat Earth have a plan to make the person that Fight the Flat Earth assaulted famous. Wonder how he's going to do that. Do you reckon he's going to put a hashtag thanks Simon thing on a picture or something? Who knows?
On now,
Craig. Well, Craig does have video, not the one that was deleted.
Oh yeah, he could put
Craig
thanks Simon on that video.
Yeah, definitely
he could do that. Yeah.
52,800.
And I got 32 over on mine, and I'm sure that there's a few other people that will get to put some more videos out. We'll make him very famous. Very famous.
Double down. That's that. And if there's one thing you can trust, it's Ranty. When Ranty says something, you can take it to the bank. Well,
This is, I mean,
He's got 200 hours of investigation.
Go, Emma.
oh no, I was just going to say, I'm wondering when they're going to, like, when the date is for the stake and the burning and everything, because that has to be where this is headed.
Well, and yeah, I was going to piggyback off that very thing and say, don't worry. They're only talking about, alleged crack addicts or drug addicts or whatever that happen to overstay their welcome with a bike. They're not talking about anybody else that they might have, any other groups of people they may have brought into the picture here during this stream. I'm sure there's no connection there whatsoever with making people famous and making documentaries. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Look at the grin. Both of them. Look at the faces on them. Like, is there anything that you would associate with an assault? Like, where's the victim of the assault? Who was the guy that is committed, the felon, the criminal in all of this? The guy got 20 quid from the judge for getting his face smashed up with broken bits, having to go to hospital for whatever happened. Like the Flat Earth and Ranty are going to make him famous. I hope he gets a bit of money out of it.
If you're on my Facebook, guys, my personal Facebook, and you've seen the post from earlier, I've purposely made that post public so it can be shared. So take that post I put on my Facebook and please share it everywhere. I want everyone to know what the kind of person he is.
Has anyone seen that post?
I haven't got Facebook. I don't do that. Facebook shit. But I don't know. I don't know if anybody else is friends with Fight the Flat Earth on Facebook. Limit Break here says, I don't know, honestly, Craig. I think he well deserved it. He constantly was threatening you, and he kept returning without the bike, which, like the other guy said, show that he only came back for more violence. That's in the chat. Fight the Flat Earth's putting his name out. He wants to make him famous. Ranty wants to make him famous.
I want everybody that he knows to see the posts.
He wants everyone that he knows.
And know what kind of person he is. Because he lies to people and tells people that I'm the one that starts it. And I'm the one that's bullying him and stuff, you know?
And Fight the Flat Earth never does any of that, right? It's only this other guy's the one that needs to be made famous. Not the convicted guy who's been convicted for assault. It's the other guy that lies, of course.
Well, I see it that you just stood up for yourself. You know, you gave this guy every help that you could give him. You probably knew that you were doing him wrong by actually helping him out, because the trouble is, once you give to people that have got a drug addiction, they'll just keep taking and taking and just keep coming back for more and more.
Now, again, we don't know anything about a drug addiction for anybody. And I don't even know how Ranty knows about people with drug addictions. He's probably not going to tell us about that, whether it's from personal experience or whatever. The one thing I do know is that neither of these two are fucking experts in any of this shit. None of them. They're just YouTubers.
And he obviously felt comfortable enough to try and steal your bike, or at least lay it away for some kind of drug deal. And I'm going to assume that's what happened.
Just assume it.
And he felt comfortable enough to actually do that, not realizing that there's a limit. You know, you'll help someone out, but when it comes to, you know, a bike or what have you, which can be a quite expensive piece of equipment, you're just not going to let him walk up.
Megan here. Fight the Flat Earth is because us, your fans, actually try and do something with our lives and make money. Flat Earthers live in mommy's basement and mooch off society while they bitch about science. about assault. This is
All over you at that point, because
No,
the way I view it is he was walking all over you. Maybe that's what he thought. Maybe he felt that he could just take the piss out of
he
you
took my good
to the point
nature.
where you would snap.
he took his good nature. Plastic says, just flatten him again. We'll pay. Laughing face.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Yeah, he took my
What?
good nature for granted for years, and I regret my actions. I do. Hurting someone like that is not something I would ever want to do, but there is only so much a human can take before you snap.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's angry all the time. Andrew Garner says, can't allow that thief to be up 20 quid. We've got your back, Craig. Onwards and upwards. Limit Break says, honestly, fight the flat earth. I think after the threat of police that he was trying to get a rise out of you so you would attack him and get arrested. I fucking hate that guy so much. So this guy, Limit Break, hates this person. And why does he hate this person? Because Fight the Flat Earth has assaulted him. He feels that much. He hates the guy that Fight the Flat Earth has assaulted. And he hates him because Fight the Flat Earth assaulted him. Imagine the injustice that Fight the Flat Earth's now getting from making money out of assaulting this guy.
And
Let's channel
I
your
snapped.
anger towards that guy.
I have to face the consequence. Or though you guys have just paid for the consequences.
See, he doesn't have. There's no consequences for him to face now. It's good. That's the way the justice system works when you go on YouTube after being convicted.
You know, but that's something that I have to do. I have to face the consequences to my actions and hold my hand up and admit that I was wrong for that. But even the judge was clearly on my side, you know?
The judge was on his side.
Yeah, both times now that in the last minute that he said, yes, I did wrong. I admit I have to stand up for it. But the judge even was on my side. Great.
Yeah, the judge is on his side because he's military, right? He was in the Navy. He's a veteran.
I think probably, well, obviously your audience is on your side too, right? Because, you know, this all
Most
started
definitely,
from
Randy.
you being a good Samaritan, helping someone out,
He's a good
and then
Samaritan.
you stole your bike. And people are going to get angry.
A
when
lot
you
of
steal
good
something
Samaritans
from
in
them,
that chat right
you
there.
know, and
A lot of them.
you know, I don't believe that the guy should have come to your door or whilst you were watering your flowers and provoked you again, because that's essentially what he was doing. He was provoking you. And,
Yeah.
you know, being trained in the military, you know, if somebody stands up to you and, you know, you say something that you perhaps shouldn't have done, like for every day that goes by, I'm gonna do this, that, and the other. But he then challenged you to do it. So what are you gonna do? If you don't do it, then you're not a man of your word, right?
Yeah.
So you had to do it. You had to step up. You know, those words came out of your mouth, and
Yeah.
you know,
Like,
you
do
might
it then.
regret
I'm like,
that.
all right, I've
but-
put the fucking gauntlet out now, you know? So yeah.
He's a man of his word. He said he was going to kick the shit out of him, right? Every day until the bike came back. He assaulted him. He had to. He'd said he was going to do it. Like, I mean, it's far be it from Fight the Flat Earth to back down from keeping his word and lying about
That's right.
something.
Yeah,
you
you
can't
have
have
to,
him
you have to keep your word.
Yeah.
You have to keep your word. Teach your kids that.
Yeah.
Always keep your word. I taught my kids that. Always keep your word.
Always keep your word, especially if it means you have to go to jail and commit an assault and threaten somebody. Because it was the threatening behaviour, right, where he said, I'm going to kick the shit out of you every day for not, right, that was one of the things, right, that he did and he got done for. Right, now, because he said that, he can't just go back on his word and not actually assault the guy. He's got to actually do it. He's a man of his word. Fight the Flat Earth. If he says he's going to do something, then, oh, wait a minute, he said he was going to get my kids took off me, like the Flat Earth, for being a child abuser. That was right. For saying level is horizontal. Maybe he doesn't always stick to his word, right? Maybe some other point in time. I don't know.
But that's it, guys. That is the story of why I was arrested.
Wants to wrap it up.
But can I just say, unlike the flat earthers who offer challenges, and when the challenge is met, they don't pay up. You know, because there's plenty of those challenges out there that people have said they'll give £1 million away or £50,000 away if you can complete a challenge. You know, when they challenge you to do something, they never pay up. But you basically gave a challenge to someone and said, for every day that I don't get my bike back, I'm going to get stuck into you. And he said, go on then. And you got straight into it. So you followed through, mate.
You followed through. See?
Followed through.
Yeah, see, like not like the flat earthers, like that don't assault people. The flat earth did actually assault somebody, so good on you.
I'm starting to worry about Ranty. Like, have you sunken this low, bro? Seriously? You're actually trying to make justice out of this? Like,
it's what
I'm
Ranty
speechless.
does. Ranty puts spin on things. Ranty's no different now than what he was then. Ranty's never been any different. If you didn't see it back then maybe you didn't have the awareness that we did. Because we've watched all of this occur. We've had people in our chat with us while Ranty was doing all of his stuff earlier. We've watched what happens with Ranty. It's still going on. They think that we can't see this. They think we've never noticed all of the little tricks and the things that these guys are doing. When Blue Marble and Wally come into our chat to put their spin on things, like they have been doing for years, well, there's no difference here. This is what Ranty does. This is Ranty's job within the community. And he's done it for everyone. So well done, Ranty. I'm glad to have you back, Ranty, putting this out there. Letting people know what's going on. He's proud of himself.
This may be the biggest super chat stream I've ever had. Ranty, and I'm not even joking.
The biggest super chat stream. Make note of that, right? Fight the Flat Earth, convicted of assault, is now doing the biggest super chat stream he's ever done. Where does it go from here? Do you think it'll still stop? Do you think this is a way to make money?
What would what do you think?
Sorry, go on.
No, just what do people think would happen if suddenly Fight the Flat Earth pulled this guy onto camera and said, "Look, I got him here tied up. Hey, chap, what do I do with him?"
Yeah, and the big guy, ask him about his cosmology. What would they say?
Yeah. How would it escalate? Because I see the poor guy not going out of there. If it's left up to the chat as it is now, he's got no chance.
This one here, $2. Fight the Flat Earth is a badass, not a bad boy. So it's good. It's impressive for these people. Fight the Flat Earth has just elevated himself. It's a little bit gangster now.
Look at Corey Clark up there. Craig the Flattener. I like that. Craig the Flattener.
I'm just sitting here thinking
Always
how many
superhero.
neighbors I'd have to beat up because I lend a lot of stuff out and I haven't gotten it back. So do I go on a rampage tomorrow? And if so, can I start a super chat stream?
You could start saying everybody's
Sounds like it.
stealing from you, right? They're because you've lent it to them, you could literally say, according to what Ranty's doing now, they've all stolen from you.
Like, I swear my weed whacker has been missing for 5 years, and I think I know who I lent it to. This is preposterous, man.
It's crazy, isn't it? But this is modern day. This is what we've this arena. This is what this arena has generated, right? Not only have they generated arguments around rebuttals and contradictions, right? Not only have they done that, but this is one of the major things that they've done. They've emboldened Fight the Flat Earth into this position now. He doesn't think he can do any wrong.
Mike Jones lays it out perfectly in the chat. He says, imagine how much his followers would pay Craig to physically assault the Flurfs.
Mm-hmm.
This could be a whole untapped market potential for Craig.
Yeah. How much money could he make?
Does anybody think that his chat? Does anybody think that his chat would say, "Oh no, come on, we don't want any of that. We wouldn't want any of that."
No, they would pay. They would throw money. It would
Throw
be
money.
It would be like back in the days of the gladiators in the arena.
We've got 20 odd minutes of this one, and then it's the other video.
Yeah, I bet all the thumbs would be pointing down, Kevin.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
All the thumbs. Yeah.
Are you not entertained, right, Essie?
Yeah.
Gladiator style.
It's that I start not knowing what to say and do when you see the support that people give you.
Oh, support.
Right, Ranty, I know that your phone's dying and stuff, so do you want to head off now and get yourself
the hell out, Randy?
Because I'm probably going to be here for quite a while.
Yeah, get out. I want to be left with my super chats, Ranty. Fuck off. He's not joking either. You've done your job, Ranty. Get out. Go on. Off. Go.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I'm glad that I was. I mean, obviously, you might want to bring some other people into it to have a talk about this as well, which would be want to join the stream, give you a little bit of support. Hello.
Hello. Yeah. Well. Oh, fucking hell. I didn't want the stream to be too long.
Somebody says here, TLDR, crackhead fucked around and found out FTFE busted up his face and got a $420 fine.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Yeah. So I think I want to read the super chats now and start shutting down.
Notice the label.
This
needs to be said. Notice the label he put on him, the crackhead.
Yeah.
Just like the label, the flat earther. So this is their trick. They put a label on somebody, and that makes it okay then, justifies it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I've had a few of those labels myself. No doubt you have, right? That's what all of these people do in this arena. They give you a label and then anything's justified. But that anything has escalated with this particular video, hasn't it? That anything now is actual assault. Actual bodily, physical assault.
Yeah, for all we know, his neighbor is an altar boy. You know? We don't know. We don't know if he's a junkie, right?
No, yeah, nobody knows, right? Fight the Flat Earth has called me all sorts of names. I'm not one of them, right? You've been called all sorts of names by people. You're not none of those things either, but that doesn't matter to these people. These can point at you and call you any label they want.
Yeah, I just wanted to point that out because that's very important. That's one of their tactics.
Mm. Look at this. This dude was lucky he didn't do this in the US. Like you said, Simon woke a sleeping giant and got whiny when he paid his dues. Clear your conscience. He's been committed of assault.
Okay.
honestly don't
convicted.
know how to talk right now. But Ranty, thank you very much for coming on, buddy. I really appreciate it. It's great to see you back. It's great to see you looking so good. And I really look forward to the new content on your channel.
Yeah, especially the next one coming out.
Absolutely. All right, bud.
All
well,
right.
have a
Yeah,
good night.
thanks for having me on.
No worries, dude.
Thank
I will speak
you.
to you soon.
So Ranty's going to make a video to make money even more off this very thing. Again, poor guy's been assaulted by Fight the Flat Earth.
See you in a bit. See you later,
See you later.
guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, guys, if you're not subscribed to Ranty, then you can click on the title with his name, Auditing the Absurd. Auditing the Absurd. And make sure you subscribe to him. He's going to be doing a full documentary on what I've gone through.
What's gone through? Must be terrible.
That's a
Right now,
fitting
I
name
need to
for this
spend about
one.
an hour reading super chats because you guys are being insane. And I'm genuinely trying not to cry. Because this, you've actually the fine that I was charged, you've now doubled it. I could go and pay it again and beat him up twice. No.
Wow.
Yes.
Did you
Yes.
guys hear that? How about that? No, where's the FTFE fan club in our chat? Where are they?
Yeah. Yeah, no.
What do you think? What do you think, guys? Good? Lots of remorse there.
Do it twice. Beat him up twice because of all of the money that his
Holy
fans
crap.
have given him. So, like, you'd think after that comment that that'll be the end of the money, right? People would go,
Yeah,
I can't.
really. They
No, he's
come to
already
their senses now.
he's already paid the fine, right? He doesn't need any more money, and now he's on about doing it again. So no more money.
No, don't
right?
say
No.
that, Craig.
Yeah, the chat's gonna wake up here. Watch.
Right, so we got up to Lord Luminous Pooh that read the PDF. By PDF, he means the big post that I put on Facebook, which again, my personal Facebook. Go and check it out.
Oh, right. Big post on Facebook.
Yeah. Stephen Alley for $2 says,
Do it,
what
Craig.
we have here is a clear case of FAFO.
See that?
Yeah.
Shamrock
Yeah.
Tanks
Do it, yeah.
Observatory?
Oh, no,
Do
it's
it, Craig.
Andy for $2 says, FTFE criminal. A bit towards the cost, mate. Thank you. You guys have... Fine. Oh. Pull my earbuds out.
Just look at that dude, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. Lord Luminous Pooh for $2 says, I read past tense what you put out. Yes, thank you very much, Lord Luminous Pooh. Appreciate you taking the time to read that. Tim Tully for $20 says, starter to get a new bike. Thank you. Although her bike was returned,
There you go.
it very much ruined that bike for her, and we ended up having to buy a new one. She is still training for it.
The bike was returned, but it ruined the bike for her. So they had to get a new one. Make sure that sinks in. The bike was returned, but it was ruined for her. So they got another one. So it's a big deal, right? They've not really lost any money. They've still got two bikes.
For a triathlon, which I'm going to be doing a fundraising stream for very soon.
So he's going to do a fundraising stream for the triathlon that she's already bought two bikes for. You best give him some more money, right? I mean, it's obviously that she's going to need some money, fundraising, right? Or, well, maybe a charity. It might be a charity one that he's going to do a fundraiser for to get the money so she can hand it over to charity. They're good people, these Globers. Very charitable. Be strong, fight the flat earth, and call the cops on his junky butt as much as you need to.
Wait.
You and your family don't deserve all this.
Wait.
Tell your
Give me
wife
one-
and
give me
kids
one
I
second.
send them my love, and everyone else here does too. Go on. Go ahead, Rob. I was just finishing reading that super chat that you got. Are you there?
Wait.
Go
Can
on.
you hear me now?
Yeah.
Is this for the triathlon bike?
No, they got that one back. She had to get another one.
Yeah, but he wants to do a stream for some.
A fundraiser.
Maybe I missed something.
Yeah, no, he's doing a fundraiser for the
Yeah.
triathlon. For her.
The triathlon that his wife's gonna compete in.
I think so, yeah.
Y'all seen his wife, right? I don't shame anybody. I just don't think she's doing triathlons.
Well, you see, I wouldn't know. Hep or hay. Fine for me.
Okay, agreed. I'm just stating my opinion.
Yeah,
I don't think that she is doing triathlons.
Well, it's not up to us to judge. I would never judge about that sort of thing. I do know the fact that they kept saying about a stolen bike that wasn't stolen, and it was ruined for her, so she's got another bike, right? So Fight the Flat Earth's missus has had 2 bikes for practicing the triathlon. Not just 1, 2. And that was the reason Fight the Flat Earth got a conviction for assault. For a not stolen bike.
Oh my god, you guys. Sarah Jones has been a member for 7 months, says...
He hasn't got a god when he says that, he's lying.
£400 plus total. What about the fucking bike? Damn crackhead. Globe Explained, who gave me €50, says, for your first installment, by the way, where can I contact you the best? I tried mail and Discord, but no answer. I have so many emails and stuff to respond to. Try Discord again, and I will get round to it. I'm nearly through all my Discord alerts, so I'll get there. Thank you very much. Little Miss Betty Page for $2 says, for £2, sorry, says, from a gal on wheels who can still kick ass too. Yeah, just because people like me are physically disabled, right, doesn't mean I'm weak. I'm strong.
Strong.
And I always have been. I might look like a little nerdy guy that sits on his ass with glasses and talks about physics, right? But I'm a black belt second dan.
It's a black belt second dan. Now, black belt second dans shouldn't be getting convicted for assault. I'm sorry.
I'm combat trained.
I don't know
by the
what
military.
martial art he's got a black belt in, but
Karate,
a lot of the martial
he
arts,
says.
yeah, a lot of them will strip your black belt for stuff like that.
I would have thought so, yeah.
Mhm.
Especially for him saying that he's angry all the time and he's, you know, like you can't go round smashing people's face in the concrete and then telling everybody you're a black belt second dan.
Well, especially karate, because I thought karate is supposed to be defensive for the most part. You're not supposed to use it for offense.
Well,
that's what I always thought.
Mhm.
But that could just be.
Yeah, well, the guy did touch his knee, right?
Well, there you go.
You can't go touching Fight the Flat Earth's knee without getting a good kicking.
I was captain of Navy teams. I was
captain of Navy teams.
Bull crap.
Would he lie? He was a captain
Oh,
of
did that come
Navy
through?
teams.
I thought I was muted.
a cross-country runner. I'm big.
He's a specimen.
Don't think because I'm disabled, you can walk over me. Because I'll run you over.
Wow, that's forceful, that, isn't it? I mean, oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, take a warning, everyone. That's, I don't know what they're doing. Take that as a warning.
Lord Linus Proof $2 says, once is an error, twice is a pattern. More, he's a D. Yes, he is. Hannibal True Silence for $20 says, Craig, I had a similar incident when a guy pulled a shotgun on me. But because I injured him and he was hospitalized, I got arrested. I had to apologize. But don't help him anymore. Call police whenever he comes to the door. Oh yeah, don't worry. Everything he does now will be recorded and reported to both the police and the housing association. Oh my fucking God.
Look at that.
That one there is from a guy called Ruhif, and it's 200 Australian dollars. After Fight the Flat Earth has already said he's more than doubled his fine, and it's the biggest one he's ever got. A guy called Ruhif sends in 200 Australian dollars.
Yeah, look what he writes though.
Cry for me, and he is. He's gonna do it. He's like paid him, and he's gonna actually do it.
So Ruhif is condoning assaulting people
Fuck you, Ruhif.
and giving money for it.
Yeah.
You know, I thought he was low.
Fucking hell!
but
Why
that's
did you just do?
even lower?
You see in the chat there what Ruhif has just done.
Wow.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah, you're actually making.
Yeah, all he had to do was assault a guy, get a conviction.
No, the fake crying.
Yeah.
Them's crocodile tears. They're
Ordered. Well, yeah. Tears of happiness, right?
called. I could be wrong,
They're
but
not tears of sadness. They're tears of happiness.
Our YouTube chat,
Oh
by
my
the way,
God.
has gotten very
Yeah,
quiet.
This is a bit insane.
It's insane.
Lord Luminous Pooh for $5 says he deserves death. It's a bit harsh, but I understand the sentiment. Send that to the cops.
I understand
It's
the
harsh.
sentiments.
But
What?
Wow.
well,
He deserves
Oh,
death.
MG, yes.
Come on.
This is, you know,
Lots of remorse.
yeah.
I understand the sentiment.
You
Okay.
can see why he's made this video, like Wally was saying at the beginning, right? Wally and Blue. The sentiments are to get Fight the Flat Earth to admit that he was wrong, right?
Yes.
You
Don't do
can
this
see
kind of
that. It's
thing.
obvious, isn't it?
Remorse
The
and all the rest.
intentions of all of this. Yeah.
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 Do I have to get a plane ticket, bro? I'm work from home. I can do from there. I need a second.
He actually
Literally.
had to go off
Yeah.
stream.
Gone off for a few minutes.
Well, I didn't expect that.
this is Jerry Springer stuff right
Yeah.
here.
Good
Ruhif, I'm gonna
going,
kick the
Ruhif.
shit out of you. I don't mean.
Well, he said it. He said it, and he's going to have to do it now. He's a man of his word.
What?
A bit of assault on Ruhif for giving him money.
To Bill Tetley for $5 says, "Dang, dude, how did you not put your walking stick up your backside and turn them?"
Pause it,
Go on.
please. Okay, so Fight the Flat Earth assaults a guy and makes a whole bunch of money, and then starts crying about making a bunch of money for assaulting a guy, and then the guy that gives him the most money automatically says, "I want to assault you."
Yeah.
Weird shit we're living in.
Oh, move the fucking
Sorry, I'm
thing
done.
in now. Where was I?
Sorry.
It's ranty gone. Here we go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Caucasian Sensation $5 says, "This man got the ass kicking all entitled snowflakes need. Hopefully he'll clean up his behavior, but probably he's an addict in the worst way." Yeah, I mean, I'd love him to get help and sort his life out. It means I wouldn't have hell, you know? Ugh. Peter Flemberg for 100 secs says, "Keep your calm, gather evidence and stay safe. We can't afford to lose you." I'm going nowhere. Don't you worries. Hannibal True Silence $5 says, "Family first. You would never forgive yourself if something happened to a family member." Yeah, absolutely. I will protect my family with my life.
What?
Yeah.
What? Oh, well, I'll tell you what, you might have to. Living on a council estate in Scotland. Some of this stuff's a little bit dodgy, right?
Hannibal True Silence. No, just read that one. Lord and Lewis Pooh, $5. If you move, they win. Document and record. The law will eventually get it right. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. You don't bully me and get away with it. I win. Mr. E-Man, $5 Australian. A court order for the offender requiring the offender to move
Bully
from
who?
AVO where I am. Don't worry, the housing office, it's all going to be recorded.
Yeah, you can't bully Fight the Flat Earth and get away with it. You know, you don't know what pressures he's under. You know, there may be some way that you can assault somebody and then get bullied by the guy that you've assaulted. Perhaps, I don't know. Maybe assault is the correct action for being bullied. Who knows nowadays? The rules have all changed. Logic's changed. Mathematics has changed. Science has changed. So why not the justice system, right? Why not turn everything upside down? Maybe you can imagine somebody's bullying you, so therefore you can feel justified in your assault of the person. Who knows? I don't know.
Oh my God, Ruhif.
Shit's gone weird.
Now Pinion gave me a 65 sex emoji that says incredible. Thank you very much, buddy. I do enjoy the sex.
This one here says, I bet he was thinking about Witsit while he was kicking ass.
And then we've got Tony Herpel for $49.99 US. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Says, here's a little to help with your court and judgment costs. Love you, buddy. I mean, you guys have doubled the fucking court costs. I love you too. Paul Kamish, £19.99, says, I'll pay his compensation. Yeah, that's the 20 quid for you, Simon. Enjoy. GG81 for 50 euros. Oh my God, thank you. Says, do you own or rent? Rent, move on. Make him move. Like, I do rent. I'm a council renter, and I'm not really in the position to move for many reasons. Maybe when I, get ultra big time on YouTube, I can get a nice big place. But right now I'm where I am. But you guys supporting me.
I'm sure that's coming. The ultra big on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, what do you reckon he'd have to do next? Maybe a couple of kneecap a few people or something like that. Who knows?
Yeah, well, I mean, his chat will certainly, as Emma said, prop him up and support him, throw money at him for it.
Yeah.
And with ranting with the documentaries, I mean...
Well, the business model's been set now, hasn't it? If he's got more super chats than he's ever got before, then this is the model.
Off you go.
Yeah.
You ever see the movie Death Race 2000?
Yes. Yes,
maybe
I have.
Maybe go to a senior citizen home and rough up a few seniors. That'll get you the super chat.
Oh, here we go.
Hannibal True Silence, $5, says, your family loves you no matter what you decide. I respect what you did. Sometimes doing the right thing is wrong.
They respect what he did. That was commit a crime. Assault. They respect that. This is the arena that has been generated. Most people left. But Fight the Flat Earth, he's been carrying on. He's been doing exactly the same thing. Yeah, it may not look good for most people, but he's doing all right out of it. At least there's one person that can do this, right? Why is that? Why is there one person, or is there others that are like Fight the Flat Earth? Is this a model that is being generated across the entirety of YouTube, or is this just specific for this one person? I'd like to know if anybody knows of anybody else that's like this, or that does this sort of thing in any of the other arenas. Let us know. It seems to be a business model. I'm not getting involved in this. I don't want part of any super chats for any of this sort of shit. I don't. It just doesn't seem right.
Just because it's illegal doesn't mean it's wrong. It's something I've heard quite a lot recently.
What? Who's been saying that? What?
Just because it's illegal doesn't mean it's wrong.
What does that mean? In the thing that we've
don't
been
know.
going over with morals today, right? When
Yep.
I titled this video, how I can't even remember now. Is violence a moral? I don't know, but I mean that comment. Just because it's illegal doesn't mean it's wrong. Is he trying to say assault is right?
And what about some other things that are illegal? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, murder.
Justified? Is it justified for you to be able to assault somebody if you feel justified in doing it? If you're going to be supported by super chats, does that make it right? If you go over the amount of your fine, does it make it correct? Have you corrected the payment? I don't know. I know
Don
it's a
Carnage
little bit
4250
dangerous,
Donkey
right?
Kong Dollar says, keep protecting your family, Craig. All you need is love. And I feel loved from you guys right now.
Through money. Through super chats.
Eddie Reese for $50. $50. Thank you. I don't think he should be forced to move. He needs to be held more accountable for his actions, and he still owes you a bike. You deserve to have a safe place for you and your family. The bike was brought back, but like I said, it was practically ruined for Emma. You know,
Practically ruined. What does that mean about a bike? Who knows?
$315 says, petty super chat cause F Simon. Yeah. Fuck him indeed. Rachbot for 20 Australian dollars says, we fucking love you, Craig. No, I fucking love all of you. I'm literally only halfway through the super chats. This is I've never. Oh my god.
He's never assaulted anybody
Technics
before.
1 for $550 Canadian dollars says, stay strong, my friend. You'll get through this. With you guys, yes, I absolutely will. Oh, Bill Tetley, $30 says, fine paid, thank you. And it was at that point that I reached the fine that I've had, which means I'm only halfway through the super chats based on the amount I have right now. Hugh Jars for $20 Australian says, they'll be in jail soon, but you deserve a better life. This will hopefully be a small step in that direction. As long as my wife and kids are happy and safe, that's all I want. GG81 for 50, another 50 euros from GG, thank you. 20 quid over now, yeah.
Right, I'm got to be serious about this now. This dude, if anybody else is thinking of making this a thing, a model for whatever you're doing, please don't fuck about with people on council estates doing this sort of shit. This isn't going to look good for anyone at all. This is probably the strangest, weirdest behaviour I've ever seen from somebody who's so public. This is not good for society or anything, for anybody to think that this has any value. All of these people in his chat, disgusting. This is absolutely fucking disgusting. But this is modern day. These people have been doing this to other people for years. I'm making money from it. This man here has purposely made profit from doing exactly what he's doing right here, right now.
Yeah, that fine level has been smashed. Kim Lawrence, 100 Nokia, says, I've never given a super chat, but I support you and stay strong. Did I just break your super chat, Cherry? Oh my fucking god. That's awesome. Welcome to the world of super chats. Thank you very much.
He made somebody super chat for the first time over this bullshit. And he's saying welcome to super chats. He's just scammed somebody out of that. Money
breaking
for
their cherry.
violence. Yeah.
Breaking their cherry. That's the language he used. Wow. Everybody knows what that means, right? Breaking your cherry.
Mm-hmm.
I can't explain it. We're on YouTube.
Taking the virginity of the super chat.
Globe Explain 20 euro says, my name is Simon. I'm sorry for that. Cheer up. We'll get through this together. I feel like you guys can get me through this. Janos Takos for 1024 huffs says, which guy is stronger? The flirt who wanted to fight you or your neighbor? Asking for a friend who wants to bet on your next fight. Anyone who wants to fight a disabled military veteran is not strong in any way.
What about a disabled military veteran that wants to assault other people? What are they like? Are they really strong? What's that? Is it different?
Very strong.
Industrial Nerd, whose nomination CC is currently winning top left to 2023, for $10 says, thank you, love you, Craig. Thank you, Industrial Nerd. I fucking love you. Cryoraptor A303TM for £20 says, I don't normally donate to YouTubers anymore, but now that I've got a bit of disposable income, here's a tip, mate. Keep fighting the flat earth. I will. And thank you for your support. You didn't need to do that. And from the bottom of my heart, Cryoraptor, thank you, honestly. And then Dave McKeegan, one of my favourite new flat earth debunkers, for £20 says, fine covered and crack open a bottle to celebrate, mate. I'm going to have some tequila after this, that's for fucking sure.
Start
we should
drinking.
clip that part.
Start drinking.
Dave McKeegan, huh?
I don't even know who he is. Means nothing to me. But he's paying Fight the Flat Earth money for assaulting someone, so he's obviously a fine, upstanding member of the community.
Tesla Bit and Radio, $2 says, glad to help out. Oh, thank you. Snipey McSendit for $10 says, Callie, love my friend. Thank you, Snipey. Love back to you. Joe Black, who's been a member for 1 month, says, come on, chat, let's make Craig ball his eyes out. You did. I had to go away for a minute. JPP3030 for $5 gives a smiley face. Oh, thank you, dude. JPP.
Can you see how involved he is with his chat? Like, he's part of this. The chat is part of it. Like, you guys aren't. We're not involved. We're not as mutually involved as Fight the Flat Earth is here. But look at him. He's reveling in this. This was meant to be a stream where
thousands of dollars.
I know this
Why
is the
wouldn't
one,
he be?
but he's meant to be sort of telling everyone how wrong he was in doing what he was doing. Is that the impression that you're getting now? That Fight the Flat Earth is sort of. I don't know. Go on.
He's in super chat utopia, bro. What are you talking? He's in fucking heaven right now. He's made thousands of dollars.
But the idea of the stream was for him to tell everybody how wrong he was, and it's not good to do that. That's not coming across now, is it?
The stream is telling him, you're good, you did right.
Exactly. This is how you get led by people, right? You can get led by money because people give you money and want you to do things, and, you know, they get that. But what they're doing here is they're not giving him money for doing good stuff. He's not done any experiments or anything. He's not made any particular videos or done anything of note or worth. All he's done is been convicted of assault. And then he's come with a story to embellish his conviction.
Thank you very much. False Narrative Cults for $20 says, sorry to hear about all you and your family has been put through. Stay safe. Oh, thank you. I intend to keep my family safe by whatever means necessary. Draco Fire has been a member for...
By whatever means necessary. What does that mean? By assaulting neighbours out in the street? Is that keeping your family safe?
You see how they sold it and the audience bought it? They
Yeah.
sold it. If you heard Ranty, right? Ranty was like the Jerry Springer announcer, right? He sold it as the disabled Navy veteran against the junkie. This is it. This is how they did this. And
Yeah.
they all bought it. It's crazy, man. It's like a script.
Well, Wally's back. He wants us to mention that Fight the Flat Earth wants Simon to get help. So we've mentioned it, Wally.
Yeah.
Is that good? That compensates for Fight the Flat Earth?
I
giggling
wouldn't
after he
mind
gets
him
so
to
much
get
money
some
and
help.
saying, and saying giggling after he gets all this money and then saying I could have beat him up again. There, we've mentioned his nicety, shall we say?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind helping Simon get some help.
I would too if I was convinced that he was a junkie.
Well, the only way of doing that is having a conversation with him, right?
Yep.
Simon, if you're listening, pop into Discord. Come on over and have a chat. Tell us about what's going on. We need to see the other side, because at the minute, I've only got Fight the Flat Earth side, and he seems to be in a super chat-induced frenzy. I don't think you can get any sense out of him at the minute.
31 months. That's longer than he's been alive, because he's only like 10 or something. Defending life and property with force like a true American. Rah! US! US! America! Fuck yeah! The logical red $5 Australian says, I am only at the start, but I can see people saying there's a fine. Here's 5 of Australians' finest. I hope it helps. Waikakamukau. Well, thank you very much, my friend. The fine's paid. You guys have, you've done that. And you're still sending me super chats.
Still
I don't know what to do.
sending him money. Just still giving it him.
Andrew Garner for 1999 says, I can't allow the thief to be up 20 quid. We got your back, Craig. Onwards and upwards. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. For $2, sends £5 and says this, and only this time I'll speak in the language of meatbags. Hang in there and don't let him win. Don't feel scared. Protect your life. For €2. Well, thank you very much for $2. For €2, £2. Thank you. Cryoraptor A303TM for £6.90 says, one more. And that means a lot considering you don't normally do it, dude. So thank you. This guy sounds like a div I went to school with. Provoked everyone into attacking him and playing the victim afterwards. A waste of oxygen. Yes, he fucking is. He needs to find a tree and say sorry. And then Shane Taylor.
Did somebody say he needs to find a tree and say sorry for being beat up?
Said that. I think Fight the Flat Earth said that. That's not what the super chat said, did it?
I don't know. He needs to find
Wally?
a tree and say sorry.
Wally? Yeah, Fight the Flat Earth was not proud of the whole situation. Really? Are you watching this, dude?
He can't be. He can't be watching it.
There's no way.
No, he's gutted. I mean, look at him. He's full of remorse. He keeps saying it every now and again, how bad he feels for doing this. I mean, can you not hear him? Wally? He must have clipped all of those bits out. Pretty sure.
Wally sounds a bit tribal.
He gave me $100.
Yeah.
$100,
Wally. Did you give him any money, Wally? Like Ruhi? He should have done,
You crazy motherfucker.
It, doesn't he?
He says, you deserve better. Please get an extra camera or two. We love you, even here in the US. I genuinely feel loved right now.
An extra camera or two. What's Fight the Flat Earth do? Somebody let us know. What tech equipment? What does Fight the Flat Earth use? Has he got cameras? Does he go out and do experiments and stuff? Or, does he do loads of different shows in his room where he has different cameras? What's all of the tech that he needs? I don't think anything's changed. It really confuses me about Fight the Flat Earth, because I know how easy it is to set up a stream. Yeah, you need computers and all that sort of stuff, but Buy another camera.
Mr. E, thank you, Shane. Bottom of my heart, top of the whole of my heart. Thank you, Mr. E Man. $2 says FTFE is a bad dash, not a bad boy. Let's see. Was Craig a bad boy in the poll? 42% say yes, 58% say no. I was naughty. I admit it. Shamrock Banks Observatory for another.
He was convicted, so yeah.
$49.99 with no message. Thank you. Caucasian Sensation, $5. This dude is lucky he didn't do this in the US, like you said. Simon Wilkes, Sleeping Giant, and got whiny when he paid his dues. Clear your conscience. And I don't.
What did he do? I can't keep going over this. What did this other guy do? Supposedly he went in to fight the Flat Earth's house, but that video has been deleted. So you just have to take Fight the Flat Earth on his word of that one. Other than that, he got the bike back. He got the bike eventually back. Yeah. And he got beat up. And he said something to Fight the Flat Earth about him being convicted of committing assault on him, sending him to hospital, which is a true thing. I mean, he did.
Don't think I'm ever gonna have a clear conscience because I don't like hurting people. I played that back in my head for days, what I did to him. Whether or not it was justified, I felt bad doing that, and it.
Whether or not it was justified, he felt bad doing it. It wasn't justified, it was assault. Is assault ever justified?
It hurt me as a person to know that I'm willing and capable of doing that to somebody. I didn't like that about myself. So that it is what it is. Eddie Reese for $10 sends a KO emote sticker. Thank you very much. Megan Satanis for $20. Thank you, Megan. Be strong, FTFE, and call the cops on his junky butt as much as you need to. You and your family don't deserve all this. Tell your wife and kids I send them my love, and everyone else here does too. Thank you. They're going to know that we're loved, honestly. Technics 1 for $2 Canadian, 20 Canadian cents says, super happy for you. Krakatoni is on in an hour. Yes. Once this is done, Krakatoni will be debating Witsit. You're still sending me super chats. Borg Emporia, $5 says, how are the wife and kids handling this? Keep up the good work. Your work helped me get through my own depression. Well, Borg, I am so glad that I could help you. The wife and the kids are troopers. I've got a strong family. So we're good, thank you. And then Ruhif, the absolute dickhead, made me run out of the room and cry. Because he sent me a fucking $200 Australian super chat saying, cry for me, biatch. And I did.
He did. He did. Well, he went out to go for a break. Probably went to the
But Ruhif, you didn't need to do that, dude. You support me enough by being better at debunking than I am and allowing me to use your stuff. You didn't need to do that.
The opposite side angle.
You didn't need. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. Debatable D, €2.49 says, I can't top Ruhif. Sorry, here's a latte instead. It's a very much appreciated Debatable D, honestly. You didn't need to send anything, but thank you.
You didn't need to.
Oh my god. Tesla Bit Radio, $6.66. Hail Sagan. FTFE.exe rebooting, please stand by, yes. Ruhif broke me. Draco Fire, $1.99 says, 200 Australian dollars? That's like a whole 10 quid. It's a lot. It's a red.
Look at all of
it. It broke me.
Every one of these names.
Thank you. Nicholas Barkley for $2 says, love you, man. Your work is very important. Thank you, Nicholas, for the support. It honestly means the world.
Your work is very important. For what? For who? What's his work? What does he actually do? Can anybody name that? What does Fight the Flat Earth work at? I know he calls it debunking, but debunking what? Think about that. And how we Fight the Flat Earth makes money.
Explain 2 years, we are sadists and want to see you cry. Yeah, fuck you all. I love you lots. It's a Rubik's, member for 2 months, says, I'll find yourself out my pint and some herb on me. Well, thank you. I will. I'll have a pint on you. I will. Thank you. Dave Banham, £5 no message. Thank you very much, Dave. Lord Luminous Pooh for $5 says a $200 super chat in spirit. I'm broke, but we'll find the money if I have to get there. I'll fight for fight. Winston for the win. You don't need to do anything, dude. You've done enough. You are a good supporter, and it means the world. JJ Gradjavlia for $5 says
there's a load of PayPals as well going in. So what you're seeing here, is just the super chats. PayPals as well in the chat there.
We are here for you, FTFE, no matter what. I know, and it makes me feel so good. And then Gigi81, who's already given me $100, then gifted another 20 memberships. So, thank you, Gigi. Oh my God, you guys, you're keeping on going. It's a
right now. This one here, this is Janosch something. It says, I have experience with these kinds of people. If you call the police on them, they will move eventually. Reporting him for every little thing. And I have a close friend stay at your place for safety. That's Janosch. I mean, I don't know whether he actually knows about council estates in Scotland. And how you single yourself out for being the, what do you call it, grass?
Rubik's for $5 says, I don't have much, but if you find yourself out my way, a pint and some herb. Yeah, thank you, Rubik's. Absolutely. Sarah Jones for £2 says, yes, come on, CC for top left. You know he'll love the t-shirt. CC is winning top left. I'm going to have to work on that. Flanker420 for $10 says, for support, much love. Hope it all works out. Please watch out for yourself. Long live FTFE. Thank you. Thank you very much, Flanker. Mr. E-Man, $5 Australian, says, everyone has the limit. He pushed yours. He found out. I'm a human. I can only take so much. Thank you, Mr. E-Man. Janos Takas for 2,048 huffs. I have experience with these kind of people. If you call the police on them, they will move eventually, reporting for every little thing. And I have a close friend stay at your place for safety. Don't worry, he is being reported for everything. And then Eddie Reese, been a member for 18
It's not a good idea to tell everybody that on a live stream, really.
months, says it's almost 420 PST. Load one up and smoke it. I'm going to finish the stream and go and have a smoke and a little celebrate about the incredible amount of support that you guys have shown me. I wasn't even expecting super chats today at all. And, you know, I don't do these streams to get super chat. I do it to entertain you. And
that's why I have them turned on.
Yeah, that's where he only does it for entertainment for the people, right? He doesn't do it for education. It's all for entertainment. And you can see the type of entertainment that these people enjoy from the super chats.
Absolutely. And I always, 6 months before plan these things out with a guy named Ranty and bring him on for,
Yeah, documentary maker. Well, a practicing, a beginner in the documentary making thing.
It was all spur of the moment. Good job. It's great.
Yeah.
Talking about my personal life and the problems that I've had recently, and you still support me like this. I genuinely speechless. I can never thank you guys enough. There were 600 people watching. I'm sure this video is going to get a lot of views as well because it's a bit clickbaity, right?
10,000 views, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit
Son of a bitch. Jeff for $4.99 says keep up the good fight. Thank you very much. And then, oh my god.
Another $50.
Yeah, another
Stringer
50.
News 1 says check your PayPal.
Check your PayPal, Craig.
Go on, check your PayPal.
Oh my
yeah.
fucking god, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Ooh,
Why did you do that?
Wow.
must be good.
Yeah.
You to tell everybody what happened?
Stringer! I'm not going to tell everyone what you've just done, but
Not going to
Oh,
tell
you
you.
don't give him the credit on the
Must
live
be
stream.
must be more than
so my
must be a lot, right?
god!
You would think. He
Yeah.
hasn't had this, didn't have this reaction to Ruiz.
Yeah.
$200 Australian dollars.
Look at that. Look at it. I mean, ooh. Does anyone know how much it was?
I don't want
He
to
says.
put up the amount. If Stringer, if you want to tell everyone how much you've just given me, please feel free.
Go on, Stringer. Let everybody
Danielle,
know how much you've given him.
$49.99 with no message. Shane Taylor just become a member. Welcome to Destroyers. Geologics,
Let's say
$10.
it was
As Abraham Lincoln said,
420.
F them hoes. On to bigger and better luck.
420. It was.
I'm going to have to go before I start crying again.
Nice.
Wow. Yeah, it's done well.
That's
He's
a nice
done well
haul.
for himself. Yeah.
It's a nice haul. Nice haul for assault.
I
mean, being remorseful.
From the
for assault.
bottom of my heart, thank you for
Nice.
everything.
The best community.
All of you.
Right?
And you,
Yes,
Stringer.
indeed.
You
The
don't-
best community.
It's a Rubik's for another $2. Says also a free NASA Center trip if you visit. Oh my god, that sounds amazing.
Understanding, not out for blood at all.
Well, I'm going.
Of course,
before
Wally's
I-
been
I
equivocating in
break
our
on the
chat
internet again.
because a couple of people have said a couple of.
Oh my god, Lord Lewis Pooh, another
Thanks.
$10. I'm not a supporter. I think I'm a friend. We played
Sad, I
D&D
suppose.
once, and without you, I wouldn't have met Batch and the wonderful people that came with that. P.S. We need our Mad Dwarf back. Yes, you are my friend. All of you are.
Oh. Oh. You feel a love
Remember,
of the
guys,
community.
Stupidity is
In this
not right.
community, yes.
Fight the flat. Fight the flat. Fight the flat.
Okie dokie, right? Let me just swap back.
Glad
to,
I'm not a flat earther. I can tell you that.
There is one more video. Let me just get this one sorted.
I have got to run.
Oh, what? You're gonna miss this last one.
You might have to do this to like.
Wait,
and
before
then
you
it
leave,
goes,
wait.
Is it-
Sorry, Emma.
Well, no,
No,
it's
I was
only,
just gonna say,
this is
I've
only
got to
15
go as
minutes,
well.
really, isn't it?
All right, I'll
This
stick
one.
around.
You've got to go
Kevin.
as well.
Kevin,
Yes.
I'm glad to be a flat earther, and this video enforced it even more.
Okie
I
dokie.
know, Rob.
All right, now, Fight the Flat Earth. This is 3 days later, maybe 4 days. This was last night, right? So Fight the Flat Earth explains he's took a bit of time off after that ranty stream where he's got a lot of money, and now he's back into business again. He's gone to a server, right, where
Oh, great.
he goes to a server and he Fight the Flat Earth versus an entire Discord server of flat earthers, which is one of the Discord servers, right? It's not this one. The difference with different server, right? So
or map, for
here we go.
instance.
So he goes in. Long intro.
And welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what Charlie did to Sneeko. These are mags. These are called magazines. Fucking brilliant. I've never
don't know,
seen
that's some sort of
such
cheesy.
and so I'm doing the Discord server stream tonight instead.
Wait a minute, let me get this because I think he says something.
These are
about
mags. These are called magazines.
He says
Fucking
about he's
brilliant.
taking a bit of time off.
I've never seen such destruction of someone in a few sentences. I bow to you, O Penguin Zero. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another episode of me subjecting myself to brain damage for your entertainment. Oh, I mean, sorry, going into a Discord server full of flat earthers. I wasn't here on Monday because, you know, I had a bit of a migraine and shit after all the stress of everything that's been going on with my neighbor. Thank you once again for the incredible support you guys showed me on that stream and made me cry. Please stop doing that. And so I'm doing the Discord server stream tonight instead. It doesn't look like there's a lot of flat earthers in there. I think I might have scared them all away, you know. But let's do it. Let's go over there and see what is happening. And if there's any kind of flat earth arguments, you know, or a map, for instance, that would be fantastic.
So we did notice that they are, you know, they're dropping off.
Oh,
let's
hello
say,
everyone in the chat. Hey Brenda, yeah, I'm doing really good.
We
thank
wondered
you.
how Fight the Flat Earth would do in this.
Yeah, Jolene, crazy shit about Mr. Trump, hey. Yeah, Borg, it was very much so. And Borg, I did see your comment about that I didn't mention how it was your first super chat, and I'm very sorry, because I do like to make a deal if I am the person that has the first super chat from somebody. The system that lets me know it's still in beta, so it may
PhD
not
Tony.
be perfect.
If we pay you
thank
enough,
very
will
much
you
for
not
letting me
let
pop
the
your super
flat
chat, Terry.
earthers
I do
speak?
appreciate it. And PhD Tony already, the only real man in the room, says for $10 Australian, if we pay you enough, will you not let the flat earthers speak? Unfortunately, we have to let them speak because we want to hear the stupid, right? Massive congratulations to PhD Tony for his absolute destruction of Witsit. Please ignore the comments in the modern day debate comment section. They're full of flat earthers and dumbasses that don't understand what a moron Witsit is. Sparky NJ's been a member for 39 months.
Wow. Ignore the chat from the actual stream they were doing because they don't know, right? Like the flat earth. Obviously, PhD Tony.
Says get them as worked up as possible. Well, let's pop over there and see what we can do.
So it's straight into a Discord server,
Hello,
right?
ladies and gentlemen of the flat earth world. How are we today?
Doing all right. How about yourself?
Keeping it flat, Craig. Keeping it flat.
That's the best way to keep it.
Keeping it. Did anybody hear who that was? Keeping it flat, Craig? Keeping it flat? Did you hear the voice? Anybody recognize
like
the
Bob.
voice?
Sounding like Bob.
Research Flat Moon.
Mm.
Yeah. So what they've got is he's gone into a so-called flat earth server where he said there wasn't a lot of flat earthers in there. And the one person that replies back to him about keeping it flat is Bob the Science Guy. Research Flat Moon. Keeping it flat. Making it look like there's flat earthers in there, right? Bob the Science Guy isn't a flat earther. Just pretending to be a flat earther for this scenario.
Bob. Is there any flat earthers in here today?
There isn't many flat earthers, right? I'll get you into it. He's going to talk to the server owner. I don't think he knows that, right? Because the server owner has decided to come in because there isn't a lot of flat earthers in there. So in order to keep the night rolling on, server owner joins.
We have two.
Right. Speak up, flat earthers. I have a little question for you. I've been looking and I still can't find an accurate flat earth map. Why is this? Do.
I mean, do you have an accurate map, period? Like any accurate map that you can show me?
Google Earth has a very accurate map on it. Any representation of the globe is an accurate map. So, yeah.
It's
so how's
flat,
the flat
right?
map?
Any representation of the globe is an accurate map, is what he said.
It's coming.
Well, Google Earth isn't a map though. It's a
It's
series
most
of
definitely a
maps
map.
all stitched together in a computer program.
But it's most definitely a map. It shows accurate distances between land masses, and works perfectly as a map, as any globe does.
Yeah, but you can do the same thing with Google Maps, right? And because it's the same thing, it's kind of cheating when you use multiple maps and then use a computer program to make them all
Yeah,
seem
but
like
Google
they're all
Earth looks
one map.
just like any globe. Like this globe I am currently holding in my hand is also an accurate map because
Look, I mean, look at that. Right, this is an argument that this guy's just walked into a Discord server and he's saying this little tennis ball size thing I have in my hand is an accurate map.
Google Earth, as well as this globe I'm holding in my hand, both contain accurate distances between all land masses that can be verified by anybody in the world. So Google Earth is an accurate map. This globe I'm holding in my hand is an accurate map. Any globe that you've seen in your lifetime spinning on a teacher's desk or anything is an accurate map. So I've got an accurate map. How's the flat Earth accurate map coming?
So yeah, how do you go about justifying that any globe is an accurate map?
Because they contain accurate distances between land masses that can be
Can you
verified
prove
by
that any
anybody.
globe? Yeah, can you prove that?
They're all the same. All globes are the same, especially the ones that say for educational use that are, you know, specifically made to, you know, precision. So yeah, globes in general are accurate maps.
You know, the official 2-scale globes, right? That's what he's Fight the Flat Earth saying. Any globe is an accurate 2-scale globe that can be used for accurate measurements. Any of them. Doesn't really matter, any of them.
I have an accurate map. So
He
again, the
has one.
question
Look,
to you
I've
is,
got a globe as
where
well.
is
I
the
have an
flat Earth
accurate map now.
But see, you just claimed it again, though. I'm asking for the evidence that of what you're claiming.
Anyone can verify that the globe is an accurate map by actually traveling around the world. I have personally verified the distances on the globe in at least 100 locations around the world. So as far as I'm concerned, I have verified that the globe is an accurate map. So has anyone that has ever traveled any large distance. So once again, do you have an accurate flat Earth map?
That's not really proof, though. That's just an anecdote, right? That's just you saying stuff.
No,
I'm looking for actual evidence.
Anybody can go and verify this for themselves. Anybody that has traveled any distances, any
So you're
airline pilot that
saying
ever plots
prove
his
it for
route
yourself?
uses the spherical formula that allows them to calculate the shortest distances between 2 points on a globe, verifying that the globe is correct. So airline pilots are my evidence that they actually use the globe distances to calculate how far they have to go. Anybody that has
Do you have
ever
something to
traveled
show
any
here
distances-
about that?
Again, the globe is verified. The globe is what is used for navigation.
Yeah, but I'm waiting for the proof, right? You're making a lot of claims.
Again, you can ask any pilot in the world. In fact, there's pilots here in this chat right now that could tell you that they actually use a spherical formula to calculate the distances between that they have to travel, and those distances conform to the globe. I have personally verified those and shown evidence of this before. The globe is not under question here. As you keep avoiding the question and pushing the burden onto me, I'm going to ask you and insist you answer the question. Do you have an accurate flat Earth map? Yes or no?
If you just want to put the burden of proof on me
I am
and
absolutely
pretend
100%
like your
putting the
claim
burden of proof
has
on
no...
you. No, I absolutely am putting the burden of proof on you because the globe is verified and it can be
No, but
verified
see,
by anybody.
I was just
So
in the middle of
yes or no,
speaking.
yes or no, do you have an accurate flat Earth map? There isn't anything else to say other than
I'll
yes or no
I
at
tell
this
you,
point.
I tell you what, I was right in the middle of a sentence and
Yeah,
you
but it was
just
strange
steamrolled
because
me.
it's strange because
You just
I didn't
started
ask you for a
talking right
sentence,
over
I
me.
asked you a
It's-
yes or no question, right?
I don't think I've
a
interrupted you one
A
time.
yes or no question requires a yes or no answer. So I'm going to ask the question again, and I expect a yes or no answer. Do you have an accurate flat Earth map? Yes or no?
Yeah, I'm not gonna continue interacting with you like this.
So what you're saying is you don't have an accurate flat Earth map? That's very strange because I've got an accurate globe map.
How do you think you guys
I mean,
doing?
sure, I don't. I mean, I'm kind of trying to get behind your claim that you have an accurate globe map because that's kind of the contention, right? Is you say you have an accurate map, so I'm wondering, okay, then what's the accurate map? I already told you that I don't have an accurate map because I'm claiming that no maps are accurate. But
the
so I
globe
wanna
is
put off the
accurate.
whole
It's used for
thing because you
navigation.
He says no maps are accurate there, right? I mean, that's a discussion that we could possibly have.
You just keep talking over
some
me,
point.
so I'm
Yeah,
put off
yeah,
this whole conversation, to be honest.
The globe is
Like, why
accurate.
should- why should
I
I even
keep telling you, the
continue
globe
conversing
has
with
been
you if you can't even
verified.
give me the respect of letting me speak.
Well, it's because you were avoiding my question over and over and over, and instead of answering my question, you were saying other
I
things.
answered your question up front. I told you no, I don't have an
Right.
accurate
Okay.
map.
So that's a problem
Then
then.
I
That
asked
you
you a
don't.
question.
That's a problem that you don't have an accurate flat Earth map, because whether you want to believe it or not, it is verified that the globe is an accurate map that is used for navigation and has been used for navigation for thousands of years. Celestial navigation, which I have personally done and is verified by anyone ever that uses a sextant, uses the accurate distances that are portrayed on a map. You can use the spherical formulas included in celestial navigation to accurately calculate the distances between 2 points on a globe, just like pilots that use the Haversine formula to calculate the accurate distance between 2 points on a globe that conform to every globe on the Earth. So the globe that I'm holding in my hand right now, the globe that you see on Google Earth, they are accurate representations of the distances between land masses that have been confirmed
I hope this
by
guy
people
doesn't make
simply
Craig angry.
traveling around the world and confirming these things.
There's only a few more minutes, right? But this guy is the owner of the Discord server that he's been going into for a certain amount of time, right? He doesn't know that. And this guy that is the owner of the server that has allowed people to go in there, right? Now, on Fight the Flat Earth's entrance into this, he's battling a room full of flat earthers, supposedly. Now, when you were asked, look, there's quite a few people in there. When he asked how many of them are flat earthers, the guy said 2. This guy's one of them. This is the server owner. Now, whether this guy is a flat earther or not, I don't know. Right? He's just talking to Fight the Flat Earth to keep a conversation going, because Fight the Flat Earth is a regular on this Discord server at this point. He doesn't realise who he's talking to, though. And typical Fight the Flat Earth.
Things.
Listen. Here we go.
Yeah, I can't imagine I'll be able to get a point in if I try to make one. So
Well, I've finished, so please go ahead with your point.
No, I'm done.
Oh, I'm asking you right now to give your point, so please go ahead.
Yeah, no, yeah, you can just, yeah, you can wait for me to start talking again. So right when you have something to jump on or something that you
I'm
disagree
literally
with,
just
you can
waiting for you to
steamroll
say
me and
what you're
start
going to
talking over me
say, but
again.
you're complaining,
Like
so
you've
please
done
go
it-
ahead.
Like you've done at every point through this
Please go ahead with your
conversation
point.
thus
I'm
far,
waiting for you for your
and
point. Go ahead.
literally just did right now.
Yep, so please
right
go ahead
after
with
I
your
said-
point.
That's so good of this guy, right? He's saying I'm not going to be able to get a word in because you're going to keep interrupting me. And as he's saying that, Fight the Flat Earth is interrupting him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a typical tactic. Everybody knows this, but this guy's allowed Fight the Flat Earth on his server for 18 episodes. And this is maybe the first time he's ever actually had to talk to him himself.
Point instead of complaining like a child.
Can I give my take, please?
Go on.
Sorry, it's Rob. I know Kevin wants to get out of here, but I've seen this tactic that he's using.
Mm-hmm.
He stole it. He stole this tactic from Nathan Oakley.
I think it's the same tactic. I don't think it's a steal. Personally, do you think it's steal? Or do you think they've all come up with it together? How to shut people down? There's no stealing it.
This is a tactic in general when you can't have a conversation and there are no arguments. No real arguments, no real debate. A lot of value here so far.
Mm-hmm. It's about to get good, though.
Evidence of the Earth being flat.
The guy's already
Thanks for
sussed him
being a
out.
condescending prick, but yeah, I'm actually.
Yes, I am going to be
conversation.
condescending to people
Thank
that
you.
think the Earth is flat because it's an insult to every bit of science ever done. You deserve condescension.
Yes, he did just say that, right? He did just say that. And don't forget, this guy is the one that's just been convicted of assault. He's a criminal. Freshly convicted criminal. And he's just made money out of that criminal activity. And now, listen to what he's saying. He's going into a Discord server where he has a show. And listen to the way he's talking to people.
Oh, I do?
Absolutely, 100%.
Then why
Because
do you
you're
deserve
ignorant
to
and
be
you.
here? This is you realize this is my community I'm running here, right? You're
What do you
saying
mean
I
this
deserve
is
to be
your
condescended.
community?
I run this server. You're a guest here.
Okay,
You're saying I deserve to be condescended. What kind of
any
person
person
says
that
What's
thinks
the
the Earth
matter
is
with
flat
you?
deserves condescension. 100%, yes.
And Fight the Flat Earth can call anybody a flat earther he wants to.
Yes. Even people that aren't a flat earther.
Even people that know and tell him they're not flat earthers. He doesn't matter. He will condescend anyone, and they deserve it because he's put them in a box. Doesn't matter whether they want to be in the box or not. It doesn't matter. Fight the Flat Earth. Look at his face. Look how brave he's getting. And the way thinks he can talk to people.
This is just a fact. If you don't like it, that's kind of a you problem. Stop being
Well, I
so
don't think
willfully
there's any other
ignorant and you
flat
won't
earther
have
who'd like to talk
condescension.
to you than they can, but otherwise you can just kind of see yourself out, I guess.
No, I'm fine here, thanks.
Is it fair to say that you presuppose that the distances and the sizes on the globe map are accurate because they have been measured, so you're appealing to an authority?
No, accurate measurements are not appealing to an authority. Accurate measurements are something that can be verified. So I don't need to appeal to an authority when I refer to accurate measurements that are verified every day by airline pilots.
Okay, but I mean, you are
How do airline pilots make accurate measurements? I'm not aware of airline pilots making accurate measurements myself, but hey.
appealing to some authority on at least the verification that it was measured to be what it is.
Well, I've verified it. Appealing to myself isn't an appeal to authority.
You measured all distances, or
I verified it. Did you not see him? He hold that little like ball up and say that this is an accurate representation.
Accurate map.
Yeah.
Accurate map, not representation. Map.
Well, he's verified it. Yeah. He's verified that. I mean, like, you can't say that's not appealing to authority.
Which ones?
On at least 100 occasions,
on
at least 100 occasions, I have verified the distances that the globe claims. So I have never falsified the globe claim of the distances between landmasses, which is why I constantly come here and ask for a flat Earth map, which seems to very much
Did you
upset
hear what he
people
said
like
then?
sailing away. Who
Distance
doesn't like the
between
fact
land
that there
masses.
isn't a flat Earth map and there is a globe Earth map. Doesn't like the fact that flat Earthers deserve to be condescended to because they are willfully ignorant.
What do you reckon to that, Rob? Fight the Flat Earth. Fight the Flat Earth says that flat earthers deserve to be condescended to because you're willfully ignorant. Do you think about that? Does that sound right?
You really want to know what hang on. Do you really want to know what I think about that?
I don't think it sounds right
Well,
to myself, but yeah, but you know.
I don't think. Well, but do you think I'm willfully ignorant?
No, I'm just asking you. Like, that's what Fight the
No,
Flat
I
Earth
agree.
genuinely thinks. But willfully ignorant of
No,
what?
but yeah, that's right. That's my point. Like, I'm not willfully ignorant. I'm actually quite astute at what I know. Like,
Yeah, and the
I don't
things
have
that
to
you
stare at
don't know,
Raycast
right?
For 200.
The things you
Yeah.
don't know, you are actually ignorant of, as am I, right?
Right. I agree.
But I don't see why you knowing your ignorance of something deserves condescension from Fight the Flat Earth. I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
No, and that's why I have a hard time with people that are agreeing with him on these kinds of statements and giving them thousands of dollars. Like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying I'm ignorant of certain things, right? I'm not a flat earther, but I can still understand being ignorant of certain things.
Yeah. Well, this Fight the Flat Earth scenario reminds me of my prime minister. I'm fascinated by these flat earthers. Like, you've got to be kidding me, man. Is SE still here?
Let's just get over this because he's about to.
Okay, yeah.
Boom.
I know Kevin wants to go home too. He's
Yeah.
probably already left.
It's very simple. I understand why Sailing Away is afraid to talk to me now. I wasn't just interrupting him. I was trying to get him to. Oh, and he's booted me from the server.
I'd boot you too.
Yeah.
Well, there we go then. I guess.
See, that's right. Right after Ranty and Fight the Flat Earth did the money-making one, after he's just been a criminal, he's then gone into the Discord server where he's been doing shows where he claims that all of them is a server full of Flat Earthers, when that was a blatant lie because they weren't all Flat Earthers. There's all sorts of different people in this server. He's then told the fella that runs the server, I don't know whether he owns it, own a server, whatever, that he deserves to be condescended to. It's because he's willfully ignorant. And now he's just said he's scared to talk to him. Well, he wasn't scared to talk to him at all. He just couldn't get a word in because he kept interrupting. This is a 27-minute video. From here on in, Fight the Flat Earth just sort of realises he's lost his server. Where's he going to talk to Flat Earthers? Where's this dude now? Where's he going to go? He's hated everywhere, I think. He can't even go to any globe Earthers because this guy isn't liked anywhere. Why would he be? Look at his attitude. Look at his face. Good on ya. Sailing Away or whatever he's called. I'm going to come round and have a chat. This is this person doesn't need to be around here anymore. There's nothing that he's got for this arena. He does have people supporting him, but supporting him doing what?
Being condescending to a certain group of people.
Yep.
Fully admitted that that's what those people deserve
a bigot. This man gets paid money for being a bigot against a certain group of people and says that they deserve condescension. I don't know why that needs to occur. People are just asking questions. They want answers for different things. Fair enough. People have been lied to enough. Flat Earthers have been lied to enough. They've been given such a bad name by people like him. Globe Earthers have been lied to by people like him. Fight the Flat Earth. Nobody deserves condescension for not knowing something. When people have questions, like the other guy had at the beginning, he wanted to know how Fight the Flat Earth are verified. He didn't answer him at all. The conversations that we're going to have are genuine conversations from here on in. Hopefully with people like him out the way, they start conversation.
Yep. All right, I have got to run.
Okie dokie. Thank you very much. I think I'm going to be ending it now anyway. Maybe we're going over there. Maybe it's Sextant Night. Is it Sextant Night? Might be going over there to this.
Might have to have one of those before April kicks in.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you very much, everybody. This will probably be the last Free for All Friday, so fill your boots. Fight the Flat Earth. I'd say goodbye to Fight the Flat Earth. I don't see how that can survive much longer. They've shown the cards. What? You must warn against flirt because they are lying. I don't know. The only way you ever find out about lies is to talk to people. And why would people be lying? I don't know. I don't get that, Henrik. But if you want to come and have a conversation, plenty of places to have it around here. Let's just have a decent conversation. Let's not condescend anybody. Bust a song.
Thanks, Bev. I'm gonna go to YouTube now for Buster.
Okie dokie.
Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Or no, I'll see you Monday. I might pop in on the weekend. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, you never know what we're going to be doing.
Never know. Adios, amigos.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to leave with five-sided squares. I think this is ranty. Thank you very much, people. Thank you for anybody for give us any super chats or whatever. RH. I can't remember anybody else. Thank you very much. It's been a good night. April Fools. Don't get fooled.
Hey, let me just hold on. Let me just stop you here before you go any further, guys. You know, you said about the five-sided square. Just to clarify, so if you want to make a clarification now, because there are people in the chat that will probably jump all over that and try to make some kind of stupid video, retarded video about it. So
I'm a five-sided square earther.
You know, in order to clarify what you've just said, then you know, you might just need to back that up somehow.
Yeah, no problem. So the five-sided square is possible on a shape that...
A square on the surface of a sphere could have three sides,
five-sided square,
four sides, or five sides.
It probably has a more technical name for it, but
Five-sided
it
square.
appears as though it's almost like
a square or a solid square.
A square.
Five-sided square.
Just a square.
Five-sided square. I got your numbers right here. Five-sided square. It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Five-sided square.
You have to open your mind.
Three sides, four sides, or five sides.
Imagination is all you need.
Five-sided square.
Don't take advice from fools. Five-sided square. Everything that they say is in vain.
You want to define a square as
Never take advice from
you could make a five-sided square.
what they do is in vain.
Before you go any further, guys, you know, you said about the five-sided square. Just to clarify,
if you want to define a square as an object that has only 90-degree internal angle.
Actually, slightly random point, but if you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Give us the definition then of a square.
Five-sided square. Everything is relative to you.
In between a solid square, I mean a solid
You just have to say it in generality.
Four sides or five sides.
Just like those straight lines curving.
You could make a five-sided square.
Drive down the road, don't you ever swerve.
five-sided square.
I don't know. Five-sided square.
It probably has a more technical...
All of this goes.
I'm a five-sided square earther.
Never take advice from fools. Five-sided square. Everything that they say is in vain.
But you can make a five-sided square with 90
Never
degrees.
take advice from fools.
Five-sided square earther.
Everything that they do is in vain.
Five-sided square earther.
Did he say a five-sided square, question mark?
Spherical access, and that is a good way of working out that we do indeed live on a globe.
Give us the definition of a square, please, people. Come on.
It's a lot more complicated than spherical.
Don't be stalling.
Five-sided square.
Isn't it, Bill?
I'm a five-sided square earther.
Five-sided square. I know the game that you're playing.
It's a lot more complicated than spherical.
I know exactly what's on your mind. Five-sided square. You got your playbook, it's alright.
Five-sided square is
Your
possible.
model dictates what you will find. Five-sided square. And I don't know.
If you put a flat piece of paper, well, it wouldn't be flat, you'd have to bend it,
All
obviously.
of this goes.
But you can make a five-sided square with 90 degrees.
Advice from fools.
But you can make a five-sided square with 90 degrees.
Five-sided square. Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain. Five-sided square.
Square in spherical geometry could have three sides,
Five-sided square.
four sides, or five sides.
you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a 5-sided square.
Just give us the definition of a square in spherical geometry.
I don't think that. What's the point?
It's
of that
pretty flat and level now.
5-sided square. 5-sided square.